At Coppice, the rider is okay and he's continued, so a faller at Coppice for Ed Best, that must have been just into the gravel and fallen over on his side, because it's not really something that gets to happen. That the Port West Race Safe Marshals will check the bike over, and if it's been a very slow one, race direction will give a little bit of approval for the rider to ride round and come back in to the pit lane. Big shout out to our Port West Race Safe Marshals and all the technical guys and girls who are down in the pit lane. If you notice them, they'll be wearing the blue Port West clothing down there. That's our technical team who look after scrutineering, and they'll be summoned to go to a pit box just to have a little bit of a check and see if everything is A-OK inside that area with a bike. Wes Cam this weekend has kind of got the guiding eye of Darrell watching over the top of it. Wes is away on, I think he's away on holiday for a week. We'll catch up with Wes at some other point, but Darrell's done a fabulous job of installing the system for us here in the Donington commentary box. Come Sunday night, I'll pack up Wes Cam and we'll head north, because the next time we will have a British Superbike Championship, almost said it, will be at Knockhill Racing Circuit. But thank you very much, Darrell. So yeah, if you're watching on the YouTube link, hello, good morning, and welcome. It's good to see you. I'm Duncan Vincent. Welcome to a nice sunny Donington circuit. We will try and get some guests up into the commentary box. We were very lucky at Oulton Park. Oulton's always a funny one, because we kind of have a lot of spare time, but we can't really fill it because we're not allowed to be in the air. And then when we get going, you light that touch paper, and myself, Alan Hyde and Larry Carter, we do not stop until the nighttime checker flag falls. But on the actual race day itself, we were joined by a couple of friends of the paddock who have been mechanics for so many teams, Honda UK predominantly. We had the Lloyds up. You can laugh with the Lloyds, that was always something as well. We had Mark and Matt Lloyd. They joined Alan Hyde in the commentary box, in the studio I should say, the BSB radio powered by Kawasaki studio. And it was really, really interesting to hear the stories from, we hear from riders, we hear from team owners, but these guys are now high profile mechanics. Mark works with Brad Binder being chief mechanic in Grand Prix, and Matt is Ayagura's mechanic, and both are available. Matt had a very, very good French Grand Prix, so it was just nice to get a little bit of an insight. And anybody who sits in that studio with Alan Hyde, if you're in that paddock and you're listening, and my name pops up on your phone with a text message with a little request for a time to come to the studio, that's your time to come to BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Just to sit down and not get grilled by Alan Hyde. It's not a Frosted Nixon interview. It's just some information, and it's there to try and make everybody aware of what goes on. Maybe in areas that they don't actually know, because a lot of people just see the actual end product, which is on track. The rider doing laps, getting a lap time coming in, but they don't know about what goes on behind the garage door, and maybe even back at base, which I found out was really, really exciting. I've been talking quite a bit this one. 7 minutes of the session to go, and guess who is top of the times? It's our current championship leader, Alfie Davidson, from Rossi Banham. And just as I say that, it all changes, and Dan Goodman goes to the top of the times on the Fibertech Aprilia by MLav Racing. Now, Dan Goodman, another protege of MLav, Michael Laverty, steps up from the Talent Cup era, which is now Moto 4, and finds himself in the deep end, or in the sharp end, at this championship. And for free practice one, for Dan Goodman to be there, that's a big improvement. That looks really, really strong. So some riders actually flourish when they get onto bigger, heavier machinery, and that's what we're kind of seeing with Dan Goodman. And it's all changed about since I first mentioned he went fastest, because Cam Dawson did go ahead of him, and now Alfie Davidson has replied and gone back to the top of the times. So Davidson, Dawson, Goodman, your top three. Rossi Banham, and then Kieran Kent inside that top five. Kieran having a bit of a glow up in the standings, and the championship looked really strong at Oulton Park, always walking about with a smile, and the Blue Motion Aprilia seems like he's in a good place. Then Aidan Davey, Harley McCabe, Harrison McKay. Thank you very much to Tammy and young Harrison, who brought me a small piece of breakfast this morning. It was very much appreciated in the BSB radio studio powered by Kawasaki. I was delighted to get a little bit of breakfast, and they're parked directly at the back of us, but that's a huge step in performance for young Harrison, who's on the Armada SC31 Aprilia. Sam Cox being the SC31, Sam Cox's race number. You'll probably have seen Sam. He was in the studio with us quite a bit at Oulton Park, covering a little bit of Superstock, Super Sportbike, and he also we also had Sam for a Superbike, and he said it was absolutely fantastic. The hairs in the back of the neck stand up when the Superbikes are racing, and you're calling commentary for it. But he was looking after his young charge, Harrison McKay, who steps into Sportbike this year after many, many years being a front runner and a race winner in Moto 4. But to see him inside the top 10 in Free Practice 1, that will make a lot of happy people down there. He's just been put back by Ted Wilkinson, Super Ted, who has, he's local to Oulton Park, and Ted had an okay Oulton Park, but he'll be looking to make big progress here at Dorrington. As we have a little look further down, just a little bit further down, we see that Jacob Stevenson and Rhys Stevenson together, 16th and 17th, no relation, I'd like to point out. We've then got Taylor Rose, Brodie Goff, Finn Smart-Whedon. You know, there's so many talented people out here as well. Lewis Smart, Lennon Docherty. You know, we're talking 22nd position just now. I walked through the paddock this morning, and I did bump into Willie Docherty, who's the father of Lennon. He and Claire were walking up the paddock, pushing Lennon's bike, which is, I think it probably just come from technical, actually, as Ollie Walker in the 48 comes back into pit lane. And a congratulations to Hannah, Lennon's sister, for passing her driving test. She's done that pretty recently, so if you see a little grey Fiat 500 with the kind of number plate, kind of says Hannah Rose, try and run the other way, make yourself safe. She passed myself and Angela when we were out walking Otto the dog the other day, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. I feel sorry for Claire, mum sitting in the passenger seat, L plates flapping in the breeze. But well done, Hannah, for passing your driving test. That's one of the big achievements in life, and I can remember doing that myself, although it was a long time ago. Not long enough that a man used to walk in front of the car with a red flag, but we're talking a long time ago. With 3 minutes of the session to go, it's still Alfie Davidson, top of the times, with a 1:35.894. 1:35.894. And just keeping an eye on, right, so the television screens I have here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 television screens laid across the front of the Dorrington Park commentary box, which look onto the actual straight, which goes down towards Redgate. So it's there's a lot of information coming back here, and it really is fabulous that it comes via TSL and Omologato with the 1P mobile data that powers it and beams it all the way up towards our commentary point and lets us in the commentary point and the studio for BSB with Kawasaki keep you guys up to date with everything that's going on track. Charlie Barnes, 16th place for Charlie, just ahead of Carl Harris. Young Carl in the Rocket Rookies team, 17th. Was going very well at Oulton Park, and Carl, who comes over to the British Sportbike Championship after having a pretty successful year up until almost Donington, if I remember, halfway through the year, towards the end of the year, and the Super Teens last year. So Carl, under the watchful eye of Steve Brogan, remember at the start of the year he took several victories. He was a serial winner in the Super Teen Championship with Steve Brogan and the SBR team. He took a victory here. I think he took a couple of victories north of the border as well in Knockhill. He couldn't stop winning, but then unfortunately in the Super Teen Championship you've got to maintain that consistency. And it's not that Carl wasn't consistent, just sometimes in racing things don't always go your way. But he is, I think he was tutored really well from Brogy. Now finds himself under the watchful eye of Ron Haslam. So, I mean, you go from one good tutor, Steve Brogan, you then go to another man, Ron Haslam. That's, for a young rider like Carl Harris, that's got to be almost a bit of a dream come true. Looking at good laps coming in with a minute to go. One from Rossi Barnum and the other from Kieran Kent. They've both gone purple in Sector 1. And Kieran Kent staying on personal best at the back of that. Rossi Barnum hasn't, has just drifted away a little bit. And it's Dan Goodman who's picked up the mantle midway through the lap, who's gone fastest of anybody through the second sector. The second sector is fairly chunky, actually. In fact, that's the third sector he's gone fastest through there. The second sector, though, goes from Craner Curves all the way up to Coppice. It's a big, long 25-second, almost 26 seconds worth of sector that you have to get absolutely perfect. And you know what? You almost want to be following somebody on a sport bike as you come out of the Old Hairpin all the way through Starkey, Schwanskirf in towards McLean's, because you will be picking up a bit of a draft and it will pull you forward. Harley McCabe up to fifth place. Rossi Barnum up to second place. Charlie Barnes up 13 places to 7th. on the Sencar Aprilia. That's a big improvement down there for 26 Charlie Barnes. I did get that right, Sencar Aprilia. Just to split the team across a couple of manufacturers. In fact, 3 manufacturers Sencar are split across. It looks like Cam Dawson, twin cam down the pit lane. I like the black and white leather look this year, the very bright helmet. And the Power Slide Suzuki, the blue and white colour scheme on that is pretty fetching, actually. But that's free practice 1. The checker flag flies here at Donington Park for the British Sportbike Championship. And it is Alfie Davidson, once again, keeping that 100% record going of being fastest every time he goes on track in Sportbike by a half second. Now, that's the big bit. It's one thing being fastest. Sometimes you may be fastest by a small margin, but to be half a second up the road in this championship, in free practice 1, it will have a little bit of alarm bells ringing for everybody else because they'll have to go faster to get that half second back in the next session. But Alfie Davidson and Ian Newton will go back to their camp and they will improve that bike and they'll go faster again. So there's a bit of a warning shot fired across the bows of absolutely everybody. Davidson from Banham, from Dawson, your top 3, with Dan Goodman in 4th place. And Harley McCabe again inside that top 5. Just outside the top 5 on the CF Moto, but very strong, Aidan Davey. And I'm going to pause here because a few people need to cross the line and they may improve. No, Charlie Barnes hasn't improved. And just behind Aidan Davey, I've got to say Charlie Barnes. That's a career best for Charlie Barnes in this championship for the British Sportbike. And that is a big, big step forward, only to be 1.2 seconds away from the fastest time. Well done, Charlie Barnes. Then Asher Dunham, Kieran Kent and Ted Wilkinson. Just outside the top 10, Charlie Atkins, Zach Shelton, Luca Allen, Taylor Rose. Harrison McKay finishes in 15th. Ahead of Jacob Stevenson, Finn Smart Whedon, Lewis Smart, Carl Harris and Brodie Goth rounds out the top 20. A few other bikes crossing the line. But yeah, good session that for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship. Next on track, we shall have the Quattro Group British Supersport Free Practice 1. That's 9:35, that's due to go out. But I did tell you the weather conditions were nice. If you're listening online, the weather conditions are absolutely lovely here at Donington Park. So much so that Jamie Morris, one of our renowned photographers, can go out there in a pair of shorts. But mind you, Jamie will be out there in shorts in November. Safety cars about to go out with Chris Glendenning and Pat Blake need to do a closing lap, one of our gorgeous BMW M3s. And why not get yourself down to Donington this weekend? If you're thinking about it, you don't have your tickets yet, book a ticket. Out the back of the paddock, we've got JCB. We've got them. I do like the display because you drive past the World Parts Centre on your way to Donington if you come from the north. So they're on display down there. And there's lots of trade in the area as well. It's going to be a good weekend, that's for sure. But we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Free Practice 1 for the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship.
way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is, oh, and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh, dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Reimer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds, though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds, round the outside of Hayden. And there's no room for Hodgson, but Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel of, oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Sons hard on the outside grip. Oh, it's another contact. But miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's back. Oh, no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, they just Hislop. Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think that one is going to be out of power. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it's, well, I tell you, I tell you what, I'm on it. Kianari. They've given it to Kianari. Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment here, he comes up the inside.
Oh, he's lifted up, how uncruel for Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. They're going to be Hill, they're going to be Hopkins, and they cross the line. Hill! It's Hill by 6,000ths of a second.
This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch.
Hasn't the luck shining? They collided with one another and they go there. Haslam gets it by 4,000ths of a second. Already, Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch!
Oh,
They touch!
what's this? What that?
The winner takes it all here in BSB. There was a bump there from Kyle. Tommy's coming as well. It's going to be a run to the line. Kyle runs where it goes. Kyle Ryan is the BSB champ for 2024. He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Ryan.
And away we go again with more laps getting done. But that's a big lap for Oliver Barr. He'll be happy with that one. But I think what will please the team down there even more is the fact that they have got 2 bikes inside the top 5. And this is a powerful lineup in this championship. I mean, you look at the British Superbikes, you think, good grief, look at the strength in that. And it's equal in this championship as well. Oliver Barr fastest from Jack Kennedy, Luke Stapleford, Carter Brown, Lee Johnston, your top 5. Has a Trulov up there on the R9 Yamaha in 6th with Dean Harrison 7th. Ben Curry. We've got Freddie Barnes and James McManus. That changes a little bit just in the mid between Curry and Harrison. They swap positions as Ben crosses the line. Remember, Ben's a former double winner around here. Remember, he got the first victory as well here for the next generation Ducati in Supersport Regs. It should have been a double, remember, but he pitched off at Redgate on the last lap. Much to the bemusement of us and to he and Steve Wilfmoor, who was running the team or the bike at that time, as Luke Stapleford now goes back to the top of the times. I think, in fact, to the top of the times. That's the first time Luke's been there in this free practice 1 session with 1 minute and 3, 2, 1 minute to go exactly. Stapleford, Barr, Kennedy, Carter, Brown. Luke with a 1:30.799. And lap time cancelled for 81, 78, 93 and 16, all for cutting the Fogarty S's. 81 Keogh, Walker 78, Freddie Barnes 93, Mikey Hardy, and 16 is Jamie Davies. I got that correct. I'm happy with that one. I'll check that on my script now. Yes, I did get that right. Double check, Duncan. Always better. A lot of teams making their way off the pit wall. The Arsho JGR Hippos team look quite happy with the amount of laps they've done. They have Jack Mahaffey, who's just gone up a place into 18th. 2.1 seconds away. Remember when I last mentioned Jack, he was 2.6 seconds away. Everybody's gone faster, and he's gone quicker as well and found time and reduced the gap to the sharp end. And where's his teammate Mikey Hardy? Let's see if we can catch Mikey Hardy. Mikey Hardy in 27th place. So a little bit of work to do down there, but a good free practice one for those guys. Jack Kennedy up into 2nd place, goes ahead of Oliver Barr right at the end of the session. And Harry Trulove goes ahead of Carter Brown into 4th. So a little bit of a shuffle towards the end of this free practice one in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. We see Stapleford fastest on the Scars Ducati. Now that is an acronym that's been put together for all the grandchildren of the 2 guys who run the team. Larry did give us it at Oulton Park. Can you remember what it was? Can anybody remember? If you can remember, get in touch with me. I can remember it because I spoke with Stapleford last night, or his first name's Luke actually. But see if you guys can remember what Scars actually stands for. But they're fastest of anybody by 700ths of a second ahead of Jack Kennedy on the Honda UK CBR 600. Then it's 3B Construction Ducati of Oliver Barr in 3rd, ahead of the McCams Yamaha, the R9 of Harry Trulove. I wonder if Hazza has still got that big Dale Earnhardt Intimidator moustache. Carter Brown 5th, Lee Johnson 6th, Dean Harrison 7th, Ben Curry 8th, Freddie Barnes inside the top 9, fabulous on bike number 78 for Freddie Barnes. And then James McManus in 10th place. Jamie Davis, Max Wadsworth for the Factory Macadam Triumph team in 12th. Out of his teammates standing in, Billy McConnell, who does the first 2 events. Good to see Skippy with a big turn up in pace there, 12th and 13th. Then Lucas Brown in 14th. TJ Thomas, who slipped off 120.6 miles per hour through the Sector 1 speed trap at Craner Curves, and that's probably when the bike was on its side. That's been a bit of a sore one for the bike. TJ was fine, up and walked away from it. 16th place for Corey Tinker. Cam Hall 17th, Jack Mahaffey in 18th, Cameron Swain 19th and fastest in the Cup class ahead of Josh Bannister in 20th. Speaking of the Cup class, Cameron Swain was fastest from Adam Hartgrove and Jamie Richmond. Remember, Jamie Richmond fell off very early in that session up at McLean, so let's hope we can get that bike fixed and back into one piece. So that was the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. The next session on track will be the Pirelli National Superstock Free Practice 1. And we wait for that in just a couple of minutes. Don't go too far, but remember, if you are on site, why not go and pick yourself up one of the souvenir programmes and get the Carol Nash King of Donington programme. Josh Brooks and Kyle Ryde on the front of that Donington Park programme. It's effectively a spotter's guide of everything you need to know. It will tell you every championship detail and keep you up to speed with everything that went on at the last round as well. It's a must-have, and it's a good keepsake as well. So pick yourself up a programme, and we'll be back with the next session in just a couple of minutes. So the next session on track is the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Their free practice number 1. They had a single round at Oulton Park, and they have the same here at Donington. Only the one race over the weekend for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And I have to say, looking back at Oulton Park for some of the paddock, that's not a bad thing that they only had one race, because David Allingham was simply untouchable at Oulton Park. He was in sensational form, and we have seen that quite a few times from D-Bomb over the years at Oulton Park and various other circuits. If he just gets in a groove and gets into his rhythm at the start of the weekend, basically everybody else watches which way he went, because he is so fast on that SMS Nickel Oils BMW. But this is Donington, and this is more the kind of place where we see Luke Mossey having some favourable, good, strong results. And Mossey will be desperate to get back onto that top step of the podium. If you remember last year, cast your mind back to Brands Hatch, our first visit to Brands Hatch, and Mossey was pretty much there or thereabouts with Eli Michalczyk. Unfortunately, he had a high side in the free practice 1, and that put Luke Mossey out for the majority of the year. He did come back. He came back to Donington, actually, if you remember, although he maybe came back a little bit early, but he did manage to scrape a podium at the second visit to Donington. He did think, though, and he said in a later interview to myself, that I think I came back just that little bit early. He was really struggling. But now Mossey back to full fitness on his Malenko by Paget's motorcycle Honda. He will be looking for much stronger results moving forward from here, and he sits second in the championship behind David Allingham. Third place in the championship, well, everybody loves a feel-good story, don't they, for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and Lewis Rollo gave us that at Oulton Park. He very much did. To see Lewis Rollo riding around the track again on the Motorrad Central Edinburgh by MLAV Racing BMW, to see him riding with the smile on his face that we know he has, and just enjoying riding a bike again, was key for us, because Lewis had that fairly nasty back injury which he picked up in pre-season testing at the start of last year at Navarra. He basically did 7 laps, and he then came back at Knockhill, possibly came back too soon. In fact, no possibly about it. He was declared fit, but he wasn't fit because he hadn't done any training, so he was struggling. But he has spent all winter renovating a house and putting together a 2026 programme with none other than the MLAV racing team, and that's something that's pretty special. With backing from BMW Motorrad Central Edinburgh, who are good friends of mine up there in Edinburgh, down Dalkeith Way. Great to see Lewis has put this programme and plan together, and also to see him on the podium. And you know what, he was actually catching Luke Mossey at Oulton Park. He was looking strong, and it's a class that he knows well. It's not a class that he is unfamiliar with. He has raced in this class and he's won in this class. So let's see how the year goes for Lewis Rollo. But to see him back looking happy on a bike, it did the heart a lot of good at Oulton Park. And another feel-good story is Scott Swan in 4th place in the championship. Swanee had nothing. He had absolutely nothing after, unfortunately, the IWR team lost their sponsorship. Sponsor decided to go and do something else, and Swanee was kind of left high and dry, as was IWR, but we'll cover that in Superbikes later on. IWR being Ian Wallacott Racing. At the last minute, Swanee managed to put this together. He's on the Swan Racing Honda, but it's Rosewood Bespoke Joinery is Scott Swan's sponsor, who has managed to get him here and help him along his way. And he will be, I would imagine, forever grateful to those guys for putting together a good package underneath him. And Scott Swan knows this very well. He knows the Honda, he knows the Superstock class. He was one of the front runners in this class, so to see him back with his new sponsor, we'll give them another shout out, Rosewood Bespoke Joinery. Swanee, who when I was leaving last night, he was having some dinner or tea, depending on what part of the country you come from, in the PBM hospitality. That's where he is eating in 2026. But yeah, fabulous news to see Swanee back inside this class, back at the sharp end. Emily Latti, 5th in the championship for the Armada Marine Cables SC31 Honda, the lovely teal coloured Superstock bike, which just makes its way out of turn 1 and heads towards the top of Hollywood on through the Crater Curves. Always very easy to pick that bike up whenever it's on track. And Emily Latti, an extremely fast racer in World Endurance Championship and in the British Superbike Paddock, 5th in the championship with 16 points, just ahead of Matt Trulove. On bike number, I need to get this right because there's been a number change between him and his brother. Matt Trulove on bike number 4. Now last year, Matty Trulove was 44 and Harry Trulove was 4, but they've switched numbers this year. And Harry Trulove's gone 44. Whether that was deliberate or whether there's been a mistake when they've been putting entries in, I don't know. But there you go. There comes Matt Trulove in the tag Honda out of the last corner. Crosses the line and goes second. P2 for Matt Trulove. 8 tenths of a second away from Simon Reed, who is fastest at this precise moment. You say that. Simon fastest and teammate to Lewis Rollo, Simon Reed on the Carl Cox BMW by MLAV Racing. So the teammate with Lewis, but they've both got their own sponsors, but still running under the same umbrella. So Carl Cox helping Simon Reed, the legend that is Carl Cox, helping run Simon Reed, and BMW Motorrad Central up in Edinburgh helping Lewis Rollo keep his dream on track for 2026. But that's the championship, the top 6 in the championship. If we have a look just a little bit further down, Josh Owens in 7th place. He did have an off, if you remember, at Oulton Park, and I don't think it was qualifying, if it was free practice too, but the man who's pretty local to the circuit, we were all thinking about Reggie at the time though, because Reggie's little dog had a sore leg. So Ellie was keeping me updated with just how he was getting on throughout the course of it. But Danger Scouse in 7th place will make some big inroads. Declan Connell in 8th place in the championship. Well, he qualified on the front row of the grid, but Deco's tank extender came off on the first lap, and well, that made the bike very, very difficult and challenging for Deco to ride, because his perfect riding position wasn't able to be had. He would be sliding about the seat because he's only a small thing, and that would make it quite challenging for Deco. So he finished 8th place, a bit of not a recovery rider, you know, just saving a bit of points drifting away from him, because qualifying in the front row, he had the pace to win the actual event. Damage limitation is what it was for Declan Connell. 8th place in the championship. 9th place is Ash Beach, and then 10th, Ben Luxton on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. Ash Beach, so he finds himself on the Jones Dorlin BMW. A change of manufacturer for Jones Dorlin over from Aprilia to BMW. And for Ben Luxton, well, he finds himself at home with the Whitecliff CDH team, with the lovely Hipwell family, who are 9 times out of 10 just below us in the pit lane, or not too far from our commentary point. So that's running through the top 10 in the championship after Oulton Park. And remember, it's only a one-race event here at Donington as well for the Pirelli National Superstock racers. One race at Oulton, one race at Donington. We have our first double header for this championship at Knockhill from the 19th to the 21st of June. A bumper weekend of Pirelli National Superstock. But let's cast our eyes up now towards Richard Evans and Sam Jones' TSL timing page, which is always a joy to look at. Nice and easy to follow the TSL pages. And it's Simon Reed who's top of the time still, and he sits in the pit lane on the number 10 Carl Cox Motorsport BMW. He's chased by Matt Trulove and then Luke Mossey in 3rd place, with Dan Brooks up there in 4th. That's a really impressive run for Dan Brooks this early in the weekend. The man on the Master Mac Hawk Honda finds himself inside that top 5. Just ahead of Ash Beach, Declan Connell. Number 51 up there as well, which is Paul Baker. Blaze Baker. I always say Paul Baker because it's been a Paul Baker, but Blaze steps back from the Superbike Championship and finds himself a pretty good little home, actually, in the Pirelli National Superstock. We know how fast Blaze Baker is on 51, and that Whitney Motorsport Racing CBR 1000 RR will be something that we very much will need to keep our eyes on. There's 2 of them out there. He and Max Lofthouse's teammate on 14, both racing for Whitney Motorsport Racing, but Blaze Baker looking pretty strong. Another lap improvement for Harry Trulove. He does a 131.038 to put himself 3 tenths of a second away from the fastest time which we have had from Simon Reed. Still Simon top of the times, and nobody taking that away from him. There's been an improvement as well for Ash Beach. He goes into P3 as we were kind of slowly working our way down that top 10. We'll start from Declan Connell in 6th place because nothing's really changed before him. We've got Finlay Arscott, we have got Blaze Baker, we've got Ash Barnes and Emily Latty rounding out the top 10. Josh Owens is in 11th place, ahead of Lewis Rollo, who's in the pit lane. Latty, Owens and Rollo, 10th, 11th and 12th, all sit in the pit lane, making adjustments. Lewis Rollo just clicks up on my screen as an outlap, and I can see him rumble into Redgate, stays way out of the way. of the two bikes going past him, Jordan Major Bird and Jake Hopper. They don't want to get involved in that. And then what do we have? Well, Cam Dixon is in 15th place. If you remember, Cam Dixon, unfortunately, he was the cause of the red flag that we had at Oulton Park, where he went down, exit a shell, you run round towards Britain's, you're on the right-hand side of the tyre. You then have to apply the brake as you're still leaning, and then pick the bike up and go back into the left of Britain's to the right, then back to the left up over Hilltop. Unfortunately, just the initial tap of the brake for Cam Dixon when he was on pretty high lean angle, down he went in towards that when Ilya Mikhalchik was very much at the helm, and he put his BMW around this Donington Park circuit so incredibly fast that a lot of people in the paddock were just amazed by the speed that he was putting and doing with that incredible Superstock bike and setup that he had. That was last year though. Things move on, and a lot of people have decided to go and pick up that BMW mantle. So it's a kind of good split now with Honda and BMW. And speaking of BMW, we've got a lovely BMW display just out the back of the commentary point in the paddock. some of the MSV BMWs all parked on display with BMW boarding around them, and it does look great from the top of the commentary point, or if you're down there in the actual paddock. 6th place improvement for Deco Connell. Bike number 33 goes up 6 places into 6th with a 1:31.349, and he is on a fast lap. As we watch him coming through the mid part of the lap, he's gone purple through sector number 1. We wait for Deco just to come up through Coppice. We should tick that off around about 24 seconds. Purple sector 2 for Declan Connell, 24.776. So Deco Connell looking pretty quick here as Simon Reed's now going down at the Melbourne Loop. That's going to unfortunately affect Declan Connell's lap as Simon's up on his feet and walking away. But Deco comes through and heads down towards that area of the track, and unfortunately there's marshals in the gravel trap on yellow flags, and he knows that, he sees that, and he has to roll the bike off going in towards there as Simon Reed walks away from the scene of the crime with the Port West Race Safe marshals. So that's going to hurt Deco just a little bit. He does drop time in that middle sector as Lewis Rollo goes into P2. So the Scotsmen both on a bit of a move here. Connell comes out and crosses the line. Where does this put him to? P2 for Declan Connell. Reed, Connell, Rollo at the end of that lap. Big improvement for Declan Connell. Big improvement for Lewis Rollo. So a great shame for Simon Reed, though, the man who was fastest in the session. Was he badged as a faller? Yes, he was. Badged a faller at the Melbourne Hairpin. Not what he wants to do in free practice 1, but he has shown he has got good pace. Looks like he fell on the way into the corner as well, very early. It's not on the exit of the corner like a high side. Looks like the bike's gone down just as you want to start tipping in towards the apex. As David Allingham crosses the line. David in 9th place just now for D-Bomb. A little bit of work to do. Jack Bednarek comes up 6th places and goes into 17th on the number 91 Iron Competition Aprilia. He's in the same garage as Alfie Davidson running under the Iron Competition bracket. Alfie Davidson in Sportbike and Jack Bednarek up here in Superstock. Jack had a fairly decent pre-season test, but then unfortunately he did step off right at the end of it, coming out of Goddard's, and put himself up the grass just in front of myself. Now, who just crossed the line there? That was Lewis Rollo crossing the line. Another personal best for Lewis Rollo. Josh Owens now gets himself into the top 3, so a lot of people now starting to put a bit of a marker in there. Declan Connell has gone fastest with a 1:30.642. And number 99 has stopped with a technical problem at Redgate. That's Ben Luxton, the Whitecliff CDH Honda. That's a shame for Ben. But they moved that bike behind the gate quickly, and he's back in the paddock, and it's green in that area. Good lap for Declan Connell, that. 1:30.6, but not good enough because Matt Truelove goes even faster and puts a 1:30.3 second lap in there. So just as I was about to start waxing lyrical about the Rapid Honda rider, the Tag Honda rider goes even faster. Here comes Luke Mossy across the line. What can Mossy give us? He's in 9th place. He stays in 9th place on a 1:31.730 last time round. 6/10 away from his best time. But it's an ever-changing timing screen inside that top 10. With Truelove, Connell, Reed, Owens and Rollo, the top 5. Then Allingham going up 3 places into 6th ahead of Emily Latty, who sits in the pit lane. Ash Beach, Luke Mossy and Ash Barnes. So 2 Rapid Hondas inside the top 10. Where's Jamie Coward about? Because Jamie Coward is our next Rapid Honda. Jamie Coward in 32nd place with 3 minutes off the session to go. And the idea for Jamie Coward to be here just to try and grab some track mileage before he goes off, I would imagine probably from here, maybe a couple of days, and then straight over to the TT for Jamie Coward. And is Hutchie out in this one? Hutchie was in Super Sport, but is Hutchie deciding to not do Super Stock and just focus on Super Sport with the RK Engineer? I think he is. And that's maybe because Hutchie really had this bike in the Superstock class going very well at Oulton Park. So maybe just focus on one bike in the weekend rather than trying to juggle 2 bikes, which is never the easiest thing to do. But Hutchie's done it long enough, that's for sure. There goes David Allingham across the line. Allingham goes P2, 500ths of a second away from the back of Matt Trulov, and Declan Connell is answering in this free practice 1 session as well. He's gone purple through sector 1. He's gone personal best through sector number 2. I think that's 0.2 of a second away from his fastest time in that area. And as we look, it's only 1/10 of a second away, less than 1/10 of a second away from Matty Trulov. There's Deco at the back of the commentary point as I see him going in towards the Melbourne Loop. This looks like it could be another good lap. What's he done through that area? He's gone purple through sector 4. I think we're about to see a new fastest time of free practice 1 from bike number 33. The young man from Dunfermline comes out of the last corner. We'll get him across the line. There goes his teammate. Here comes Declan Connell now. And does he go to the top of the times? No, he stays where he is and he loses a bit of time in that last sector. Quite chunky time, lost 0.4 of a second. Whether that was a little bit of traffic out the back of the commentary point, it could well have been. But he knows he's got the pace. He's putting in consistent fast laps here. And if Mum Leona's listening back up north, more babysitting duties I would imagine for Leona. She's absolutely loving being a gran. Far too young to be a gran, I'd like to point that out, but she's loving being a gran and doing all the granny duties. But I do know she keeps a very close eye on Deco when he's on track and when he's racing. Dad JC still here for Declan though, on the spanners with Jamie in that Rapid Honda team. And a nice squad for Declan Connell to be in. A really, really nice bunch of people down there, spearheaded by Matt Bainbridge and Claire Armstrong. They do a fabulous, fabulous job. And they're thoroughly nice people, that's for sure. Now, Sammy Laffins is in 23rd place. And you may say, well, why are you talking about Sammy Laffins? Well, that's because he didn't really do anything at Oulton Park, unfortunately. He ran an engine. And Sam didn't race. He did pop into commentary point, come and saw us, but yeah, that's a great shame. I do like Sam Laffins, or Lammy Saffins, depending on which way it goes. He's a quality act. Just needs a little bit of luck, and to have an engine going you at round number 1 is not the type of luck that you're looking for. As we have both Rapid Hondas crossing the line with 21 seconds to go. That's Coward and Connell. Deco slides underneath Jamie going through turn 1. Well, there you go, Jamie. There's a good way for you to try and get a tow round the top of Hollywood and through Crane of Curves. Latch onto the back of your young teammate. As Deco, we watch him on the internal CCTV feed down towards the bottom of the old hairpin. And Jamie Coward very much biting the screen and staying with Deco all the way down there. Like that. Watching him come back through Starkeys up towards Swanch Curve. As the seconds tick away, the checker flag now pops out and brings the Pirelli National Superstock Championship free practice 1 to an end. And it does look like Matt Trulov is going to take this one, unless Luke Mossey can do something. Well, he can. He goes up to 4th, though. Doesn't manage to get any higher than 4th, but still a good set of laps for Luke Mossey there. But Mossey, with an improvement towards the end of that, up into 4th. Trulov, Allingham, Connell, your top 3. With Luke Mossey in 4th place, ahead of Simon Reid, who only managed 8 laps in that session for Simon. Good pace, though. Really strong pace until he slipped off at the Melbourne Loop hairpin. Just behind Simon Reid, his teammate Lewis Rollo. Another good run for Lewis, ahead of Ash Beach, Josh Owens, Ash Barnes and Emily Latty. Behind Emily Latty, just outside the top 10, Cam Dixon. Again, you'd expect Cam to be up there, as Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney rumble down pit lane once again in the safety car. The gorgeous BMW safety cars that we have supplied in the British Superbike Championship. Lights ablaze as they head towards the end of the pit lane. But yeah, Cam Dixon 11th, Scott Swan, Dan Brooks, Ryan Campion up there in 14th, ahead of Mitch Rees, Finn Arscott, Blaze Baker, Harrison Crosby. Callum Baines in the top 20 again. Callum just gaining more track time, gaining speed. He's only 1.8 seconds away. He is on a comeback, he says. And Jack Bednarek in 20th position. That is the end of the Pirelli National Superstock Free Practice number 1. Time to grab some water, because next on track, a whole hour of Superbikes. 1 whole hour of Superbikes for their Free Practice 1.
Carol Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carolnash.com or over the phone today and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call? To push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach. Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race, in the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Alright, yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with a muggle. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks, let the light pour in. Have a blast, let the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting food out, yeah, you can bring your friends. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the new range finish drills or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Ceratizit Group, tooling the future.
So, bikes on track for free practice 1 for the British Superbike Championship. As we have a look at the window and see bikes making their way towards the back of the Melbourne Loop. And this hour-long session, always a fairly interesting part of the weekend, because it's where we start to get a bit of a look at how people are going to fit in and how things are going to unfold and work. We're all fully much aware that this is the Premier. This is the Premier class. This is where everybody wants to get in this paddock that we're in just now. But these riders are absolutely on form. Yes, it's the early part of the season. They've done a lot of testing to get towards this point, and they're very much up to speed by the time we get here as well. Oulton Park was strong. Very strong for the likes of Kyle Ryde. It was also very strong for the Leon Haslam, as we saw him on his Moto Rapido Ducati, very much showing some great pace on the new early development of these bikes. And it was also looking good for the Bimotas and Scott Redding and so many others. A big long list, a big long list. The big long list is only going to get bigger. That's the thing. It's going to get longer and longer and longer. And that's what we look forward to seeing throughout the course of 2026. But you look at the success that Kyle's had. He had 3 victories at Oulton Park. And, you know, you look at that and think, let's hope that this isn't going to be a runaway championship. But cast your mind back 12 months. It was the exact same for Bradley Ray. Brad was there. He was in the mix. He was starting to dominate. He won the first. He won basically everything at the start of the year, didn't he? He came here to Doynton and he got 3 victories. one after the other for each of those races. Now, just a quick update. I do apologise if you have been listening via the YouTube this morning. The YouTube, what do I sound like? I do hope you can now hear me. I do hope you can hear things that were loud and clear. We did have a few small teething issues, that's all we're going to call it, and we should be back up and running and should hopefully hear everything that is going on. We are also on TSL timing, and we are also on the British Superbikes website at the same time. So yeah, thank you very much for all the messages this morning, and the message that you can now hear me. I don't actively monitor the YouTube comments. There's that much going on the screen. It's great to see you guys listening. Hi everybody. But I do keep an eye on the TSL timing screens. But just a quick, it was brought to my attention, so do apologise for that, but they were very much live for the remainder of the day. Speaking of being live, there goes Rory Skinner. He's live on track and he's chased by Kyle Ryde, and Kyle Ryde is chased by Fraser Rogers. So I was talking about Kyle Ryde. Started to dominate the early part of the season, but it's the exact same thing that Brad Ray done last year. It's not an easy thing to do, to dominate a season all the way through. You have peaks and troughs. It's all part of racing. But the other interesting point is, Kyle, yes, did win all 3 races, and that was pretty impressive. Got to say, and how he did it was impressive, but he only has a 6-point championship lead over Leon Haslam. Because the way the point structure is, you can't disappear into distance with a huge championship lead. And the British Superbike Championship, in association with Pirelli, is a hotbed of talent this year. Just seen Danny Kent crossing the line. Danny Kent didn't really get firing on all 4 cylinders, so to say. The bike was perfectly fine, but Danny was just a little bit off from where we'd expect him to actually be. Storm Stacey crosses the line. Where's Storm? 9th place on his first push lap on 30.6. Well, very much aware of the good success he had just the past week over in Northern Ireland, and it's great to have him back here. Let's hope that success continues that we saw him at Oulton Park having, because Storm's such a likeable guy, and he markets himself so very well. A lot of people maybe think, God, this guy's different, but he is, and he's a breath of fresh air walking about with the top hat. Come the end of the Oulton Park round, I had to go and do my little bit of thrill of the race filming, and I come out from that after sitting down with Roger and the guys, and I walk out, there's Storm Stacey walking through the paddock with his top hat, his shoes and his trousers and his little dog on his lead. And it was just fabulous to see, you know, the other side. We're all very much, you see a lot of it on television. We'll bring you some BTS stuff through the course of the weekend as well. But you see the face on the television, it can always be quite stern, and then you get a bit of a laughy joke. But to watch him walking through the paddock with the dog on the lead and his girlfriend, it's like myself and Angela out for a walk with Otto back home. So it's really lovely to see. And I was still talking about Kyle Ryde having all that success. On the flip side of that, you look to the other side of the garage, and Glenn Irwin had all sorts of problems. And you know, the Nitrous competition race team have worked diligently, very hard to get that bike to where it should be. And it's one of these things, when you build 2 brand new bikes, they're never going to be absolutely identical. They're always going to have slight little bits of difference in them, and that's exactly what the Nitrous team found. But they've worked hard, and they've got Glenn. They had Glenn racing last week as well. He's back here this week. He's looking fast. He's already in the top 3, as there's a bit of a shuffle with this. Got Redding going fastest from Storm Stacey, and then Glenn Irwin with Andrew Irwin there as well. Remember, Andrew Irwin shone in the pre-season test here on that MET Healthcare Fona Cab Ducati. That's something that we need to remember and keep our eye on. That is coming into the pit lane, Peter Hickman, as he makes his way down towards the pit garage for the LEW BMW Motorrad team. Still only the one rider on that bike. David Todd has been pretty well publicised. He's still on the unfit list. And Peter will be carrying the sole responsibility for that, which is a big thing for one man to carry on his shoulders. To try and he said to us at if you remember Oulton Park, they've gone a completely different way with everything that they've ever done before to try and see if they can just stop the bike from, it sounds like the bike's spinning too much as he leaves a corner and accelerates. He just wants to wheel spin, which is what you don't want, because, you know, if you're spinning, you're not going forward. If you're spinning, you're hurting the tyre. And if you're spinning, you're losing time. So that's where Peter's trying to just generate more basic grip everywhere. Tell you what's encouraging, Storm Stacey again, another lap, top of the times. 128.469. When were we last here? and having a bit of a slide, and that's exactly what he's been talking about. Big twitch from the back of Peter Hickman's bike, so he just can't get on the power hard enough, and it has a little bit of a kick. Welcome back to our YouTube listeners. If you are listening, we now have the team in the background. It's always quite weird when you see somebody else remotely tuning into a laptop and working away. But great stuff by Darryl and Wes and Luke and everybody else who's involved in that to make sure it does work. And we shall bring you all the action in sound and a little bit of vision here this weekend. Elia comes back into the pit lane on the IWR Honda now. There was a story I mentioned earlier on about IWR when I was talking about Scott Swan, how they were both kind of left a little bit high and dry with nothing. The sponsor decided they wanted to go and do different things, so they did. But it kind of left Swanee without a ride, but it also left Ian Wallacott without a team to compete in the championship with, or any championship. And then kind of at the last minute, out of nowhere, along came the Ilya Mikulchik and a bit of help from Rocket, and obviously a lot of help from Sean Muir. And that team has been put together. It looks fabulous. It really does look a well-turned-out team. Ilya sits in 13th place after his first run, which is really impressive. Basically right in the middle. And there's also been some personnel brought over from BMW who've been put into that team, because I instinctively thought that James Buckingham would be the crew chief. And when I said that to Ian Wallacott when we had a bit of a chat at the Alton Park, he said, well, actually, it was Alton Park Test. He said, actually, James is not the crew chief. He's more a manager kind of thing and social media right now, because he was trying to work that. Because BMW sent over some guys who want to help look after that side of things. So it shows you how kind of important that programme is in the BMW ladder of things. They're sending over personnel to jump in there and be on hand to help look after Ilya Mikulchik in his debut year in the British Superbike Championship. And on he goes. Very, very impressive. 13th place. And it falls rather quiet now as we have Kyle Ryde, Max Cook, Charlie Nesbitt, Fraser Rogers and Peter Hickman on circuit. 43 minutes to go. And this always happens in the fairly hour-long session, as we see the Bimota coming out of the last corner, and then the Ducati coming out to the last corner. Oh, Kyle just tapped through. A couple of big wiggles from Kyle there. So getting faster, up to P3. 6 laps, 128.281 for the man who is very local to the circuit. I notice his home event, and he does have a fairly large fan club which will come along and support Kyle. If you remember, I think they were all wearing pink shirts last year, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it luminous yellow shirts? I think they were luminous yellow. Was it Jacksdale? The Jacksdale Massive. Larry will keep me right, that's for sure. That's Hickey again crossing the line. It goes up ahead of Richard Kerr. But Peter Hickman only goes into 23rd place. It's difficult to watch, actually, because we know how fast Peter is. He's a former front runner. And he is a front runner. He's not a former front runner, but it's just taking a little bit longer to get that LEW 810 racing team into the sweet spot for Peter, and having to do everything himself after the injury which David Todd sustained at Daytona and is still keeping him out of competitive riding. You know, all falls on one set of wheels, and that's it's not easy when you are up against the best in the business in a championship and you're developing everything as you run at a race weekend. Max Cook with a 128.480. That's his best lap. And do we get the Bimota back into the pit lane? Yes, we do. I love the colour scheme. I think the bike looks fabulous. It just, honestly, when you get up close to that Bimota, there's nothing nicer. It's the way it's put together. Reminds me of the first time when I was a youngster and I saw one of the early Ducatis. I'm going to say like the 996 version of Ducati, how you had the trellis frame and, you know, all bolted onto the engine. It's very, very pretty the way the Bimota's put together. The chassis technology that Bimota have and doing the right thing. And, well, Kawasaki purchasing Bimota and then using the very strong ZX-10RR engine to great use. And another key point of that is with that team getting that, they've already got the engines in-house. The engines are already tuned. They know what they're needing. And Max knows the bike, well, knows the engine and the power characteristics and how it all handles underneath him from last year. So that helps Max, and it gives the team a bit of a better starting point. But then you have to look at the help they've been getting from the World Superbike team and the riders and the guys behind the scenes with KRT who run that whole Bimota concern. It's very, very impressive. And I think Darren's been up into the commentary point a few times and interviewed him in the pit lane, and Nigel, they both say they didn't realise just how much help they were going to get from the factory. And that's key to the success of any new project, and that new project is starting to work. Remember, they were fastest in the winter test that we had here at the start of the year. The Bimota of Max Cook was the quickest bike that we had at the tests. Christian Edden's just gone out onto the track. I believe that's the Senkat Yamaha. There's only one teal coloured bike that we have here. As Nick pops into the commentary box, the sound engineer from Doynton, the great man himself, has come upstairs. So that means something pretty heavy is about to go down inside the commentary box, as he's got a bit of kit as well. But we'll leave Nick to do exactly what he does, and we'll concentrate on, was that Christian Edden? Yes, I think it was. Edden's on an outlap, as is Eugene McManus and Luke Hedger. As we have a look at the championship, we've run through all the other championships, so we should run through this one as well, because Kyle Wright does have that slender 6-point advantage at the top of the championship, even after he managed to do 3 victories at Oulton Park. Leon has him second and Bradley Ray in third place. Good solid weekends for both those guys. Scott Redding, well, he had work to do, and the team, the PBM Hager team, worked pretty well all the way through. Johnny Mowat on the crew chief side of things, and James Mead on the electronics, with Scott Redding really keeping their head down and progressing through the weekend, narrowing the gap and bettering positions, and that's what they wanted to do. Scott in 4th place, 19 points off the championship lead, just ahead of 5th place for Storm Stacey. And Storm actually had a sprocket issue in one of the races. Remember I said I saw him fading and it looked like he was having kind of entry grip issues into a corner? Well, it was actually the chain on the sprocket was the problem for him. So that was something that really hurt Storm in one of those races. So to come away with 5th in the championship after a debut on the Bratham's AJ and Ducati, I think that's fabulous. Richard Kerr about to go out in SM Racing Honda. I can tell you that in the pit lane. Behind Storm Stacey in the championship, Max Cook, then Rory Skinner. Both those chaps pretty happy with how their weekend went. Max just got maybe a little bit too aggressive in the last race. Tried a couple of manoeuvres and almost cost himself a little bit of time. He also got a fairly robust mover put on him, so it's part of the championship. But again, inside the top 10, walking away with good points for Max Cook. And Rory Skinner, well, he's never really got on well with Oulton Park. Look back at Rory's history there. He got himself lodged in the back of Christian Edden's bike many years ago on the run round towards Britain's, which was a pretty sore one for him. Came back the next year on the BMW, or he came back after his little break with the championship onto the BMW, and he had that crash going in towards Island Bend, clicked a false neutral, down he went, off came the helmet as well, involved in that incident. So, and then last year on the Ducati, he went down 3 times at the same corner and banged his head on the ground and didn't get to do any of the races. So he's never had a great time at Oulton Park, Rory Skinner. So to come away with 7th in the championship, a whole good set of points, and he said to me, I actually enjoyed riding it for once. I felt relaxed. It was good. We've done that. Let's move on. So it's almost like a box ticked for young Rory on that Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha. And the 5th new manufacturer in 5 years for Rory Skinner, as Josh Brooks comes back into the pit lane. Speaking of Brooksy, we saw Dow Honda this morning, very early in the morning, about 7:45. They were underneath the gantry on the start line, the full team and the riders and the bikes, all dressed to the pit lane after this session, and we will go and catch up with Josh Brooks, if we can, if everything's going well, because Brooksy is always good to have a bit of a chat with him. He really is. He gives us a full-on download as well, so that's nice to know. Just having a bit of a look at our timing screen just now, and a quick flick onto the YouTube. Storm Stacey, after 15 minutes in the pit lane exactly, in the pit box, he has completed his outlap, and this is now a push. He makes his way through the top of Hollywood in towards the lovely Crane of Curves area. A couple of bikes ahead of him on the road, and Storm riding a bit of a crest of a wave at the moment, feeling like he's happy, in a good place, looks happy, but also looks nice and calm, which is another thing. You know, I do tend to get a little bit hyper now and again when things are going well for me, but Storm's managing to keep a little pot on that, just a lid on that, just to keep himself grounded. And Michael Rutter is another, you know, key member of the last corner, crossing the line. Is that a new helmet design for Christian? Very bright orange. I need to go and ask him about that after the session. Into 10th place. Christian was pretty open with us, if you remember, about the Yamaha and the Sencat team, they're working away. They maybe didn't get everything they were promised when they got the bikes, but it's not going to stop them or put their head down. They're going to make sure they dig deep and carry on. McManus and Stacey crossing the line. Eden did go up to 10th place on his last lap. Christian Eden, a 128.872. And let's have a look at our rookies and check in with them and see how they're all getting on. Rookie watch. Ilya, fastest rookie in 14th place. Ahead of Joe Talbot is the next rookie. Then Reese Irwin down there as well. On number 15, followed Redgate Rider OK. Unfortunately, that's young Eugene McManus who has gone down there. Let me pick up the binocs and have a bit of a look in towards the distance. Yep, I can see the white scratch mark on the tarmac, and then the little black line, and you can see where the bike has been. The Marshall's very much already up and away with that one. Now, am I right in saying that was Ilya? Actually, I think that was, or was it? Ah, yeah, Richard Kerr. Richard Kerr was the man leaving the pit lane, but yeah, Eugene behind the gate at Redgate. And that's not a long job for the team to go and get that bike back either. I'd imagine that Eugene won't want to start that up after it's been upside down in a deep pan gravel trap, because gravel can go absolutely everywhere, and if it goes into your airbox, it's not worth thinking about, to be honest. So I'd imagine the team will try and hastily get down there, or a van may bring that back to the back of the pit box as Storm Stacey comes into the pit lane. Eugene was looking really strong here in the pre-season testing. He got a little bit carried away and slipped off going in towards the Fogarty S's, and Steve Hicken actually blamed himself for that crash, not the rider. And I was quite impressed with that. Steve says we got a bit giddy because he was going so fast, and instead of trying to calm him down, we pushed him on. And he goes, and then we forgot that it was pre-season testing, and we all give ourselves a bit of a shake. But young Eugene was looking very strong around here, and we need to remember that he has had the arm bump of the surgery of the arms, and it does take a bit of time. And he came back to Oulton Park, and I think he didn't really realise just how physical the bike was going to be, especially after the surgery. Keelan Irwin having a bit of a watch in the grandstand next to us here. He'll be keeping an eye on Reese Irwin. Reese is in 21st place, and Reese is on track. 129.871 for Reese Irwin, our defending Quattro Group Supersport champion, who steps into the Superbike class for 2026. A very welcome addition. And you know, it maybe could have made that jump sooner, but I like the way that I like the way that he goes about his business, Reese. He really is. He doesn't do a lot of shouting, and he does all his talking on the track. And he and Keelan have been pretty good for each other. Keelan, a former racer himself, stepped away from racing after a couple of years ago. It was Silverstone in a free practice session. I think he broke a leg, bashed himself about quite a bit actually, gave the head a bit of a bang, and decided that he did come back actually last year on a sport bike, I think, or the first year of sport bike. Came back for a one-off, but then decided to, he's very much there for Reese now and looking after everything that Reese does. Christian Iden up to 7th, Lee Jackson up to 9th. Big improvements for those guys. Max Cook up to 4th place. So a bit of moving and shaking going on. A lot of riders on track. Not as many riders in the pit box now. We have got Storm Stacey, Charlie Nesbitt, Ely Michalczyk, Fraser Rogers, Rhys Irwin, Luke Hedger and Richard Kerr all in the box. Everybody else on track. On track getting laps as well. Let's look for the 2 Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. I think Jackie Capper and John will be here this weekend. The first of the Cheshire Mouldings, Danny Kent in 10th place, then Roy Skinner in 12th place. They're sandwiching Leon Haslam. Haslam and Skinner both on outlaps, as is Andrew Urban. Here comes Max Cook though. Max Cook purple through the first sector. Just drifted away a little bit through the heart of the lap. He's lost 2/10 in that middle sector to Bradley Ray. And he is the man with the fastest third sector, and he's on time with that one. He's quick through the last sector. We wait for the Bimota to come out of the last corner and see what the lap time delivers. He's only 4/10 of a second away from the top time. There goes Andrew Irwin across the line. Next bike will be the Bimota of Max Cook. Took a while to come into view, but here he comes. Max Attack across the line. Is it an improvement? Yes, it is. The Bimota goes P2. 128.011 for Max Cook. 1/10 of a second away from Bradley Ray. Andrew Irwin's had a little slap on the wrists. Exceeding track limits at turn 10, lap time cancelled. So he's gone through the Fogarty S's. Just caught possibly one of the areas in there that you're not meant to touch, the green bits, and that will be you. Lap time will be cancelled. It's like we have Hawkeye or VAR, but a better system. Looking out for that. Max Cook on another fast lap. He's gone purple through sector number 1. We need to see what he's like through the big long part. 23.9 is Bradley Ray's sector, and he's gone 24.1. But what he has done is put back a personal best time. So purple, then green for Max Cook. Bradley Ray also has personal best to first sector on the McCams Raceways Yamaha. And Max again, the exact same time through the middle part of the lap, 11.4, then a 10.5. He is on form through. The Bimota must really work strong from the Fogarty S's area down towards the last Melbourne Loop and then drive up the hill. Here comes Rory Skinner out the last corner. What can Rory do? He's 13th place. Well, he starts a push lap now, so getting a bit carried away. The 2 Bimotas together on track. No, it's not actually, it's Elia. And then it's Max Cook. Cook crosses the line. Oh, he doesn't improve in position, but he does in time. 5,000th of a second away from the back of Bradley Ray, who's on a fairly decent lap himself. He comes out the last corner ever so smooth on the Yamaha. Crosses the line. What does Brad do? 128.051. His best lap. Only 2 guys have gone sub 1 minute 28. 27 for Brad Ray and a 27 for Max Cook. Both on a 27.9 bracket. Hi, Darryl. Back again. IT Support has just launched himself back into the heart of the commentary box. I do like. There goes Glenn Irwin across the line. He's been quietly going about his business. Glenn is still inside that top 5 in 5th place. And it's a much stronger start to the weekend for Glenn than we have seen. Ryan Rainey was, I don't know if you watched Thrill of the Race. If you don't, you really should. The highlights piece that we put together as part of the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. And Ryan was actually, he was one of the guys at the start, I think, of one of the sessions. He was hurrying the boys up to get the bike out onto track because it was very important that they needed to get out there. And I like when a crew chief is spirited. Ryan's a former racer himself. He knows what it takes. He knows what it's like. And Ryan Rainey and Chris Adams, the data man in that side of the garage for Glen Irwin, they've been a strong partnership that goes all the way back to the Beer Monster era of PBM. And when Glenn left the team, so did Ryan and Chris. So it's a strong partnership and actually a strong friendship as well with those guys. Hickey back in the pit lane, and I think I saw Joe Talbot, Jason O'Halloran in the pit lane as well. The Osho's still just waiting for it to click, aren't we? We're just waiting for that click to come from the Osho. Ryan Vickers in 14th, Jason O'Halloran in 19th place. Ryan was not too complimentary of how things were going for him at Oulton Park. It wasn't slagging the team or any way, shape or form, just says that they've just not got the right setup. He is a team and that's the guys were just still struggling. But I thought he was actually looking pretty strong from where he was battling about. But the thing with Ryan is he's a former winner in the series and he demands wins. That's where he expects to be. But he certainly won't want to find himself in 14th place. He was a lot faster here in the pre-season testing, but you look at that 14th place, he's only 9/10 of a second away. He's not even a full second down. You know, 14 riders covered by 0.989. Max Cook loses a lap for a course cut going through the Fogger TSs. So just trying to, as you do, just trying to stretch a little bit, but unable to do so. There goes Kyle Ride, sitting in 4th place, crossing the line. The defending reigning champion. There's one for your bingo cards. Leads the way in the championship, but only by a small margin of 6 points. And he will want to come here. He will want to try and do the exact same. If he can extend that and have the same weekend as he did at Oulton Park, he could go away with a 12-point championship lead, but anything is possible because we know exactly just how fast everybody else can be. And here comes his teammate Glen Irwin out the last corner. Glen's been very consistent. He's only 0.4 of a second away and a 1:35.4, a bit of a slower lap for Glen there, but he has been putting pretty consistent lap times in. As Luke Hedger on the Whitecliff CDH Honda leaves the pit lane and heads down. 24 bikes on track. No NP racing, no Neil Pearson and unfortunately Connor Thompson. A couple of fairly big accidents at Oulton Park, one especially which we saw for Connor in qualifying. I would imagine just re-evaluating things, taking a bit of time away and seeing exactly what happens in that area. A long way for Neil to come from Taunton to here. And we wish them the best. Hopefully see them in the not too distant future. So let's watch Vickers for a lap, okay? Rory Skinner's gone up 2 places to 11th, and Ryan Vickers has a nice clear track as he heads through Redgate. Keeps the bike on the side, drives it towards the top of Hollywood. From Hollywood, you stay on the right-hand side, then just as you come down the hill, you flick it back onto the left through the incredible crane of curves and down towards the old hairpin. Not much of a hairpin these days, that's for sure, as you then come back up through what used to be a bridge across the track, Starkey's Bridge, up and towards Swans Curve, and then Ryan's back on the brakes for McLean's. McLean's, he picks it up, accelerates hard up the hill towards Coppice as it brings us back on towards the back straight, and we see Ryan with a personal best speed through that area, but just missing just a little bit. I mean, he's only a couple of tenths shy of each of the fastest areas, but you add that all together, and that comes back to where your time goes. We look at the back of the commentary box, we can see Reading on the brakes in towards the Melbourne Loop, and where's Ryan? Battery in it, actually, believe it or not. And young Hudson, his son, was doing some big jumps It's good to see. He looked good on the bike, and Scott running at the back of him. He's going to have a dad back soon. That's what he's going to have. He's going to have to watch that. He'll have to maintain that and make sure he looks after himself. Nobody wants a dad back. All those years of running behind bikes bent over, trying to hold the seats. Vickers did improve there. Ryan Vickers come up 8 places on that lap. So although he was a couple of tenths away in each of the sectors, you add that together, he's now only half a second away from the fastest time, and he put down a 1:28.494. The question is, was that 1:28? Unfortunately, that's Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Ryder is okay. And things not going that well for Charlie. We saw him doing that very kind of dramatic, acrobatic forward roll. Thankfully, he was okay from that. But a couple of little issues that kind of haven't really technically been Charlie's fault, I would say, that other riders being in the way of various other things. But free practice one down at the Crane of Curves. Thankfully, Ryder is okay. The big question mark is, let's hope the bike is okay. There will be a van heading down. I can see it on the internals just now as the van goes to pick up the Charlie bike. As Ilya Michalczyk comes out of the last corner and has that BMW spinning up. IWR Rocket Energy BMW looked pretty lively under back out for an outlap. The most laps by anybody in this session so far, Max Cook's done 17. And he would be top of the pile. 16 laps for Scott Redding, 15 laps for Glenn Irwin and Rory Skinner. I did say that he was doing a lot of laps. Typically, Brooks has done 16 laps, likes to keep himself busy, as Andrew Irwin 16 and Ilya Michalczyk 15 laps. So a lot of laps done. The least amount of laps done by anybody, 7 laps for Leon Haslam. Sits in 15th place. Still in the pit box. The Pocket Rocket having a little bit of time in that pit box with Steve Wolfmoor and the guys just to make sure everything is going A-OK. But this is free practice one for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. I'm Duncan Vincent and this is BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki for 2026. The Car on Ash, King of Donington round. With the McCams Race of the North at Oulton Park, we come back with the King of Donington, and that's Christian Idden straight back in. No, actually, I'm sorry, the teal, I just got a flash of teal. That's Ilya's helmet. It's a very Christian Idden-esque colour, so I do apologise for that one. He comes back in 16 laps of the session. He done his best on the 13th lap. So some good work being done down there. I've got the pit lane mic, so after this session we will grab a quick drink of water. Some 18 minutes to go, so don't worry. And we'll go down and try and grab a word with as many of the Superbike riders as we possibly can. And we'll update you on the Rockeroff BMW F900 R Cup when we're in the pit lane, because it's the first time we've seen the BMWs this year. They didn't join us for Oulton Park, but they are very much back, and we go through the usual features with those guys, with the 2 heats, with quick start procedure. On the Saturday, and Sunday starts off with a last chance qualifying race, a quick start 10:25 in the morning, and then the main event happens for the BMWs not long after that, 12:25. So you don't want to do anything wrong in your last chance race if you're trying to get yourself into the main event. But it's great to have the Rockeroff BMW F900 R Cup back, because we did miss them. We did have a few bikes testing as Hedger and Cook come back into the pit lane. We had quite a few bikes testing, and it was Bobby Very who was one of the fastest, and he looked very strong through testing. I've got to say, very, very strong. See what I did there? Hope so. But that's to come later on. We still have some 17 minutes of Superbikes on track with, who's that heading out? Let's pick up the binoculars. Joe Talbot heads out onto track, chased by the Osho Jason O'Halloran. Jason finds himself in 19th place, 1.4 seconds away from that top spot. He and Talbot 18th and 19th, both going on to track together. An outlap for Leon Haslam, so they have got that Ducati back on track. was wondering when we're going to see the motor torpedo bike come back onto the circuit here at Donington. And let's see what Leon's got underneath him, because he's only 9/10 of a second away. He's in, where is he, 15th place. And, you know, I was saying that about Ryan Vickers just a minute or so ago. He was the guy who was 9/10 of a second away, and then he finds himself up there at the sharp end. Now only half a second away, but that's just how tight this British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli is. And remember, Zyn is not risk-free, contains nicotine, which is addictive, and it's only used for adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use nicotine products. As we watch them flashing towards turn number 1, Haslam and Kerr. Richard Kerr, just a little bit of a struggle, unfortunately. We didn't quite expect it to go like that, but it's gone this way as somebody comes through either somebody comes back on from Goddard. Was that Reese Irwin? I think there's maybe an overshoot there. But for Richard Kerr, the struggle started when they had an off, unfortunately, here at Donington in the first test day. And unfortunately, the bike rolled itself down the hill really badly at the Craner Curves. And if that wasn't bad enough, they then got the bike back to the garage. And with a split fuel tank, a little spark caused a fire in the pit lane. So that was, you know, insult to injury. Your poor bike has a crash. The next thing, your poor bike's getting doused in extinguisher powder. And that's what makes it pretty tricky. So they've been on the back foot for quite some time. That little team down there, SM Racing, and it's got help from AMD and CL Fairburn, as we are very much aware of. AMD, Fraser Dykes has been a long-time supporter of Richard Kerr all the way through his Superstock era. And Chris Fairburn, well, you know, he was the team, they'd run the team for Billy McConnell last year, CNL Fairburn Properties. And Skippy had some pretty good results on that bike. There goes Richard now across the line. He improves up one position, goes ahead of Peter Hickman. He was 3 seconds away, now only 2.3 seconds. So taking a big chunk of time out that lap, 1:30.302. That sounded like a Ducati on the overrun in towards Goddard's. Which one was it though? It was Storm. He only knows one way. Did you see the car he bought online midweek? He phoned me up and says, "Do you like my new car?" I says, "Oh, I saw you got a Fiat Punto," and he gave me a route. He goes, "There's a Punto S." I said, "Okay, whatever." So bought himself a new Punto. Somebody goes down at turn number 1 there. That's a shame, into the gravel. That's Reese Irwin. So that's both of the Mastermark Hondas have now been down at turn number 1, just finding the outer limits of the Pirelli front tyre. Reese is up on his feet and he's walking away from that one. But that happened just behind Storm Stacey and Joe Talbot. As we're talking about Storm's midweek purchase of a purple Fiat Punto. Only he could do that. And he thinks it's cool. So I'm happy. If he thinks it's cool, I think it's cool. But more importantly, Reese Irwin, 69 Fowler at Redgate, turn 1, rider okay. Up on his feet walking away. And, you know, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Ian Parson heading that way on one of our taxi bikes, supplied by Honda UK, and that is probably in the perfect area. And what a brilliant job from our Port West Race Safe Marshals. The bike's already gone, Elia crosses the line, the yellow flags and yellow boards are gone, that are flashing. Brilliant. That's really, really good, strong Marshal teamwork there. I watched the Marshals all having their briefing this morning, all the incident officers with Stuart Higgs in the pit lane. And it's jovial, but it has a serious touch to it. And it's always nice when you see them in the morning. Everybody's ready to go. As Storm heads in towards turn 1, he's got Joe Talbot right behind him. Storm inside that top 10, still in 8th place. Danny Kent has made a bit of an improvement. He's gone up into 6th with a 1:28.191, and Joe Talbot goes P3. I was actually looking behind that. Joe Talbot goes P3. Bradley, Max Cook, Joe Talbot. Joe Talbot, 0.03 of a second away from the fastest time, 1:27.940. Wow, front row Joe. That's impressive from Joe Talbot. Well, we know he's got it. He was always a front runner in Superstock. And, you know, I used to interview Joe and never used to say that the way his riding style was a bit aggressive, but he was aggressive towards the actual tyre, and he said he knew that himself. And I think that last year he did in Supersport, riding for the 3B Construction Bench Pro squad, has really, really helped him, really refined him into making sure tyre management is a key part of Joe's strategy. I tell you what, the pace is there, that's for sure. Very much the pace is there for Joe Talbot, and that will have Darren Fry and Nigel Snook a little bit of a wry smile as Storm Stacey. Well, he's towing Joe Talbot round here. This is one of the nicest things I've ever seen Storm do, as he comes out of the last corner. Cross the line they go. Stacey with a good lap. Joe Talbot with a good lap. Joe does a 128.3, so knocks just a bit of time off it, and 128.5 for Storm. There's Peter Hickman. Bottom of the pile for Hickey. Is there an improvement? There is. He goes ahead of Richard Kerr. They swap times. That Peter's now only 1.8 seconds away from the fastest time. Brad Ray back on track, crossing the line. Kyle Ryde, likewise. Ooh, Kyle's got a good visual marker ahead of him. Goes by the name of Bradley Ray. Now, we don't have the ship to shore dash messages saying you're being followed, Brad, like we do in MotoGP. But interesting. Kyle's managed to position himself just behind Brad on the track. Not too close, but still gets a good look at him. Lee Jackson goes up 3 places into 11th with 10 minutes of the session to go. For all the bikes who are in the pit lane, you will probably see them coming back out in the next minute or so, and things will get a little bit busier, to say the least. We expect Max Cook, Danny Kent, Glenn Irwin, who are all inside the top 10 sitting in the pit garage. Rory Skinner, Eli Michalczyk, Leon Haslam, Andrew Irwin, Fraser Rogers, Jason O'Halloran and Luke Hedger. We expect those guys to come out as well. Charlie Spud Nesbitt, we did mention that he had fallen off at Crater Curves. Wouldn't expect him to take any further part. Rhys Irwin went down at Redgate, as did his teammate Eugene McManus. Those bikes didn't look too badly damaged. If they can get them back, it would be good if they can get them at least an outlap, just to make sure that there's no sensors being knocked, there's no switches being twisted, no wires broken as the bikes crash into the gravel. And Steve Hicken will be very much aware of that, and he'll want to try and get those bikes back running on track if he can. Brad and Kyle still lapping together. No improvement for lap time for those guys. Brad's last lap was only 0.03 of a second away from his fastest lap, and Kyle was 0.6 slower than his fastest lap. So Brad really has a good bit of pace inside him if he can just keep doing those laps. It was yellow all the way across the board, but his fastest is a 1:27.909, and he did a 1:29.934. In fact, it was a 27:29. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong screen there. Apologise for that one. At least you can hear me on YouTube now. So who's going to be the big mover and shaker towards the end of this? Well, there goes Brooksy up 5 places. He's been quiet through the session. His teammate has been ahead of him for quite a lot of it. But Brooksy goes inside the top 10 into 8th place and puts Storm Stacey down to 9th. Ryan Vickers in 10th place. There goes Rory. 14th place for Rory Skinner, 7/10 of a second away. It's Joe Talbot again crossing the line, doing another lap on the Bimota. And Kyle Ryde's now putting together a pretty quick, potent middle sector of the lap. Personal best sector 2 and sector 3 with 166.5 miles per hour through the speed trap. Here he comes out the last corner. Will this move Kyle up? He's only 0.2 of a second away. Does he move in position? Crosses the line, 1:28.418. No, he doesn't. He's 0.3 of a second away from his fastest time. But that was a good, strong end to the lap for Kyle. Lee Jackson, he's just seen his teammate go faster. We've got somebody else down at Redgate now up and walking away from that. Ooh, that's Bradley Ray. Ooh, that's Bradley Ray. Brad up and walking away, but several pieces of Yamaha strewn across the gravel trap is not what you expect to see. So let me confirm that. 28 Fuller, Redgate, turn 1, rider okay. So Brad goes down. And unfortunately, down goes the bike, hits the gravel and it starts to bounce and roll. Christian Idden slipped off at the Melbourne Loop. He's sitting on the bike and he's being pushed back by the marshals, and I believe he's getting to ride it back in towards the paddock. Yes, here he comes. He's coming back up on the track very slowly out the back of the commentary point. Looking down the side of the bike. Minimal damage to that Sencat Yamaha. But there we go. There's two fairly big hitters having a bit of an issue towards the end of the session with 6 minutes to go. Bradley Ray, fastest man in the session, and the man who sits third in the championship, crashes at Redgate, folds the front and puts the bike into the gravel, and that bike's had a bit. So I didn't expect that one to happen, but it shows you just how much these guys are pushing, even through free practice one. We've seen that with Charlie Spurnes, but both the Master Mac boys, Christian Idden and Bradley Ray, all sliding off. And with 5 minutes to go, Max Cook is on track. His teammate Joe Talbot sits in the pit lane. He is second and Joe is third. Scott Redding sits in a fine fourth place. He's had a very quiet session, Redding. He's been there or thereabouts, but he has done 19 laps, but his fastest lap was on lap 7. The most laps by anybody, both the Bimotas up there in 20 laps each for Joe and Max. It's Max Cook, so trying to get a bit of a visual on how Max is doing it, because he towed one of the Bobotas round. He's trying to get the favour returned now. Well, you know, there's a common sponsor in there, AGN Steelstock, on the side of Storms Ducati and the title sponsor of the Bomotas. So yeah, maybe working away just a little bit. We'll see how that one works out. So anyway, behind Scott Redding in 5th place, we've got Kyle Wright, then Danny Kent 6th. On track for Danny Kent, on track for 7th Glenn Irwin, on track for 8th Ryan Vickers. Just to let you know, if you're a Reading Power fan, he's just left the pit lane for an outlap. Scott Redding has. Josh Brooks is in 9th, but he sits in the pit lane half a second away from the fastest time in this session, but it's oh so close. 16 bikes covered by 0.8 of a second. Behind Josh Brooks in 10th place, Storm Stacey, again half a second away. Christian Idden in 11th place, half a second away. Those guys all within the same 10th. Just depends where in the 10th, if you're on the low side or the high side of it, you are. Puts you in a 3-position deficit. It's quite impressive how close those times are. And then the same for Lee Jackson, Charlie Nisbet and Rory Skinner. And Leon Haslam. They're all 0.6 of a second away from the fastest time. But Lee Jackson, 0.615. Go down 4 places. Leon Haslam, 0.655. That's how close that is. 300ths or 400ths of a second with those guys. And they've got 4 bikes all together. Here comes a pocket rocket out of the last corner. And he crosses the line. Leon, 15th place. Andrew Irwin's got a personal best first sector. So has Rory Skinner got a personal best first sector. And Ryan Vickers, personal best sector 1 and sector 2. Scott Redding comes out the last corner, crosses the line. Christian Idden back on track. He's got Fraser Rogers just ahead of him as they cross the line, all 3 together. And there goes Glenn. Very energetic out the last corner for Glenn. 7th place, 0.3 of a second away as he goes in and through Redgate. Just trying to see what the temperature is. Temperature is about 10 degrees, so it's, I wouldn't think it's not that chilly. It's still warm enough for shorts in the pit lane, but mind you, bike racing mechanics will always wear shorts, that's for sure. But the track has busied up. Here comes Vickers. What does he give us back? Does he improve in time and position? Well, he does a 1:32.3. No, he doesn't. And that's a shame because that lap started so well, but Andrew Irwin does. The MET Fonacab Ducati comes up 8 places into the top 10. He goes 9th on bike number 18, the yellow and blue Ducati, which does work. The colour scheme is stunning. The hospitality unit looks great. The trucks look great. The garage has turned out immaculately. They really have put together a good package under Andrew Irwin. And Danny Kent goes to the top of the times with a 1:27.8 127.9. So that's now 4 riders in the 127 club. Danny Kent, Brad Ray, Max Cook, Joe Talbot. They're still all separated though by 600ths of a second, the top 4. This is one of the tightest sessions I can remember in quite some time for free practice 1, with 1 minute 21 seconds to go in the session. Scott Redding goes to the top of the times of the 127.3 and puts a whole half second into the field. There you go, bang. That moves the goalposts. There you go, everybody. There's a marker, line in the sand. What have you got to come back with that one, says Scott Redding as he goes through Redgate and keeps it going as well. Personal best through sector number 1. So I would imagine that Scott Redding out there possibly on a shiny new Pirelli. We'll find out when we go down the garage. They might tell me, they might not tell me, but I'll find out later on tonight. And Vickers goes P2. Big improvement for the Honda UK star. Here comes Rory Skinner across the line. Didn't look like he got a good exit from the last corner. Way down in the rev range, passing the commentary box. And somebody pulls over right in front of him as they go through Redgate, so that's not going to help him on this lap. Storm Stacey comes back into the pit lane on the Batham's AGN Ducati. Here comes Brooksy. Danny Kent's had enough for his session as Brooksy carries on for another lap. Leon Haslam improves 1 place. Leon Haslam up to 16th ahead of Rory Skinner. But 1.2 seconds away from the fastest time. There's still a little bit of trouble at Mill there. Checker flag flies. Scott Redding takes a checker flag. 127.325. Backs his fastest lap up with another almost identical lap. And there go the safety car duo. Chris Glendenning, Pat Blakeney down pit lane to do a closing lap as the bikes start to come and take the checker flag. Hang about. Here comes Kyle Ryde. He's got a purple and a personal best. He's in 7th place. Where does he go to? He goes 2nd. Kyle Ryde on the nitrous coin. Nitrous competition racing Ducati goes P2. Still half a second shy of Scott Redding. That's a chunky gap at the end of free practice 1. It's been so close all the way through. Here comes Andrew Irwin, who just lost a lap a second to go. He crosses the line, stays in 11th place. Ryan Vickers keeps his 3rd place and looks good. And Rory Skinner again crosses the line, stays in 17th place for Rory. Max Cook, well, he'll be happy with his morning's work. 6th place. Half a second away from the fastest time. He was there or thereabouts for the entire session, right up until that blistering lap from Scott Redding in these conditions, 127.317. They've got a fair bit to go until they get to lap record pace, but you know, you wouldn't really expect that in free practice 1 when it's only 10 degrees out there. Glenn Irwin does hold that actually, 126.8, but a 127.3 for Scott Redding, half a second faster than Kyle Ryde and Ryan Vickers. In fact, listen to this. So Redding's 127.317. The next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders are all in the same 10th. They're all half a second away from Scott Redding. Kyle Ryde, Ryan Vickers, Danny Kent, Brad Ray and Max Cook. They're all half a second away. And it's that just shows you just how close that is at the sharp end of this championship. There you go, last bike's taking the checker flag. Out goes the safety car to do a closing lap. In 7th place, Joe Talbot. He's only 6/10 of a second away. Ilya Mikhalchik up there in the top 10 in 8th place. Fabulous run from Ilya. Glenn Irwin in 9th. Christian Eden, who we saw slip off, in 10th place. Andrew Irwin, Josh Brooks, Storm Stacey, Lee Jackson and Charlie Spud Nesbitt round out the top 15 with Leon Haslam, Rory Skinner, Fraser Rogers, Jason O'Halloran, Luke Hedger, Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus, who both slid off 21st and 22nd. Peter Hickman and Richard Kerr running out the top 24. Just one last bit about Rory Skinner. Happy birthday to his dad, Mike Skinner, who had a birthday during the week. I saw Rory manage to take him out for tea to a renowned restaurant in Perth. Isn't that lovely? There we go, that's the end of the Superbike session. We'll grab the stick mic and head down into pit lane. We'll also bring you action from the next session, which is the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Don't go too far, we'll be back in just a minute or so.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests. Big, beautiful, very fast, and you can buy one.
At this point, Terry Ryan has 29 riders in front of him, and he'll be battling his way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is, oh, and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh, dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Reimer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds, though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds, round the outside of Hayden, and there's no room for Hodgson, but Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel of, oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Sons hard on the outside. Oh, it's another contact, but miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's fault. Oh, no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, they just Hislop. Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think that one is going to be out of power. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it's, well, I tell you, I tell you what, I'm monitoring. Kianari. They've given it to Kianari. Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment. Here he comes up the inside.
Oh, he's messed it up. No, Howard Crowe for Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. Is it going to be Hill? Is it going to be Hopkins? And they cross the line. Hill! It's Hill by 6,000ths of a second.
This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch.
Haslam shining. He collided with one another as he goes there. Haslam gets it by 4,000ths of a second.
Already, Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch! They touch!
What's this? What that?
The winner takes it all here in BSB. There was a bump there from Kyle. Tommy's coming as well. It's going to be a run to the line. Pride runs where it goes. Kyle Ryan is the BSB champ for 2024. He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Ryan.
Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carolnash.com or over the phone today and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call to push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach? Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race, in the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Right. Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go on hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks, let the light pour in. Have a blast, let the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting flued out, yeah, you can bring a friend. Dive right in, let's go. No more than dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. No more than dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
So the BMWs are on track, and we are going to head down, or I'm going to head down to the pit lane with the stick mic. We have seen, unfortunately, somebody's already slipped off. I'm going to see on a cold tyre going through the kind of curves there. The rider's up and walked away from that one. But first time we've seen the BMWs on track this year. I know that our chief timekeeper, Richard Evans, is excited about this one of his favourite classes. He was just telling me as I was leaving the timekeeper's room after getting a few sheets of paper about the sessions that we have had already. We'll get them all across the line for the first time. And number 44 was the rider who unfortunately slipped off going through Crane. Because very, very easy to do that. If you sometimes tyre warmers don't work. You know, you can have a failure on a tyre warmer, and before you know it, you get to the first corner and then Harley Preble, unfortunately. Somebody else gone down as well, a second bike. It seems to be a place that's catching quite a few people out going in towards greener curves. Just the left-hander which goes down the hill, you've got to approach it with just a little bit of caution towards the start of a session, or you will quickly join the Craner Club, which is not a club that everybody wants to join, but is a club that a lot of A lot of great names have been in. Stuart Easton always told me, if you aren't in the Craner Club, you're about to be. I always remember that statement. So there you go. That was one from the legend. That is the legendary Rat Boy, who is Stuart Easton, who's very much been a motocross dad now. He's looking after the boys, and he's a busy man. Tried to get him to come to the next event, which is Knockhill, to help celebrate 30 years of the Superbikes, but unfortunately he's away motocrossing. In just a couple of minutes. So here we are down in the pit lane for our first time this weekend. Just using the microphone, which Larry Carter will be busy with this weekend. And we come to the Master Mac Hawk Garage, and we have a bit of a look inside. We try and keep it a little bit quiet, a bit of work to do. Great shame, but both the rookies just slipping off there at Redgate and looking to see what damage the bikes have got. Dan Brooks' bike sits in the middle of the garage. It's okay. But we can see at the side here, got the Rhys Irwin bike, which is getting properly stripped down, as is the Eugene McManus bike. Now, it looks like they're actually having a bit of a look in towards that, just to see if there's a... Remember I said when a bike goes into the gravel trap and it can ingest stones through the airbox? Maybe just having a bit of a check for that right now. We've got the old flashlight down there, and picking out little bits of gravel with long-nosed pliers out of various small, tiny areas in engines. But these guys will make sure they get to the bottom of that one, and hopefully everything will be okay. But there's a fairly comprehensive build on both those bikes that's going to have to happen, and that's a great shame. Quite an empty garage on the others. Otherwise, no riders there, no bosses there either. Andrew Irwin, good session for Andrew. Where did he finish up? We'll have a look at that. He did get a lap time removed towards the end. P11 for Andrew Irwin on the MET Fonacab Ducati. And remember, Andrew came here testing in the winter. It's the first time we saw the bike, and it went down pretty well. It hit the ground running. The yellow and blue setup is something that's pretty striking, actually, when you get a chance to see it. He's having a bit of a chat with the guys at the back of the garage. In fact, Andrew's not there. He's legged it already. Just the guys in the back of the garage having a bit of a chat into the IWR garage. Back on the tools for James Buckingham. Well, what difference a year makes, isn't it? He's loving it. Taking the front fairing off the lovely BMW, which finished well inside the top 10. Ilya was P8. He's on his phone just at this moment in time, so we're going to see if we can just tap him, see if we can grab a very quick word with Ilya at the front of the garage, because that's a really strong start to the weekend for the BMW Motorrad Rocket Oxygen bike. You've got to be happy with that. That's a good start to the weekend for you inside the top 10.
Yeah, obviously I was, let's say, a little bit expected to come to Donington. It's one of my good track in calendar. Will be more, let's say, different than in Alton, but still I'm not happy some areas where I can be strong, but we need to improve some things on the bike to be at least similar to the top guys, because we miss some small things on this high speed. So, but yeah, we were working, we're on the way, and for sure here the situation is quite different, and I'm happy already for this, and looking forward to make next steps and to close the gap to the front.
What are you missing? Because you're only 0.8 of a second away. It's not a lot, but where are the key parts?
Yeah, the problem is, I will be honest, that BMW have a lot of positive things, and this is positive things. Main things is the power of the bike and the electronic side. But unfortunately here we cannot use the strong point of BMW, because here is Motec and it's closed electronics. So we need to find a different way on the bike, how we can still use the strong point on the bike. And our issue now is that the power it's too fast, but then on the slow corner braking, the power go down to use the engine brake quite slow compared to the other guys. And on the different bike, that when they brake, the power go immediately to the zero from 100 or 90%, and then they have support from the let's say from the engine brake to stop the bike. And I don't have time these few seconds in 150 meters to stop the bike and go to the zero. So I'm a little bit out of the good entry lines, and this is giving me a little bit losing on this area. But we are improving. We make some small adjustment from Alton, and it's working on the correct way. But yeah, we still big room to improve, and I hope we will work hard with BMW, with the team, to find this way how to fix this, and to bring BMW again to the top of the fighting.
Ilya, thank you very much. Great stuff. Great first session. I love how honest and open he is. You know, he's 0.8 of a second away. It's not a huge amount of time, but it's enough to keep a racer searching for more and more and more, because that's what they do. That's what they expect. Looking in the Tag Honda garage, we've got Charlie Spud-Nesbitt, we've got JVS, we've got Matt Trulev, and we have got Fraser Rogers. A very, very busy garage in here. Charlie Nesbitt's bike is just getting a bit of work done to it. Thankfully, it doesn't look half as bad as some of the other bikes that have gone down through that area of the track. So that's good to see. Bit of work getting done. Charlie's deep in conversation with his crew chief, so we'll just let that one go at this moment in time. Lee Bob Jackson, one side of the garage. Josh Brooks. Every time I come down here, I almost come down and interrupt Josh Brooks' lunch. I'm going to just give him a minute and see if he lifts his eyes up. Interrupted his lunch at Alton Park. Do I really want to interrupt his lunch here as well? 12th place for Brooksy. Looks like he's having a bit of salmon and vegetables today. But Ben Stafford has just said, he gave me a thumbs up. So if Josh is clever, he won't lift his eyes up, because he won't want to lose sight of his lunch. But it looks like they're doing quite a detailed change on his bike. They're just knocking the forks down through the triple clamps. Whether they're whether they're taking them out or just knocking them down and bringing them to a different height, that could well be it. Yeah, let's have a word with Lee Johnson. He's standing right next to us. How are you, Mr. Johnson? The General himself. You have a good session there?
Yeah, it's been a little bit iffy with a technical issue. Just the clutch went halfway through, but nobody's fault. Just one of them things. But you stand admiring the Dow garage here. Looked tricky in there, doesn't it?
Yeah, step this way a couple of feet. I was actually thinking about Josh Brooks having his lunch at the back of the garage.
Yeah, he's a handsome devil, isn't he? It's I think he did amazing last week at the Northwest as well, and he was up there in most of the races, so it'll be interesting to see what this team can do going to the TT.
I was also admiring the garage. They've got such a good setup in here, such a proper setup. and Ben's starting to grow the moustache. Ben Stafford, the moustache seems to have come back in this paddock, doesn't it?
I think he's sliding into that midlife crisis trait. You know, obviously Josh being cool.
I'm going to ask if Josh will come out. This is twice I've ruined his lunch now. Done it at Oulton Park, done it here. He said yes. So this is where you'll hear Duncan apologise at the start of this interview to Josh, and then Josh will give me a hard time about ruining his lunch. But a good session. This is 2 weekends in the bounce I've ruined your lunch now. I'm very sorry. I done it at Oulton Park, but I want to hear from you because that looked like a decent free practice one from where I was sitting in the commentary box for you, Josh Brooks.
Well, then your eyes deceive you. No, it wasn't a very strong FP1 for us. Like, my personal best time for Donington is 1:27.1, which I did in the race last. To do the bikes not operating how I anticipated. It's hard because people listening in and be like, well, haven't you had all pre-season to get this dialed in? And we have. We've made a lot of changes during pre-season, and often it seems now often you make changes that you think are improving the package. They may have worked better at Monte Blanco, or they may have worked better at Andalusia, or they may work better at pre-season temperatures, but the reality is if you can't reproduce the lap time that you need to at a race weekend, then have you improved? So this is where we stand. We've got data, we've got evidence, we've got feeling that says, oh, this as they say, we're riding around in race conditions against our competition, and we're not matching the time. So yeah, we have to maybe, I guess a worst case scenario is go back to what we had last year, or...
Is that a step back that you don't want to take?
Well, it's not a step back if we recover lap time, but it's it means that we haven't improved. We haven't gained any knowledge. We've left what we learned before on the table. So we're trying to maintain what I feel was better from pre-season, and somehow incorporate that whilst trying to get back to the lap times. And the idea is that what we try to make the bike better will make the lap time come easier. But at the moment, we've kind of made a bike that works better. It's more predictable for the rider, looks better in numbers on the computer, but without seeing a lap time, we haven't actually succeeded.
Yeah, that's not the greatest thing, but I mean, you said to me at Oulton Park, there's a couple of key issues. You might need to try and put a band-aid over one in order to improve it somewhere else. Is that something that you're still hunting for?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got a bike, we're trying to make it wheelie less, and we're improving that a little bit. It's not as good as some of the other bikes, I don't think, but it's not wheeling as bad as we had. But it's not stopping. Corner entry's an issue. And, last year, corner entry was already a problem, and it appears that we've made it worse in some ways. So, yeah, and now, we've shortened the bike to make it put more load on the rear, which normally helps corner entry, but then we lose grip, like on drive. So it's just a really frustrating environment just at the minute. So I'm doing my best to try and maintain professional
professional approach.
Yeah. I'm trying to just not let the emotions get the better of me and just stay focused on what I can do session by session, and report and work with the team to try and find a solution.
You're a veteran, that's why you can keep that professional attitude very much there. Okay, so a bad free practice one, lining that, let's go for a better free practice two.
Yeah, exactly. you know, we've already, you know, got ideas of what we're going to do in practice too, even without looking at the data. So with some little bit extra time to go over the numbers and get a clear idea of what's actually happening during the ride, will hopefully help us make a good change. But you know, I'll find out at the same rate everybody else does.
Josh, thank you.
No problem.
There we go. And interrupted his lunch there as well. Senkat Yamaha garage, we did see Christian didn't have a bit of a slide off. Thankfully he was able to pick the bike up and get going again. I said I would give you an update of the BMWs, and let me do that now because there won't be much time left in the BMW session. Oh, Nicky Coates fastest from Bobby Berry, Christian Smith, James Ellison, chasing the race in Josh Corner from Scotty Carson, Kieran Smith. Thomas Strudwick returns. Fabulous. Williams Tynan, Kenny McLeod, Davy Grace, Aaron Dakin and Liam Vella, with Rob McNeely rounding out the top 15. I had to get out of that garage. I've got the bikes running. It's so fumy. It's not a healthy place to be. But interesting. I always like getting an interview with Brooksy because it's a proper download you get from him. And you know, he's maintaining a professional approach there, which we like to see. He's not getting emotional. You would expect him never to do that. But it must be hard. You know, he's been here a long time, went faster last year and struggling a little bit this year. So a lot of garage doors closed in this session as we come down to the team who finished fastest at the end of free practice 1. And that is the Hagar PBM Ducati squad. We have got John Hepson on the floor, the front forks are out. We've got Warren with the handlebar, just holding it out the way. Crew chief Johnny Moore having a bit of a look on, and Harry Parkinson sitting with his ratchet in his hand, just doing a bit of work. Now, there's quite a detailed change on this bike, I'd say. I wonder if it's not something you expect to see after being fastest in free practice 1. Is that maybe a head angle change? So, John, a fairly large detailed change happening to the bike here, even after being fastest in free practice 1.
Standard for a Ducati, Dunk. Just trying to fine-tune it now, just to make the lap time a little bit more consistent. But no, all good to be fair.
I mean, that was a close session, right up until the end when you guys put half a second into everybody and moved the goalpost at the end. And he did it 2 laps in the bounce.
Yeah, it's always nice, but, you know, it's nice to be you know, we missed a test here at Donington, which was obviously pivotal for us. But, yeah, it's a circuit Scott knows well, and obviously the bike goes well. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll make some changes and try and improve it a little bit more.
What did Scott say about the bike when he got off it? Was he happy, or there's always room for improvement in the rider's eyes?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were, you know, constantly making changes throughout the session. First run out, the bike was a pile of turd, but, you know, we got it better, and, you know, hopefully we'll keep chipping away and not show our cards too early.
John, thanks for your time. Great stuff. Great to see Scott Redding back at the top of the times in the Superbike Championship. Let me see if I can just sneak next door. I wonder if the Pocket Rocket's still about, because Leon didn't do too many laps in that session. Oh, one man it is here. Let me grab board with Ron Haslam. Ron, good to see you. Leon didn't do a lot of laps in that session. Was everything okay? But
everything's okay. We're getting a little bit of engine brake problems at the moment, so Wilf's sorting it out now. He knows where it was, so hopefully the next one should be okay.
Now, he did do the pre-season test here, but was that on the old bike? This is the first time the new bike's been here?
We had the new bike at Alton, but that was the first time for Alton Park, so we are a little bit behind on the test schedule, but, you know, we're getting there, so, you know, first free practice, you know, get it sorted.
Ron, thank you very much. Legend, ladies and gentlemen. Ron Haslam. Rocket Ron Haslam. That's good to know. So there was a slight problem in that side, so they are going to get that fixed. Ron's just looking at the rear set. The Nitrous Competition Racing Garage, Glenn Irwin's bike on the far side, looking okay. Typical strip down. Kyle Ride's bike, exactly the same thing, stripped down as the BMW session comes to an end. Let me just grab a quick look at a television picture here and tell you that fastest was Nicky Coates for his LDC by FPF performance. He'll be happy with that one, will Nicky? Josh Corner second place, with Christian Smith up there in third, then Bobby Very fourth, James Ellison rounding out the top 5. Park friendly conditions at the end of the session for these guys. Let me grab a quick word with Ryan if I can. Ryan, be nice, come on, be nice. Look at this. This will cheer you up. Look who's fastest in the BMW session here. One of your men.
What are we calling Nicky this year?
I don't know. Give me a nickname for him. Quickie?
There's lots.
Quickie from Nicky. You got to be happy. And there's a smile in the garage. Glenn looked a lot better there. Things, you know, you've been busy the past couple of weeks, but that looked good on track.
Yeah, no, to be fair, the last couple of weeks has been mental. Doing Oulton Park and then straight to the Northwest and then straight to here it's been tough for everybody, tough for the whole team. But most of all, the problems we had with the bike at Oulton Park, every time we seemed to get something solved, something else happened instantly. I mean, like, so there was numerous reasons, but no, we got it sorted. Got the Northwest, had a good Northwest. First Superbike, we won it. Third in the last one due to the red flag. And we're here and we're on the pace straight away. We didn't put a new rear tyre in there, so we're happy with the pace we've got at the minute. Quite a few guys put new rear tyres in, so no, we're at the minute we're in a good place.
Good stuff. You and Glenn can let me know what we're calling Nicky this year, and I'll relate to everybody else later on, okay?
Yeah, Pupper, we were calling him Pupper for...
Been Pupper, we've been Wee Babes, we've been everywhere with him, but he needs a new one, because this could be a championship year for Nicky.
It could be. It should have been the last couple of years, but it's just got away from him. This could be the year.
Thanks, Ryan. Catch you later on. Good to catch up with Ryan Rainey, man behind the kind of thinking process, I'm going to say, on that side of the garage for the Hager PBM. Not for the Hager, for the Righteous Coin, but speaking of Hager PBM, stumbling to Frank Bird at the back of the garage. Your boy's fastest in free practice one. I can see the smile.
Yeah, very happy to be fair. This is where we wanted to be, straight at the top, first practice. So, yeah, the boys been working hard since Oulton Park. We found a few things we wanted to try on the bike. It seems to be working. Scott's in a good mood. So, yeah, it's the best place to start for the rest of the weekend. Hope it carries on.
Rock and roll.
That's the plan. Fingers crossed.
Good stuff. Well done, Frank. That's good for the team there. Yeah, Ryan Rainey, the crew chief for Glenn Irwin. So, Glenn, I'm pretty sure will come back and let me know exactly what Nicky's nickname is for 2026. A quickie from Nicky's what we've just seen, though, and that was very much Nicky Coates being fastest in the BMW F900R session. You got time for a quick chat, Mr. Vickers?
We can have a walk and chat, can't we, Duncan?
Where are you going?
Luke Moss's garage, you know where it is.
Yeah, up there. Is he due you money?
No, I got some stickers for him.
Ah, right, okay. How was that session? I was watching, you were 8/10 of a second away. You're chunky down the bottom of the timetable, then bang, you came back up. You kind of brought yourself alive.
Yeah, we'll forget the 8 temps. That sounds a bit too far, but we'll keep to P3. That sounds a bit better. It's not easy, you know. We've got some big problems, but we're managing to get around it. Hopefully, we can improve the bike quite a lot for this next session. I think we need to. So let's see. It's not going to be easy, I don't think.
I'm rooting for you, as a lot of people are. Thank you very much for your time. We'll let you go to Luke Mossy. There must be an invoice coming with those stickers. Can't imagine the stickers are going to be going out for nothing. We did want to try and catch up with a few others, but we've walked that fast at the back of the garages. They've all disappeared. That's what happens when you get to lunchtime. If you're taking part in the Carol Nash ride, please make sure you get yourself there ASAP. If you're taking part in the Carol Nash ride, I was asked to say that from Scott Fanner, who is the man behind a lot of the promotional stuff at the British Superbike Championship, and make sure that happens ASAP. The Carol Nash parade lap. You should be ready by now. Let's just pop into this garage and we'll come back in a second or so. So we're on lunch break just now. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. You'll see the Carl Nash pillion laps.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the new range finish drills or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Ceratizit Group, tooling the future.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests. Big, beautiful, very fast, and you can buy one.
At this point, Terry Rymer has 29 riders in front of him, and he'll be battling his way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Rymer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds. Around the outside of Hayden, and there's no room for Hodgson, but Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel of, oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Sons hard on the outside. Oh, it's another contact, but miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's. Oh no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, they did. Hislop. Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think that one is going to be out of power. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it's, well, I tell you, I tell you what, I'm monitoring. Kianari. They've given it to Kianari. Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment. Here he comes up the inside.
Oh, he's messed it up. Oh, Howard Cruel, Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. Is it going to be hit? Is it going to be Hopkins? And they cross the line. It's Hill by 6,000ths of a second.
This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch.
With one another, and they go there. Haslam gets it by 4,000ths of a second.
Already, Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch! They touch!
What's this? What that?
The winner takes it all here in BSB. There was a bump there from Kyle. Tommy's coming as well. It's going to be a run to the line. Pride runs where it goes. Kyle Ryan is the BSB champ for 2024. He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Ryan.
Carroll Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carrollnash.com or over the phone today and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call to push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach? Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race, in the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Hey, yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks, let the light pour in. Have a blast, let the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting flued out, yeah, you can bring your friends. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the new range finish drills or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Ceratizit Group, tooling the future.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests. Big, beautiful, very fast, and you can buy one.
At this point, Terry Rymer has 29 riders in front of him, and he'll be battling his way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is all, and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Rymer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds. Round the outside of Hayden. And there's no room for Hodgson. But Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel. Oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Son's hard on the outside. Oh, it's another contact. But miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's. Oh no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think the Honda's going to be out of power. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it's, well, I tell you, on the line. I tell you what, our monitor. Kianari. They've given it to Kianari. Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment here, he comes up the inside.
Oh, he messed it up. Oh, Howard Crowe, Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. They're going to be Hill, they're going to be Hopkins, and they cross the line. Hill! It's Hill by 6,000ths of a second.
This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 50 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch. Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch! They touch!
Watch this!
The winner takes it all here in BSB! There was a bump there from Kyle! Tommy's coming as well! It's going to be a run to the line! Prizewell's here it goes! Kyle Wright is the BSB champ for 2024! He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Wright!
Carol Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carolnash.com or over the phone today and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call to push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach? Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race, in the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Aye. Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks that the light pour in. Have a blast, got the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting food out, yeah, you can bring your friends. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the mid-range finish drills or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Ceratizit Group, tooling the future.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests. Big, beautiful, very fast, and you can buy one.
At this point, Terry Rymer has 29 riders in front of him, and he'll be battling his way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is all, and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Rymer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds. Around the outside of Hayden, and there's no room for Hodgson, but Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel of, oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Sons hard on the outside. Oh, it's another contact, but miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's fault. Oh no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, they're down. Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think that one is going to be out of power. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it's, well, I tell you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session for the British Superbike Championship. We're here at Donington, and I'm Duncan Vincent. The Pirelli British Sportbike Championship is back on track for free practice number 2. Free practice 1 was topped by Alfie Davidson from Rossi Barnum and Cameron Dawson. It was a pretty interesting session. Alfie Davidson has been the man on a mission, shall we say, all year. He's topped every single session, and he's won all the races, so he is very much on form. Alan Hyde has arrived with Laura. So the other half of BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, is here. The outside half, so that's 3 halves, doesn't make sense, is still to arrive tomorrow. That will be Larry Scoop Carter. We look forward to Scoop being here. But I'm Duncan Vincent. I'm in the commentary box, and Alan is behind us, just bringing the magical studio to life, where tomorrow everything shall be good. And we can't wait for race day. But before we get to race day, we have to run through free practice day. This is a very important part of the weekend. And as I mentioned, Alfie Davidson fastest from Rossi Barnum and Cam Dawson. Dan Goodman was very much up there as well, which is a bit of a surprise, actually. Very impressed with young Dan. Steps over from the Moto4 British Championship and gets himself into the sharp end of the sport bike straight away, which is something that we like to see, the youngsters making progress. And the man behind him, 5th place this morning, Harley McCabe, was equally as impressive, and he has been from the start of the year. Aidan Davies 6th, Charlie Barnes 7th, Kieran Kent 8th, 9th Ted Wilkinson, and 10th was Charlie Atkins from this morning's session. So the weather is still lovely here at Donington. We have got a few broken clouds in the sky, a bit of a light breeze, nothing to worry about whatsoever. Nice dry conditions, which is slightly different from what I woke up to this morning. I woke up to, shall we say, pretty heavy rain. I was about 10 miles south from the racetrack, and the rain was pretty heavy, but as we came up the road, up the, I think it's the M42, I'm not 100% sure, the weather did improve, and now we have this. So Duncan Vincent on air all afternoon. Let me push this button so you can see a little bit of pit lane action if you're watching on the YouTube. There we go. A busy-ish pit lane of, not bikes, just of the pit crews that we have down there. And the pit crew's all an integral part of what's going on. We can see some of our Port West technical team down there. They're always, I'm not going to say on the prowl because that makes it sound bad, but they're always on the lookout for anything and in radio communication with Race Direction. Should anything need actioned by them, they would get onto that pretty quickly. Once again, though, Davidson has hit the top of the times, and he is looking like he is properly in control. And this is worrying for everybody else, because when somebody hits the ground running at the start of the year and just keeps showing that incredible immense pace every single session, it starts to grind you down. It will definitely grind you down. It will get under your skin. And Alfie Davidson is just a man on a bit of a mission. It's great to see him looking so strong. This has been coming for a long time. You know, this isn't just something that's happened overnight. This comes from quite easily, I'm going to say, midpoint of last year. Cadwell Park putting an absolute pin on the date when everything changed. Alfie became a very aggressive, fast, formidable rider in this championship. And he has continued since that day. And a lot of these guys out here are now, unfortunately, under the cosh of that. But they're not going down without a fight. Cam Dawson comes back to this championship after sampling it towards the end of last year, where I've said so many times that he just needed a different kind of path in his career. He needed a little break. He needed something that was going to make that young man show his promise, deliver the smiles and the speed that we know he has. And it's exactly what the Sportbike Championship has done. It's gone from national to British level. So it's elevated its stature in the championship pecking order. And it also kind of follows what happens in the world scene. When the world decide to pick up a championship and make it world, we follow instinctively the same suit. But we haven't lost the true essence of Sportbike. We have still got all the same kind of format of bikes. We do not have any of the kind of weird ones that they've let in World Sportbike. So what we have is a very good level playing field that just gets tweaked here and there little bits by MSV's technical advisor Scott Smart, who is not with us this weekend. Scott will be across there is a World Superbike round on, isn't there? Yes, Scott's away at the World Superbikes this weekend, so unfortunately not with us, not in body anyway, very much in spirit. He's always on the end of a phone, that's for sure. Davidson, Harris and Davey. There you go, that's your top three. Well, Alfie Davidson, no surprise there. Carl Harris in second place, Aidan Davey in third, Super Ted in fourth place, Ted Wilkinson, Kieran Kent, Rossi Banham, Dan Goodman, Harley McCabe. You're saying, hang on Duncan, where's Cam Dawson? Hang on a minute. Brodie Goth 9th, Cam Dawson in 10th place on bike number 2, about to come through and cross the line. Will Dawson improve his position? I would imagine he may a little bit. Aidan Davey, Dan Goodman certainly does. Cam Dawson goes up 3 places into 7th. So good to see Brodie Goth back inside the top 10. The former Super Teen champion, the man who, I think he was the inaugural Super Teen champion because Henry Snell won it in the second year. But Brodie jumped into the sport bike class and it found out it was pretty hard going, to tell you the truth. A lot of these riders had been not knowing the bikes for longer because it was a new class, but definitely the circuit, and that kind of helped them just that little bit more. There also a lot of riders had come from maybe the old junior Superstock class and worked their way back into the sport bike class. Maybe when you look at CC capacity, they probably worked their way up because these are bigger capacity bikes than what we used to have in the junior Superstock class, or junior Superstock. But yeah, it's good to see Brodie back up there. Harrison McKay just outside the top 10 on the Armada SC31 Aprilia. And I'm mentioning that because I popped into the garage downstairs just to have a look at a timetable, and the whole of the SC31 team were there around the table. The only person working in that garage was Mark Hanna. I have to point this out. Mark Hanna working away feverishly. Everybody else just having a spot of dinner, as they call it in that garage. Some people may call it lunch, but I've got to say to Duncan, it's a bit of dinner. And they even offered me some food that was very, very nice, but I'd already purchased something this morning, so thank you very much to Tammy Sellers is on a mission to feed me this weekend, and I like it. It's a nice mission. Thank you very much, Tammy. But young Harrison said that was a good session for you this morning. He said, thank you very much. I enjoyed it. I felt good. And that's an improvement for the young man. Dave Sellers, Big Salty, was down there, and he's somebody who keeps a good close eye on Harrison McKay. Zach Weston just about to go out on his bike. Throws a leg over his. Craig Dance likewise throws leg over his to go out. Craig Dance on the NW Aprilia. Good to see Craig steps up from the Super Teen Championship. Zach Weston, Speedy Freight NW Racing. He was actually outside the 110% this morning because he hadn't actually been on track. This is the first that we've seen Zach Weston on track. So another Zach attack on track. I wonder if I'll catch up with my good friend Zach Cordroy this weekend, the injured warrior who is out of commission from the Pirelli, the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, after he fell just to the right of where I'm sitting at this moment in time. He fell out of Goddard's, down he went. And Zach, I think he done that shoulder, which was a bit of an issue for him. Not the greatest of things to have happen. But thankfully, on the road to recovery, which is what we like to see. Because we like Zach Corduroy. So Alfie Davidson from Carl Harris. Carl Harris sits in the pit lane from Dan Goodman and Ed Best. Aidan Davey, 5th place. Ted Wilkinson, Cam Dawson, Harley McCabe, Freddie Barnes and Harrison McCain. No real changes there, nothing groundbreaking. A few shuffles. Rossi Barnum's been pushed outside the top 10. Finds himself in 11th. Kieran Kent in 12th. With Lewis Smart, Brodie Goth. Zach Shelton in 15th is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, to be honest, Zach being that far back. After the speed and performance that we saw Zach deliver at Alton Park, where, if I'm not mistaken, I think Shelton was a front row starter. He finds himself a little bit out of place, and there's been a whole lot of moving there. He's now up to 11th, so he has gone up 4 places on that last lap. And Rossi Barnum goes up 6 places to put himself P6 in the middle of the top 10. Number 67, Course Cup, turn 9 and 10. That's the Fogarty S's. And 67, that's Taylor Rose. Names just at the bottom of the top 20. We're keeping a bit of an eye on here. Well, Asher Durham in 20th. Peter Willis, Jacob Stevenson, Lennon Doherty, Callum B. Lennon Doherty won't be happy being 23rd, 24th now, because Jacob Stevenson and Finn Smart-Whedon have both improved. A little bit of work to do there. Lennon, who was having an okay Alton Park, and then just said the bike seemed to lose quite a lot of power, and that's a bit of an issue if it loses power. Just bikes were driving past him in a straight line, so bit of work to do for Lennon, but they certainly won't give up, that's for sure. Having a look at the exit of Goddard's here, some of the bikes come through and out of that corner. Joe Ellis comes through, lovely style for Joe Ellis. Here comes Callum Beach on the UPVC Outlet Racing. Number 20. And he was a front runner in Super Team, so what can he do here? As we just have a bit of a look at the back of the commentary point, see a bit of overtaking in towards the Melbourne Loop. A couple of boys out there actually racing each other, which is never the greatest thing to do when you're in the middle of a free practice session, but it happens. If you are in the paddock area, you'll see the lovely JCB setup that we've got down there. 3 of the finest, in fact 4 of their finest on display. JCB, JCB, depends how you want to say it. It's always cool when you pass the World's Parts Centre on the way in. I like that. It's a big, big complex. Ed Best comes up into 4th place. Now, Seafoam Green is a Gibson colour from a Gibson guitar range. Other guitars are available and infinitely better. If you're a Rickenbacker lover, I'll be right up that one. That's not a problem. But Ed Best steps into the British Sportbike Championship, as I've said earlier on, from the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And again, loyal to the SimSeries team. Rossi Banham up into P3, up 4 places. Rossi Banham, since the swap from Yamaha last year to Aprilia, Rossi Banham really has hit the ground running this year on bike number 51. And the GR Performance Suzuki, actually, he's on. Sorry, he is on a Suzuki. Do you need me to do a pre-show for you, Laura? Just if I push that there. It's... we'll see if you come up and show up. So what have we got? 8 minutes of this free practice 2 session for the Pirelli British Sportbike to go. And those 8 minutes will go pretty quickly, that is for sure. Can Alfie Davidson hold on and top all the sessions that we've had? That will be a big ask. It'll be pretty impressive. And only Alfie Davidson, well, you know what? He puts pressure on himself, but the pressure also comes a little bit from when you start to be on that man, that guy on that role. Everybody, you know, you have a big target on your back, and everybody's then looking at you, and the pressure does intensify. It does intensify quite a lot. And with Alfie having this really strong start to 2026, bearing in mind we have only had, right, 1 race meeting, but we've had lots and lots and lots of testing and track sessions, and Davidson always appears at the top. There goes Lennon Doherty with his brand new leathers. There was a plea on social media from Dad, anybody passing the leather factory, can you please pick them up? So he's managed to get them out. The brave man wearing them, but you know you've got to wear them. You've got to wear them in. You've got to get them comfortable. As through goes Rhys Stevenson. Rocket Racing 76 for Rhys Stevenson. 19th place for young Rhys, 1.5 seconds away, and behind Brodie Goth by 1,000th of a second. That's how tight do you like it? That is very, very tight. Asher Durham crosses the line. And Asher Durham, you know, he's a local man to this area. 16th place for Asher, 1.5 seconds away. Asher Durham is a faster rider than 16th place. And just needing to get a little bit more of a handle on what's going on out there. But it shows you just what the pace in this championship is actually like. Alfie Davidson has a half-second lead at the sharp end. He's half a second up the road from Ed Best, who's now in 2nd place. So it's Aprilia, Kawasaki, Suzuki at the sharp end. Then Carl Harris sits in 4th place on his Rocket Rookie Suzuki. That rhymes, I've just noticed that. And I quite like that. I'll be using that one later on. Number 27, Faller at Craner Curves. Rider OK. Number 27, Faller at Craner Curves, Callum Beach. A Bergelli man on the UPVC Outlet Racing. Kawasaki unfortunately slipped off at the Craner Curves. Into the Craner Club he goes. So basically everybody on track with 5 minutes to go, apart from Rossi Banham and Dan Goodman. And with only 5 minutes of this session to go, you know, we have a pretty special Carol Nash garage. Why not make your way down to that? The Carol Nash garage. Lots to see. I don't want to give too much away because that'd be the wrong thing. Then you know what you're going to see when you go down to that Carl Nash garage. But Laura mentioned it to me yesterday, who is the press. I was going to say press darling. She's the boss, the press person for BSB. Get it together, Duncan. Laura Stevens told me yesterday, make sure you give the garage a bit of a plug. That would be good. The BSB Media and Communications boss, and yeah, go and have a look in that garage. Garage number 1. Scott Fanners just reminded me as well. The Carol Nash garage is worth a visit. And when you get down there, make sure you snap some pictures. Make sure you tag BSB in your story so they can see that you have been there and that you are very much aware of what's going on in the Carol Nash garage. Push the little preview button, and there's a bit in the corner. And we're going to have a little bit of pit lane camera action from Laura at some point today as well. We'll look forward to that. There we go. It's amazing when somebody knows what they're doing, they come along and they put a little bit of tech on. And before you know it, Wes is on the phone. That's what it is. Wes Cam. He can't stay away. He really can't stay away. But with 4 minutes of the session to go, we need to bring our eyes away from our YouTube stream. I do hope you're enjoying it. If you're standing trackside, you'll want to know exactly what's happening or if there's anything changing. And right now, the word is no. It's still bike number 28, Alfie Davidson, who has a half-second lead on the field from Ed Best on the SimCity's Kawasaki in second place. So it's the iron competition Aprilia of Ian Newton with his team and Alfie Davidson on that bike at the sharp end. Is that Steady Eddie in the pit lane? It is that. Ed Best comes down the pit lane. He's needing to get himself a 2026 set of leathers because he's still got the number 44 in the hump. But mind you, some riders are very loyal to their numbers and they don't like to change. Ed's running number 8 this year. That's because Sam Green already has 44 in this championship. Big jump for Charlie Barnes. He's having a great weekend on the Sencat Aprilia. Charlie Barnes up into 8th place on bike 26. The young Preston-based rider. He's Aprilia and he going very well together here. Remember I mentioned Zach Shelton and I questioned why Zach Shelton was so far down. Well, Zach Shelton now finds himself in 4th place. So Zach very much on pace and looking pretty good. Up at the sharp end, Zach Shelton. Davidson, Best, Dawson, Shelton. Harris, Banham, McCabe. Harley McCabe showing his good run of form continuing. Charlie Barnes showing us that this is a huge improvement for this young man. Then Dan Goodman as well. Big turn up in pace for Dan Goodman and Harrison McKay in 10th. You know, there's some new names inside the top 10 and that's exactly what we like to see happening in championships. A little bit of changing just does it good. The rotation of names at the top in this class has been, well, apart from the very top is Alfie Davidson, but everything behind Alfie Davidson has been a lot of new names in and out of that top 10. The emergence of Harley McCabe is a great one, it really is. And you know, we're only a matter of rounds away from Ted Wilkinson cementing himself in there. Ollie Walker, who's in the top 15 regularly. Kieran Kent, Jacob Stevenson, Charlie Atkins. We've seen one of the SimCity's Kawasaki's going very well. We know that Charlie Atkins can go the same pace as Ed Best. It's not far away. Who's just made a bit of a jump there? Well, I just said Ted Wilkinson. He goes P4. It's like I could see into my crystal ball. Ted Wilkinson with a huge turn up there. And up 9 places into 4th place. Zach Shelton goes P2. The gap, though, comes down to 0.3 of a second between 1st and 2nd. Alfie Davidson back to Zach Shelton. That 0.3 of a second is still comfortable for Alfie Davidson. And Alfie's just said, hang on, everybody. Here's a purple first sector. You're now going to watch me go through the next part of the lap, which is the run up towards the top of Coppice. I'm going to hit the brakes, I'm going to pull the bike down, and I'm going to back on its side as we go through there. 25.5, another new purple sector. Alfie Davidson is lighting the TSL timing screen up here towards the end of this session as we come down towards the last minute. We wait for Davidson to come through the Fugger TSs. We look at the back of the commentary box windows. There's one of the CF motorbikes. It comes through, and did Davidson, was that him running through? No, it wasn't. That was Carl Harris. Alfie Davidson does continue on, but 12.4 and then 11 seconds, so it just drifts away ever so slightly. But has he already done enough to improve his his lap time towards the end of this? Big long look over the shoulder for one of the MP Suzukis. And where is Alfie Davidson? Here he comes now, crossing the line. The black and orange bike crosses the line. What does he do? 1:34.8. He puts 0.6 of a second into the field. And that was with 2 sectors that were just a little bit away from where he would want to be. Charlie Atkins fastest in one and Rossi Banham fastest in the other. Sector 3 and sector, was that 1, 2, yeah, sector 3 and sector 4. Just short sectors, but Alfie Davidson, 1:34.887, only rider as the checker flag goes out to go sub 1:35. Incredible stuff from Alfie Davidson. A really, really strong run through this session. And very, very impressive to see that one working out for the Iron competition team. Just holding it there just to get everybody else across the line. There's a couple of guys on green. Rossi Banham may improve himself. Rhys Stevenson's got a couple of green sectors as well with that one. Yeah, Rossi Banham does. He goes up into 5th place. And what can Rhys Stevenson do? Rhys Stevenson, well, he stays in 10th. So let me quickly run through the top 15 or top 20 if we can get down to it in time, as Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney once again, lights ablaze in the safety car, are about to go and start the closing lap here. Last couple of bikes come through to take that checkered flag, and it's 28 Alfie Davidson fastest from 17 Zach Shelton and 8 Ed Best. We have Aprilia topping the times for the Iron competition. We have a Triumph in 2nd place, and we have a Kawasaki in 3rd place. In fact, it changes right at the end there. Cam Dawson just goes ahead of Ted Wilkinson up into 4th, so Cam Dawson sneaks it right at the very, very end. Davidson, Shelton and Best are your top 3, with Cam Dawson in 4th and Ted Wilkinson in 5th. Rossi Banham a good 6th place, with Carl Harris, Harley McCabe and Charlie Barnes again inside the top 10 ahead of Rhys Stevenson. Dan Goodman, Harrison McKay, Kieran Kent, Aidan Davey, Lewis Smart in 15th place. Asher Durham down in 16th place, scratching my head at that one just a little bit for Asher. And Ollie Walker 17th, Charlie Atkins 18th, the Doc Lane and Docherty inside the top 20 in 19th. And only 1.7 seconds away from the fastest time in 20th place, bike number 7, Jacob Stevenson. We shall be back with the next session, which will once again be our second run-through of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. So don't go too far, back in a couple of minutes.
They've given it to Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment, here he comes up the inside.
Oh, he's messed it up. Oh, Howard Crowe, Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. They're going to be hit, they're going to be Hopkins, and they cross the line. It's Hill by 6,000ths of a second. This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch. They collided with one another as they go there. Haslam gets it by 4,000ths of a second. Already, Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch! They touch! The winner takes it all here in BSB. There was a bump there from Kyle. Tommy's coming as well. It's going to be a run to the line. Pride runs ring home. Kyle Ryan is the BSB champ for 2024. He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Ryan.
Carol Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carolnash.com or over the phone today and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call to push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach? Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race, in the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks that the light pour in. Have a blast, got the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting food out, yeah, you can bring your friends. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
So the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship makes its way out onto circuit here at Donington Park for free practice number 2. Free practice 1 was topped by Luke Stapleford with Jack Kennedy, Oliver Barr and Harry Truelove. Carter Brown, a really good 5th place, showing both the 3B Construction Ducatis were inside that top 5. And the General Lee Johnson, who I spoke to down there in the pit lane actually, and he mentioned that he had a bit of a clutch issue, if I'm not mistaken, in a quick interview before he started talking about Josh Brooks' lunch, which was a rather strange interview. It's always the same with Lee Johnson. Dean Harrison in 7th, Ben Curry with Freddie Barnes and James McManus. JB Davies was in 11th with Max Wadsworth and Billy McConnell, the two Triumph McLaren Factory racing bikes together, 12th and 13th. They'll be trying to look for a little bit of improvement through this session. With Lucas Brown, TJ Toms, Corey Tinker, Cam Hall, Jack Mahaffey. We'll keep our eyes on Jack on the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki in this session as well, see if he can make any improvements. Cam Swain, 19th place and also fastest in the Cup class, and Joshua Bannister in 20th place on bike number 7. So yeah, a few people will be trying to do some sort of improvements, but we're going to stick the camera on in the commentary box because we've got a special guest who's popped in to see us. Just step this way a little bit. There we go. We don't need to hug each other, but we just want you on camera. Steve Sargent's popped up here. It's all very well. You're directly below us in the garages, so it's really handy that you can pop up and see us. And we can do a little bit of talking about the McLaren Factory racing team. 2 riders, Max and Billy. Obviously, Billy's having to get brought into the championship because of the issue that happened to poor Bradley at the start of the year at our very first test. Can you give us an update, first of all, how Brad actually is?
Yeah, so we actually...
Oh, hang on. Operator error from me there, sorry.
Yeah, so we actually had a nice email from Brad a couple of days ago. He said that his recovery is actually progressing faster than both him and his doctors expected to. So no date really set in terms of a return, but good news in terms of his recovery so far. So, you know, best of wishes to Brad. You know, it's a really unfortunate start for the season for him, but, you know, obviously also for the team. But yeah, I mean, Billy's come in. I think he did a good job at Alton. Obviously, he's getting...
Not easy for him, because he comes from Superstock and Superbike, and it's a completely different way of riding these bikes.
Completely different. You know, he's not done a lot of riding over the winter, and he's getting used to the bike again. I mean, obviously, he has been fast on a Supersport in the past. He's won a championship on a Triumph, you know, he's got form on a Triumph, and you know, we've known Billy for a long time. He was actually a Triumph test rider for a few years as well. So, great guy. I'm glad to have him in the garage, and you know, let's see how he goes this weekend.
But you only have him for Alton and Donington. There's going to be a change for the Knockhill round.
Yeah, so coming up at Knockhill, we've got Ollie Bayliss from the World Team is coming across, and he's going to race in the British Championship as well. Ollie, you know, he's done a test with Dave and the team and at Alton, and he went really well. You know, he was second fastest at Alton in the test. So, you know, we've got good hopes for Ollie. Obviously, he comes with a great pedigree.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how Ollie goes. He's got to learn some tracks, but he seems to be picking up really quick. So
we saw him drop into the team last year at Snetterton.
Yeah.
And I have to say, he was a tremendous rear gunner. I think he could have maybe beaten Luke Stapleford at Snetterton. I'm maybe speaking out of turn there, but he sat on Luke Stapleford's back wheel, and I think that was possibly the team orders. So he can learn a track pretty quick, Ollie Bayliss.
Yeah, so he came in, you know, at Snetterton last year. He came in for Max when Max was out for a little while. Came in, did a great job. Like you say, I mean, he was there really to help support Luke and, you know, help us to get some points for the championship. Picked up the circuit really well, got on the pace. Did a great job sitting behind Luke, and did exactly what we asked him to do, really.
And if he does what you want him to do, that's a big tick in the box. We'll have him back. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you have him back for Knockhill, but you know, with the thing about Bradley, I think Bradley Peary would have been right in the mix this year, you know, and it's such a shame for the team that you go through all the pre-season kind of promotional work, and then you go to your first test. And without being cheeky to Max, you almost lose your #1 guy, you know? Without being cheeky to Max is a good rider as well, but Bradley's just that little bit more. I don't want to sound cheeky and say elite, because these guys are all way better than I can race bikes, but he's a top 5, top 3 guy, Brad Peary.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's not just that, you know, start to the season, it's even before that when you're trying to choose what riders you want to have for the following season. Yeah. And, you know, you pick a guy and think, you know, he's a guy that I think can do the job for us, and then, you know, unfortunately we had the incident that we had, and, you know, everything gets put back.
Now, just my eyes went quite wide there because Jack Mahaffey has gone into P2, up 23 places. I'm allowed to do that. 32.9 he did this morning, 32.4. So we're seeing a big improvement for that young Australian. And I have to say, I said it earlier on, he raised so many eyebrows at Alton Park arriving there on the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki and doing such a great job. He ran with the front runners, he mixed it with them. He didn't do anything silly. that, you know, he's a reigning Australian Supersport champion. He wasn't going to do anything silly. Still learning circuits, but that's a good move for him. And also to see the Yamahas at the sharp end as well. I know you're Triumph, man, but we're going to have to cover everything up here.
Yeah,
It's part of the plan, unfortunately.
I'll try not to be disparaging.
No, I know you won't be, but you know, to see the new bikes here as well, to see the Yamahas fighting, I mean, that's what Triumph want as well. You know, you want to have other manufacturers giving their best because you guys want to show your best and you're all capable.
Yeah, and obviously this is coming into the Supersport next generation now, where, you know, you're in a stage now where we all want to run slightly different bikes. So obviously, you know, you got the big twins with the Ducati. We're running 765 triple. Yamaha's now coming with their 900cc triple. And, you know, I think the balancing rules have been working really, really well. Obviously, the Yamaha's been doing well in the World Supersport. So to see it now come into this championship, I think is good for the competition. And like you say, we're all about having competition anyway, so that's great.
Yeah, that's what you want, exactly. You know, you don't want it, well, you probably would like it to be a runaway Triumph series, but you don't want that, you know. Everybody likes a good mixture, and they get faster, you want to get faster, and you improve your products as you go along. And, you know, your job as the Chief Operating, or tell me exactly the proper, I don't want to get it wrong here.
So, Chief Product Officer.
Yes.
So my role within the business is to look after the product strategy, decide what the models are that we're going to make in the future, and what the specification of those models should be.
Brilliant. That's a tasty job.
It's not bad.
I like that. I like the sound of that. Do you have much to do with the current Moto2 program, with the engines powering that championship?
Yeah, so the Moto2 came about, really, it was a discussion that I kicked off with Extern Pro and Dorna quite a while ago now, actually, because I've been in championship for quite a number of years. But yeah, so the whole racing program actually sits within my department. So that covers Moto2, Supersport, and now increasingly off-road racing as well. So obviously we've got Supercross in the US, and we've got MX2, the World Championship, and also Enduro, Super Enduro. So it's becoming quite a wide remit.
You're a busy man. You're about as busy as I am on a week-to-week basis. I think you're all over the place as well. A bit of off-road. I like the off-road stuff. I'm into that. That's good. Just keeping my eyes on the screen here, because there's people. Cameron Swain's got a purple middle sector, and he's got a couple of personal bests. This is another young Australian who comes over here. He's riding in the Cup class across in the UK, but we could see a bit of an improvement. We've got to say that, number 44, with he's got the most fiendish moustache. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
It's, as far as guys go, we think it's cool. I don't know what the women actually think of it, and we're not getting much of a response here. But, has a top of the times from Jack Mahaffey, 1:31.9 for Jack now. So he's done his learning this morning, where he managed to go around there, and Mahaffey was a 32.9, so he's found a whole second between this morning and the afternoon session. It shows that young Australian can learn the circuits. It's just a Jack Kennedy slide past him, and that's something that, week in, week out, that's one of the guys who, every team must want to have a Jack Kennedy type of guy in their ranks. He's just so reliable, predictable, and fast.
Well, Jack's kind
with your former rider, Luke Stapleford at Oulton Park. And Luke said, he goes, no matter how fast I am, no matter how big the time gap is after a session, I know in the race that Jack will be on my back wheel. He can just bring that extra little bit of spice or flair or whatever it is. It's not a case of biting the screen, because Jack never looks like he's riding out of control as Hutchie passes us there. I've got to say, I do like the Burroughs Engineering RK racing bike. It's one of my favourite colour schemes out there. He heads in towards turn one. Hutchie was going pretty quick earlier on. He finds himself 21st. Only competing on the one bike this weekend, Hutchie. He did do a bit of Superstock and Super Sport last time out, but just leaves the Superstock bike away and just continues with the Burroughs Engineering bike in 21st place. But yeah, Kennedy with that really strong third place, sorry. Ahead of Mahaffey, Lucas Brown, Wadsworth and Cameron Swain. Very impressive run for this young man. Another one of these fast Australians that we need to keep our eye on. Billy McConnell's made a 3-place improvement. He goes up into 14th. 1:32.6. What did Skippy do this morning? If I have a look at the timing screen, you should know that off the top of your head.
You're right.
So should I. So should Bex. I can't even find Billy on the timing sheet. That's the terrible bit about it. McConnell did a 32.5 this morning. Took me long enough to find that. So what's Billy done just now? 32.5 this morning, 32.6 this afternoon. Only 1.6 seconds away. And that's the bit, you know, that's not a huge amount of time.
No.
It puts you all the way down there in 14th place. We saw this with the Superbikes, you know. The guys, I think Christian Hidd at one point was in 14th place. He was only 0.8 of a second away. It's almost soul-destroying to be that fast, but to be that far away. As Oliver Barr, purple sector number 1 on the 3B construction Ducati for Binge Pro. They were very fast at the Oulton Park test, but an Oulton Park meeting, but purple sector 2. Oliver got it done for, shall we say, unnecessary roughness in the race when he ran into the side of Jack Mahaffey going in towards the Shell hairpin. It's not in Oliver's remit. He's not normally a rider who does things like that. So this looks like it could be a new fastest lap of the session. Purple, purple and green. It's certainly what you want to see on your board when you're coming round there, Mr. Sargent.
100%.
Let's see what he gets. He comes at the last corner, just the last corner for Oliver Barr to possibly put himself back to the top of the times as we wait and hold our breath for Goddard's to evolve. Seem to go in there. Billy McConnell comes in the pit lane. Has Oliver come through? He's taking his time here. I'm scared to look at the back of the window in case I see something I don't want to. Max Wadsworth crossing the line.
Ollie Barr's going well, isn't he? But
yeah, we'll look at that for a lap.
Yeah,
and abort it.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
But he was quick here last year, if you remember, as well. So I'm not that surprised to see him that high up.
And he seems to have got the kind of almost the young, sillier mistakes out of his system.
Yeah.
And that's one way of putting it. You know, he's still a young man, but he's very talented, very fast. But there was times last year when he was on for a good result and he would fall
Throw away.
Yeah. Through and not needing to do that. So look at that, who's gone to the top. I've been shouting about this man for quite some time. Dean Harrison. He's now a polished supersport racer. It took a time. It took a long time for Dean Harrison to get to where Jack Kennedy is and was. But Dean Harrison now is just as capable as Jack Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, if you watched them last year, actually, they followed each other around quite a lot in practice, and obviously Dean learnt an awful lot from Jack by following him around. But you know, he can do it on his own as well. So yeah, I mean, that's super impressive from Dean. Everybody obviously associates him with the TT, but
which is a shame.
Which is
a shame, really,
because he's a great circuit rider. So
very good. And that's the thing. He's very good at everything. Ben Curry's in a quick lap here as well. What have we got Skippy doing? Because Skippy just came in the pit lane, actually. Max Wadsworth's still on track. Max with the personal best middle to last sector. Could have been improvement for Max in 11th place with 31.959. I don't think we're going to see TJ Toms on track. I'm going to say TJ, well, you know it's a bad incident from Craner Curves when they wheel away the front of the bike and then the back of the bike. Now you've seen it yourself.
Did you see that?
Yes. Yes, I saw that and I thought, we're going to struggle to hit him back out. So we haven't got TJ Toms on track. The GNS Kawasaki squad will be doing their utmost to get that fixed. While we're talking about Kawasaki, we need to do this. This is BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki, and we've got Steve Sargent in the box giving us a bit of an expert overview as Ben Curry now goes to the top on the R9. A 1:30.872 puts 0.2 of a second into everybody. And Jack Mahaffey as well gets himself up into 5th place with another decent 1:31.4. I like how the day evolves. You know, you start in the morning with free practice 1, but you just see everybody does a decent kind of free practice 1, and they go away, they have lunch, they download, they make the bikes better, the track rubbers in a bit, and then you get this for free practice 2.
Well, you don't know what people are doing in free practice 1 a lot of the time. Some of them might just be doing a bit of a shakedown, some of them might be doing a lot of setup work, so you know, it's hard to judge in free practice 1 who's going to be quick for the rest of the weekend. And
what do you guys do in free practice 1? Do you have a run? Obviously you have a run plan, but you might not want to give it away, but what's the general plan?
So this morning it was very much just a shakedown and getting the guys out on circuit and getting used to it, and you know, not really pushing for a time in free practice 1, but now's the time to try and step up the game a bit and see what we can do.
Somebody else has slipped off going through Craner there. We just see a cloud of dust. We'll get some information back in a minute from race direction, which is never the best. We'll see if this man pops up going through the timing screen. We wait for Carter Brown to break the beam at number 2, and having a look across there. picking the bike up out the gravel. Bit of work to get done for the... That's the thing about Craner curves. It's the left-handers, it's the one that catches so many people out. And I said earlier on in the broadcast that Stuart Easton always puts it down to, when he was around here, you're either in the Craner Club or you're about to be in the Craner Club. And I thought, what do you mean? He goes, well, if you haven't crashed the dunk, you're going to crash there. Everybody has one of those through the course. Number 13 has gone down there. That's Lee Johnson. That's not good. He's going to take a trip to the medical centre. The General, Lee Johnson, slips off the Sencat Racing Triumph.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, obviously, you know, you've got your factory racing Triumph team, but I've got a red flag popping out there as well there just now. So we're going to bring the session to a halt so the guys can have a bit of time round there. But obviously, you keep an eye on all the other Triumph teams and see exactly what they're doing.
I mean, we're in contact with all of them. Obviously, we communicate with Lee and his team as well. And, you know, it's good to see him doing well. He was fast at Alton as well.
Very fast.
And, you know, unfortunately had an off. But, you know, he's got the pace, and he's another guy that historically was probably more associated with his TT victories than he was his short circuit stuff. But, you know, he's more than capable of being up there on the short circuit.
And made a very uncharacteristic mistake at Alton Park. You know, that's not something we see Lee Johnson doing a lot of.
Yeah, I think he ran a little bit wide, didn't he, and got on a slightly dirty part of the track and, you know, lost the front end. But
yeah, it does happen. It does happen. It happens to the best of us. Ben Curry's fastest at this point with a 1:30.827 from Dean Harrison and Jack Kennedy, with Carter Brown in 4th place. 5th place, Oliver Barr. Jack Mahaffey, the biggest improver that we've seen, up in 6th place, and we expected that, only half a second away from the defending Australian Supersport champion. Max Wadsworth for the Factory Macadam Triumph team in 7th place, ahead of Harry Truelove, Cameron Swain and Luke Stapleford in 10th place. We'll pause in the commentary box as we're under a red flag, have a little quick drink of water, try and get some lubrication in the throat, and we'll come back in just a couple of minutes time from now. So the session starts again. The Quattro Group British Supersport Championship back on track after a red flag caused by the unfortunate tip-off for Lee Johnson going through the Craner curves. But the best thing to do is to let the marshals pick up all the pieces and then we can restart again. So we have got 11 minutes of this session to go. Steve Sargent joins myself, Duncan Vincent, in the commentary point here. BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. So, when you're in the pit box down the stairs, I mean, you're looking at the same TSL screen that I have.
Yeah.
You're obviously looking for your riders. What other riders are you consciously kind of keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, we always keep an eye on Jack because Jack is kind of the benchmark. Ben Curry, I mean, to be honest, I mean, I always keep an eye out for Luke because Luke is a past Triumph rider. I always like to see what the guys are doing who've ridden for us previously, so that's one that I'd always have a quick look out for.
Yeah, Luke Stapleford, we're both waiting on Luke to make the move here. He's in 10th place just now, 9/10 of a second away from the fastest time on the Scars Ducati. Obviously no animosity there, still friends. He's decided to go a different way on Ducati and you guys are happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I just had 20 minutes with Luke and his crew just now, just having a chat about things, and yeah, there's no hard feelings at all between ourselves and Luke. He's a good guy, and you know, as a business, Triumph actually does business with Luke's logistics company, so yeah, there's no hard feelings.
Yeah, that's good to see. Somebody else has slipped off going through the Craner curves area there. They're up on their feet very quickly. It's I mean, it's not that cold outside compared to where I come from, but you tell me, is it cold down here, is that what you would say?
This is actually pretty good considering what it's been the rest of the week. We've had hailstorms and all sorts all week. It's been horrific weather, so you know, this is good old British summertime, isn't it? So you can get whatever you get.
Now that's a Honda. It's which Honda is that's gone down there? Riders ran away from it. He's want nothing more to do with it. We'll soon see. This man went through with 19.4. We need to see if he comes through the second sector, and he hasn't. So that's an interesting one. That could be number 4 that's down. Now we'll wait for confirmation. The rider's up on his feet, ran away, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals are now attending to that. As Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy has slipped off there, so it shows you even the best can make mistakes at the Craner curves area. And Jack has gone down through the left-hander. I'm not going to say notorious, that makes it sound bad. It's just one of these things that does happen. It's the first left that you've had. You know, the last left was Goddard. You go all the way down the straight, you go through Redgate, you go through Hollywood, then if you've not got the correct tire temperature, it does unfortunately give you a little bit of a nip in the rear.
Yeah, I don't ride like these guys ride, but you know, when I've done track days here, you always feel like you can go quicker through there, and obviously there is a limit to that. Yes,
I'll go quicker next time. So we've got another red flag popping out here, whether Jack's bike's pure a bit of fluid down there or something, but we'll see what happens. Red flag has come out again, that could be a bit of a technical red flag. Because Jack was up on his feet walking away from that, but also it was taking the marshals quite a time to get through the gravel trap there, and that's another thing that we don't like seeing, Steve. We don't like marshals at the side of the track in an area like that working away as bikes are going down. So debris clearance turn 3 and turn 4, that's exactly what it is. So it's just moving some debris from down there. So Jack's bike, instead of going in towards the grassy area, it kind of went down the side of the track, which would make you think that it would hit stones and they'd all go across the circuit. Yeah, so a great shame, but you know, we don't ever compromise on safety here. If it needs to get stopped, it will get stopped, and that's exactly what Race Direction have done downstairs with 8 minutes 40 seconds off the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship to go. Jack Kennedy makes a very strange un-Jack Kennedy manoeuvre. He slides off, you've gone purple through that sector, 123.8 miles an hour, and then that's the last he saw of it.
Yeah, maybe still slightly cold tyres or something like that. So,
so you ride yourself?
Yeah.
What's your daily ride just now? Do you have a bike for the road or do you have a car?
So I have a car and I have 3 bikes actually. So so in my garage at the moment I've got a Triumph Rocket 3, so 2.5 litre monster of a bike, and you know, that's just a great bit of fun. You know, it's just an awesome bike to ride. I have a Tiger 900, which is kind of my daily ride. That lets you kind of do anything kind of bike, go anywhere, commute on it, tour on it, go on holiday on it. And then I've got a Daytona 765 Moto 2 edition.
Okay. Is that something that takes you onto the track every now and again?
So that would be the bike that I'd use on the track, and it's an awesome bit of fun.
And when did you last ride on a track?
So the last time I rode on a track was actually last year on a press launch.
Okay.
So last year we did a press launch.
That's work.
That's work. That's proper work. So we launched the Speed Triple at Portimao actually, which is, as you know, an awesome circuit. So it was great to ride around there.
I've been there for some car racing before, but it's an incredible circuit, Portimao, and I like it. I'm working. Yeah, we did just put my leathers on, have some fun. We're going to have a 5-minute restart here. Is the word from Race Direction? The TSL 10-minute screen brought to us by Homologato on 1P Mobile has been updated in the BSB radio powered by Kawasaki studio. Session restarts at 2:08, so that's 40 seconds from now. Jack Kennedy is perfectly okay for any of the Jack Kennedy family who are listening, or any Jack Kennedy fans out there. It was purely for debris clearance, and like I said, when Jack slid off, instead of going into the grass, his bike almost went down the side of the track, and then it just digs in and throws bits of debris onto the track, and Race Direction won't compromise or even blink about that. They will instantly bring everybody back in and send the marshals onto track to get that sweeped in. 9 times out of 10 they go down with the brushes, but also these blowers are great things for clearing the track now. They just blow and it gets all the debris out the pores in the track as well. So type of thing my son wants for the garden for moving the leaves. But I said
from one side to the other and then back again.
Yeah, all you do is you move them from there to there. He goes, but then you do that part. And I was like, and they go back. Yeah, so. But that's the type of thing he was desperate. He needed a pressure washer as well for washing his car. So I said, you need to do it with a bucket and sponge though. But no, he knew best. So all he did was wet the car and put lines in it. So.
Everybody needs a pressure washer.
Yeah, but you've got to still bucket and sponge it, Steve. You've got it. So bikes back on track here for the last 5 minutes of the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship. Once again, we're at Donington Park. Duncan Vincent and Steve Sargent, who's popped up to the commentary box, which was lovely of you to do, so thank you very much. Give us a bit of an overview from how the Factory Macadam racing team are doing, and also just keep an eye on the session, because you're a trained man. You've been around, I don't want to say a long time, that makes you sound old, that's quite cheeky.
But I have.
Yeah, I know, but it makes me sound cheeky when I say you've been around a long time. But a very kind of varied career as well, from what I like. To be involved in the Moto2, the ongoing product of Triumph, deciding what comes next. And then also, I mean, for me, racing's the pinnacle of it all, you know. For my side of things, I see what you do. You're obviously like Ross Burridge from Kawasaki, you know what Ross does, and you know they do all this behind the scenes work. But this is where it all comes to life for me, and it's great to see. It's great to see so many of your triumphs out there on track, and let's hope we get a good, clean last 4 minutes of the session, because the last 10 minutes have been kind of messy. Your boys both just going down the pit lane together.
Yeah, good.
Fashionably late. Now, what's that? Is that Max helping Billy, Billy helping Max? What do you think?
I suspect at this stage this will be Max helping Billy. Obviously, Max has put a decent time in so far. Billy hasn't quite improved on his first session, so I would imagine Billy's going to follow him around for a bit.
Yeah, and there's nothing better than just getting a little visual tool. And, you know, Billy's got muscle memory of how to ride Super Sport as well. It will come back to him somewhere along the line. And it's just controlling this one, Bill. You know what he's like. He loves to be. He's throttle happy, and nobody can spin a Superstock bike round Thruxton. Nobody else like Billy McConnell.
He does like it loose, Billy. I haven't seen him quite so loose yet on the bike, so maybe he's just building his confidence up.
I like what you say there. He does like it loose. That's a very good point. I'll maybe make that to him. Here comes Luke Stapleford, another man we're watching. Tucked up behind him, is that Jack Mahaffey? It is. So, you know, this young Jack Mahaffey, who we talked about him off air for a minute or two as well there, he's switched on, he's clever, he's picking the right people to follow, he's doing all the right things.
He's one to watch, isn't he? As,
he is.
You know, as I was saying earlier, you know, the Aussies have always gone well in British Supersport. You know, we've had some great Aussie champions, including, you know, Billy, obviously. Glenn Richards is down in the paddock actually at the moment, and Glenn was a champion on a Triumph as well. So so it's been a great championship for the Aussies.
The white Triumph, the Embassy Racing Triumph, was that? Yes, I remember that. But I remember the time he fell off on the tear-off as well. Was it not down the bottom of the hill?
Yeah.
And look, and everybody thought, is that true? Well, look what happened to the Grand Prix with Bezecchi, the tear-off. So, you know, or Martino, or whoever it was. You've got to watch these tear-offs. They can be tricky. Dean Harrison said a personal best through sector number 1. Stapleford's personal best sector 1 and 2. Now, you said that you watched Luke, and he was just starting to wind up when the first red flag came out. He was now personal best through sector 3. Do we get a green suit through sector 4? So in that short sector should pop up now. Oh, there we go. That's not too bad. Another personal best. I was a bit quick there. I was trying to give him too much time there, Luke Stapleford. So we look to the corner of Goddard's, and we'll see him going in there in a second on the Scars Ducati. There he brakes on his way in, chasing Adam Brown on the Josh Davis Motorsport bike. one bike, two bike. Stapleford is the next bike through. This should see Luke Stapleford move from 10th a little bit further towards the sharp end. Where does it put him? Second. That's a lap. That's a good lap.
Yeah.
Strong performance for Luke Stapleford, and you said you saw that coming before the red flag.
You could see that. He had a fairly short first stint, and then he came in, and it looked like he was just about to wind himself up just as the red flags came out. So, yeah.
Well, he's only done 11 laps, so the two 3B construction boys leave the pit lane. Now, they're only going to get a practice start lap, effectively, Oliver Barr and Carter Brown, because there's 45 seconds off the session to go. I do hope they had noticed that the time had been updated from 8 minutes to 5. But there you go, Ben Curry fastest from Luke Stapleford after Stapleford puts that really good lap and only a tenth of a second away from Ben Curry. But you know what, I'm more impressed. I know Luke Stapleford can do that. I'm more impressed with Ben Curry and the R9 being at the sharp end, ahead of Stapleford, Harrison, Kennedy, ahead of all these guys who are very capable on this new bike, which is very, very in its development phase. In the UK, okay, we've seen it in the world scene, so some of that will feed back.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, obviously, that they've been going really well in the World Championship last year and this year. They won the World Championship in their first season on that bike. So
does that happen with PTR and the guys in the pit lane down here? Does the Buckmaster team feed any information back? Is it doable?
Yeah, every race weekend we get all of the data and the commentary back from Simon Buckmaster and his team, and we share that. So yeah, there's a lot of joint development between the teams.
It's good that it's got that link that runs through Simon Buckmaster's team, they'll run through the KTS team, and it runs through your McAdam guys and the factory team downstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously the KTS boys are a little bit more focused on the roads than they are on the short circuits, but yeah, it all feeds in.
That's very handy, it's very good. It's good to know that that's the kind of philosophy of Triumph. Let's try and take the whole thing further forward rather than keeping it a secret from these guys who are doing the same bit of work. The checker flag flies for the end of the Quarter Group British Supersport Championship. Crossing the line goes Harry Truelove. Does he improve? Harry does, improves in a lap. He does. He goes at one place ahead of Max Wadsworth, puts Max down to 9th. But that's a good session for Max. We'll cover that in just a second as the 2-3B bikes go through and take the checkered flag as well. But it's Ben Curry fastest at the end of that session from Luke Stapleford and Dean Harrison. And I suppose the big talking point, yes, the R9 is fastest, but also Jack Kennedy slides off in that session and it finishes it in 4th place. I mean, people do fall off in sessions, but Jack Kennedy goes down at Craner. Let's hope that the bike is okay, because the worrying thing is tomorrow they get the bike back together and they don't have another session today. They go tomorrow straight into qualifying. So that's one of these things. You have a fall in free practice too. If you don't run that bike again, you go out in qualifying, something happens, back foot straight away, Steve.
I mean, Jack's got the experience, hasn't he? I don't think it'll phase him that much, and obviously he's got the experienced team around him. So yeah, I'm sure Jack will be fine. And it's the usual suspects at the top 4, isn't it? So yeah,
that's what you expect. Impressed with Carter Brown in 5th place, and Oliver Barr 6th, Jack Mahaffey, Harry Truelove, Max Wadsworth for the McLaren Factory Racing team up there in 9th place, ahead of Corey Tinker. That's a good run for Corey on the 2nd of the JDM Ducatis. But listen, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary point. It's been lovely to see you. Thanks, Bex, for dragging you up here. The very best of luck with the guys this weekend, and I look forward to seeing. Are you coming to Knockhill yourself?
I don't think I'll be at Knockhill, but I will be at the other rounds. It's too cold up there.
It will be lovely and warm. I'll also look forward to welcoming Ollie Bayliss to Knockhill. Steve, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll be back on with the next session. The pit lane opens in 3 minutes. We're going to have session number 2 for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Don't go too far. So welcome back to Donington Park for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. The Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus Zin is not risk-free. It contains nicotine, which is addictive. It can only be used for adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products. Bikes on track. What do we have? Well, half an hour session. Earlier on, we had the full-on hour. And I did get down into the pit lane, and I did grab a word with a couple of riders. I do hope you enjoyed that when we were down there. I'm going to try and get Laura to go down to the pit lane, see if we can get some Westcam 2 working down there. Some BTS stuff from the pit lane is always good to see. But we caught up with, who did we catch up with? Josh Brooks has gave us a fabulous interview. I thought he had an okay session, to be honest, for a free practice one, but Josh wasn't the happiest, to be honest. He wasn't the happiest, to be honest. He was saying that we have gone better, but looking for that band-aid again that he was looking at for Oulton Park. We spoke with John Mott, who is the crew chief for Scott Redding, and he said that Scott was happy. Unfortunately, I think I left it just a little bit too late to get down the fire to the pit lane, and a lot of the people were gone. We did a good walk and talk with Ryan Vickers out the back of the garage. He was on a full-on mission to get up to where Luke Mossey was, to try and see if he could speak to Luke Mossey and give him some stickers. Vickers is already back in the pit lane, so that's an out and an in very quickly for Ryan. That's not even getting a time. He's done an out lap, a hot lap, but he hasn't finished it. And that's a little bit similar to what we saw Oliver Barr doing earlier on. Rory Skinner will be looking for improvement in session number 2, free practice 2, as he makes his way across the control line and heads down towards Redgate. And of course we spoke to Rocket Ron Haslam, didn't we? It was fabulous to speak with Ron Haslam. We do like that. He's always good for a chat, and he's an absolute living legend as well, Ron Haslam. And just said that Leon had a few issues here and there, but you know, we'll be fine. New bike on this track. They tested at Oulton, but they never tested at Donington Park when everybody was testing here. Like Scott Redding was exactly the same. Hence the reason why I think John Moat was just that little bit happier that they'd managed to get a pretty good setting straight away on the 2026 Ducati that they run. Bearing in mind their last year's bike is actually on track as well. That's the MET Phonacab Ducati that Andrew Irwin is on. That's the Glenn Irwin stroke Scott Redding bike from 2025 with all the data, all the settings, everything you could possibly want for Andrew. And Andrew is making good use of that product that they picked up. Somebody else that's keeping the momentum rolling is Storm Stacey, and he's back on track on his Batham's AGN Ducati. And I need to peer in the corner and ask Alan and Laura if they actually, did you see the car that Storm Stacey bought during the week? Did you see his brand new car, the Punto S? It's not just a Punto. I got a row for calling it a Punto. Yeah, so Laura saw the Punto S as well, and beautiful Fiat purple. If that's never been said before, it probably never will, but there we go. We spoke with Ilya down in the pit lane as well, and I was very impressed with how he went on that IWR BMW. Ilya Mikhalczyk on the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team by IWR. Fabulous run for Ilya to put that bike up where no other BMW is, effectively, and to show that it's what we know. He's only 0.8 of a second away from the fastest time. And Ilya is one of these guys who, he never looks flustered. He looks so calm and cool on the bike, but he makes it go. He absolutely makes that BMW sing. It's like he's got BMW kind of inside him. It's almost intertwined with him. And when it does come good, it will come good. But to see them there, and he says, look, we've got problems. The strong point of the BMW is the electronics that they have, but we can't use them here. He says there's so much power in the engine, we need the electronics to be able to cope with that. So a little bit of work to be done down there, but it's good that James Buckingham was on the spanners. He said just jump in the back of the garage and give him a tap, because Ilya was, I think, playing with Instagram, as these guys do. And yeah, he's always good for a chat as well, always very good for a chat. But let's run through how they finished session number 1. We had Scott Redding fastest from Kyle Ride and Ryan Vickers, with Danny Kent 4th, Bradley Ray 5th place. Remember, he had an off in free practice 1, Bradley Ray. He went down at Redgate. Max Cook was in 6th. Joe Talbot was in 7th. Eli Michalczyk was in 8th place. Glenn Irwin in 9th. Christian Idden was inside the top 10. And remember, Christian had an off down at the Melbourne Loop. Andrew Irwin was in 11th. Josh Brooks 12th. Storm Stacey 13th. Lee Jackson was 14th. Charlie Spud Nesbitt, who had an off through Craner Curves, was 15th. Leon Haslam 16th, ahead of 17th place Rory Skinner. Fraser Rogers was 18th. Jason O'Halloran down in 19th place for the O Show, ahead of Luke Hedger. And then we had the 2 Master Mac Hawk Hondas. Rhys Irwin was 21st, and 22nd place was Eugene McManus. And bearing in mind those boys both had an off down at Redgate. There's Steve Hicken crossing the pit lane. It's been a pretty busy time, I would imagine, for that garage. Peter Hickman was 23rd and Richard Kerr was 24th. As I said, there was no NP Racing Honda here this weekend. And I just watched Steve Hicken walk across here, and he's now just having a bit of a look at the timing screens. I think, more than anything, a well done that they managed to get Eugene McManus's bike back on track and out there. Rhys Irwin has got out there as well, so that's fair play for the guys down there at Master Mac Hawk. Kyle Ride and Scott Redding cross the line together. 1:27.332 for Kyle. That's just about the same pace that Scott managed in free practice 1. Redding did a 27.317. So Redding, Ride, Redding and Ray all in the 27 straight away, but 27.3 for Ray, for Ride and Redding. There's too many R's in this. Steve Day said it, triple R. We've had double R before, but yeah, Brad Ray, remember, we saw a very, very strange one for Brad Ray, who fell off at Redgate earlier on into the gravel trap, and that McCam's Yamaha took a bit of a beating, and there was a lot of work to get done to that bike, but he is back on track, and he is looking actually A-OK. So we have this session. We have another Superbike session on Friday as well. So, you know, you get 3 Superbike sessions on your Friday for your enjoyment now. It's not the case you see them twice. And the exciting thing about the 3rd session, it actually means quite a lot. It's pre-qualifying. The top 12 for that session go directly through to the 2nd phase of qualifying on Saturday. So, you know, Friday we used to have the 2 free practice sessions and people would go out there, but the combined top 12 would go through. But it means a lot this Friday, because your 2 free practice sessions are then followed by pre-qualifying. Kyle Ride and Scott Redding again crossing the line together. 1:27.332, still the best time for Kyle Ride, and a 3:40 for Scott Redding, but there's only 0.08 of a second separating those two guys as they go around this Donington Park circuit. Brad Ray's just come back into the pit lane. I can see him coast the McCam's Raceway Yamaha across the pit lane and into its parking bay. Michael Hallam just crossing the pit lane down there, I think. Gets an all-important shot off the pocket rocket. And Michael parks himself, one of the renowned photographers, up beside the FS3 Promoter team as Nigel Snook now comes off the pit wall. And it's not often you get Nigel here on a Friday, actually. That's the big boss is here on a Friday. I think Dan Fry will be here as well. But Nigel making his presence very much felt as Max Cook into the pit lane. In fact, no, Max Cook up into 4th place. That will be Joe Talbot that we got back into pit lane. They have. But still, Ride and Redding still lapping the circuit very much together. And we've just seen a purple final sector pop up for Scott Redding. Does he continue or does he come into the pit lane? That's Christian Idden going past, yeah. Scott and Kyle are continuing on. Kyle first, Scott second. They come out of Goddard's. Let's have a watch of this one. Here comes Kyle. Lights it up. So does Scott, crossing the line. And Redding unable to go faster, but Ride does. 1:27.219, fastest lap of the Friday for Kyle Ride. He sees that in his dash. He rolls out of it and lets Scott go on the exit of Hollywood. So 1:27.219 and a 1:27.411 last time across the line. But those guys clicking off the laps in the 1:27 bracket with great ease. Shows that they have very much got the pace and looking pretty comfortable to do that with only 18 minutes of the session to go. So this is where we have our kind of lull, where we don't have too much happening because everybody decides to come back into the pit lane. But as I peer in the back of our Kawasaki branding, I can see Sir Al's now got BSB radio powered by Kawasaki almost up and running. Oh, this gets exciting when we start to get a studio behind us. I arrive here in the morning, it's just me with 900 televisions. Do you not think I've got a bit too many TV screens around here? I seem to have 7 screens. Is that enough, Alan? It's almost more than Stuart Higgs.
I've no idea, I can't see.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. There's a little bit. He's upset because we've got this lovely backdrop, and he likes to make eye contact, Alan. And I do that as well, but then I'll have to do it this way, and it's a bit strange. It's odd. I am odd. I am very odd. So, out of the 24 bikes, 21 of them are in the pit lane. Scott Redding, though, lap after lap after lap. Johnny Moe has obviously filled that thing up with 4-star and sent him on his way. We don't want to see him until the end of the session. Let's get on with it. But, you know, they did miss the test here. They didn't get the bike in time. They got the bike after the test that we had here at Donington Park. They were at Oulton Park, but they had the bike, I think, for 8 days, and for the first 4 of those days they couldn't actually start the bike. No, they had the bike for 11 days, and the first 4 of those days they couldn't start the bike. They had to make up wiring, looms and harnesses and get the dash to work. So it's it was quite a late job, but it was great to see them all the new Ducatis arriving at Oulton Park, and I've got to say, doing such an amazing job, all those teams, to put the bikes together and get them all running. Rhys Irwin's still out on track on 69. Rhys fell off at Redgate Corner in free practice 1 and put the bike into the gravel. By the time I got down there for a bit of a look, they were already stripping the bike back to component parts, shall we say. But the interesting one was Eugene McManus's bike had the long nose pliers trying to get the tiny little bits of gravel, like the tiny cracks in the side of the frame, and where they're just meant to hold these little bits of gravel that will annoy you. That's Redding on the brakes in towards Goddard's. Let's see, 129.1 last time through for Scott on his own. Here he comes now across the line. Scott goes across, 127.5, so he's still in the 27 bracket, and that's 9 laps deep. He gave himself a bit of a cooler lap last time round, but very much up to pace. Eugene McManus gets back out on circuit as well. He starts out for another lap. And Rhys Irwin 19th place, Eugene McManus 22nd place. I mean, those two guys both ended in the gravel earlier on. There is work to be done, and there is work getting done, and that's the good thing about it. The Hawk team, the Master Mac team, they have got quite a task when you look at it. They've got 2 rookies, which is never the easiest thing to do, but they've got 2 fast rookies. That's one thing that you do want to have. But when you look at the roster of riders who has gone through that Hawk garage over the years, I mean, Bradley Ray and Kyle Ride were 2 that spring to mind straight away. And look at those 2 guys now; they're now 1st and 3rd. So getting an early shot with Stuart and Steve Hicken back in the day on the Suzukis. If you can remember Brad Ray, he actually picked up remember he got a season opening win here, and that was a little bit of a surprise to everybody. Not a shock, just a surprise. But you know, we knew that he was always going to be fast. Scott Redding once again in towards Goddard's. You could hear him on the overrun. He did say after Oulton Park that his arms were feeling it because he hadn't done any riding across the winter at all. So in order for Scott to come out and say that, very honest as you would always imagine with Scott, I would imagine that he's just wanting to try. He'll have been doing some fitness stuff between Oulton Park and here. He'll just be wanting to get some laps very much under his belt and see how he gets on. But a quieter track as we have a little look down the pit lane through the binoculars. Stuart Hicken pops across and has a little word with Steve, the father and son, who have been very much involved in this for a long time. Now, I think Steve and Stuart actually run Mallory Park as well, so they've got a bit of an option up there. Whether they get free track times or nothing, that's what they'll be always wanting. Here comes the O-Show. Jason O'Halloran, chased by Luke Hedger, 2 Hondas together, Honda UK and the Whitecliff CDH Racing Honda. And Luke Hedger, all over the back of the O-Show, going through turn number 1 as Peter Hickman leaves the pit lane, and he's followed by Fraser Rogers on the Tag Honda. So Hickey heads out on his BMW, LEW 810 Racing BMW. And, you know, Peter will be looking at that thinking, well, Elia's up there and we're down here. We need a bit of work to do. Again, Redding carries on. That's now 11 laps deep for Scott Redding, and that's another 1:27.4. The consistency is very, very impressive for Scott Redding, and he seems to be able to run these laps off with great ease. He looks smooth on the bike, and everybody else will be in that pit box watching this. You know, the fastest lap is a 1:27.2. Redding's now 11 laps deep, and he's still basically only 0.2 of a second away from that, lap after lap after lap. 11th place improvement for Joe Talbot. Bike number 19 goes P3, 1:27.633. I mean, we saw this morning, we saw a really good run for Joe Talbot, backing it up in free practice number 2. Front row Joe. He said to me, Dunk, if I get anywhere near a front row this year, I'll be delighted. Tell you what, he's looking good. The FS3 AGN Steelstock Bimota team have got a couple of young superstars in that garage. Max Cook, who will now be the team leader, and Joe Talbot, the rookie, in his first year. And you forget that because Joe's such a quality rider, but he is a Superbike rookie. Yes, he has done one Superbike start here. We saw that he did the Dow Racing experience last year, where he raced. Did he not do 3 Supersport races and maybe was there not an extra Superbike race as well? Yeah, Supersport and Superbike here. That was a busy weekend, to say the least. But Scott Redding finally comes in for a little drink of water and to put the bike in the garage, give his feedback. Joe Talbot is on for an even quicker lap here on the Bimota. He's personal best across the board, crosses the line. He improves in time, but not in position. As we look through the long binoculars as he goes through turn 1. So 1:27.6 for Joe Talbot. Number 86, excluding track limits. Exceeded track limits, sorry, did Charlie Spud Nesbitt. So he gets a little slap on the wrists and loses that lap time. Just going through the Fogarty S's, using a little bit too much off the track, shall we say, that he's not meant to be on. It's very easy to do that. You just fall over the edge, the back edge of the curb, and that's looked at gaining an advantage. So, unfortunately, you lose that lap. Hello, Sir Al. Alan Hyde arrives with about 1 million briefcases, 10 miles of cable, and various other things. So we'll just see if we get a little bit of pit lane camera. No, nothing picking back up from that just yet. We pop up in there, so we'll keep an eye on it. There we go. Pit lane camera's now live, so what we do is we push that button. There you go. If you're watching the YouTube stream, you get a little bit of extra BTS from us as Wescam 2, Laura, has made her way down into that pit lane. Hopefully the Wi-Fi is strong enough down there for her to give us back some good images. So Kyle Wright fastest from Scott Redding. They're both sitting in the pit lane in the pit box. Joe Talbot on track, still improving. Another personal best first sector for Joe. Here comes front row Joe across the line. Does this move him anywhere? No, he's only 900ths of a second away from his best time. So good consistent run of laps here for Joe Talbot. In 4th place, we've got Bradley Ray. Again, sits in the garage, only completed 6 laps. Brad slipped off earlier on, and that slip off this morning, free practice 1, there was quite a few went down actually, if you remember. I think 4 in total. Bradley Ray, Charlie Nesbitt, Christian Eden, Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus. That's 5 actually went down this morning. So it was a busy old time in the gravel trap down there at Redgate and creating the curves. Behind Bradley Ray in 5th place, we've got Max Cook, then Lee Jackson on the Dow Racing Honda on 14, ahead of Glenn Irwin. Charlie Spud Nesbitt in 8th place, Danny Kent 9th, Storm Stacey 10th. Just outside the top 10, but looking in, Christian Eden, Eli Mikalczyk, Rory Skinner in 13th place, and is that an improvement in time for Skinner? 1:25. What did he do this morning? He was down in 17th place, exact same time basically. 1:28.557 this morning. He's done a 5:24 this afternoon. Behind Rory Skinner, Andrew Irwin on the MET Fonacab Ducati, 14th place for Andrew. He's on an outlap, and he is 1:28.656, 1.4 seconds away from the fastest time. So a little bit of work to do for Andrew. Then Brooksy, I'll probably avoid Brooksy after this session if he finishes down there in 15th place, 1.5 seconds away, because this morning on time back, Brooksy was only 1.1 seconds away. Everybody else has gone faster, and Max Cook goes to the top. 1:26.805 for Max Cook. That's underneath the lap record, ladies and gentlemen. Max Cook goes under the lap record. The lap record's a 26.832. Max Cook puts 0.4 of a second into the field and goes underneath the lap record in free practice 2 on the Bimota. Wow, that's a bit of a statement for Max Cook. He'll be liking that one, as will the Bimota team. Let's have a look through the binoculars and see if there's any movement, fidgeting on the pit wall. Well, they're all looking up at the TV screen, that's for sure. Wow, that's an impressive run. Max Cook will be happy with that one, but it's all very well doing one lap. Needs to try and put another couple laps together at the same pace if he can. 1:26.805 for Max Cook on the number 30 AGN Steelstock Bimota. The KB 998 Rimini. Beautiful bike. Talented young rider. That's another thing we've got to say. There goes his teammate Joe Tolber across the line in 4th. First and 4th for the Bimotas. Behind Andrew Irwin, Peter Hickman, Fraser Rogers, Jason O'Halloran, 19th place, Rhys Irwin 20th, Hedger, Kerr McManus and Vickers. Brooksy, well, you know, I said I wasn't going to speak to him because there wasn't an improvement. There we go, 5-place improvement for Brooksy, puts him up into 7th place, 1:27.744. 1:27.744. What did Josh do this morning? 28.4. So that's a bit of an improvement. And Storm Stacey improves as well. Storm Stacey goes to P3. Cook riding Stacey and Max Cook straight back into the pit lane. So out round, send the message, then come back in for Max Cook. Very impressive run for the Bimota. Very, very impressive run. And equally impressive for Storm Stacey in the Batham's AGN Ducati. I'm liking this. I'm liking the continuation and the development on that bike. It's not just like one session here, one session there. It's every session. Storm and Michael Ritter and Professor Ray Stringer, that Stu Higgs called him, have made that bike work, have made improvements on that bike. If you're looking at the YouTube feed, you'll see a direct look right into the heart of Max Cook's Bimota garage with that lap, which has just seen Max go under the lap record. Dan Shaw pulls the cable from the roof down and goes to plug that into the bike. They get the tyre warmers on the front and the back, then they put the blankets over the top. Ross Burridge in the Kawasaki uniform in the garage as well. It's funny, the guys from Kawasaki don't know what clothes to wear. Sometimes they wear Kawasaki, next day they wear Bimota. It's quite a funny look. But that was a good lap, a very strong lap for Max Cook, that 1:26.805. And if you're watching live on the YouTube feed, you'll see that Laura is down there and the camera is looking into that garage. A little bit of BTS for you. As Storm Stacey comes back into the pit lane, so I'd imagine that was a bit of a, maybe even a quality run there for Storm. Out, push, and then come back into the pit lane in 3rd place. Cook, Ride and Stacey, your top 3. Kelride has headed back out onto track. 0.4 of a second he will need to find. Now that's quite some lap, actually. Quite some lap to try and find, if he'll do it. The best ever lap round here. The best ever is Scott Redding. He did a 26.781 in qualifying on the Hager PBM Ducati. That was last September. But it certainly wasn't free practice 2 at a weekend, that's for sure. Number 1 exceeded track limits, lap time cancelled, 14:42.51 seconds. So Kyle gets a lap time removed. There was also another improvement for Ryan Vickers. Vickers up into the top 10 now. The fringes of the top 10, but he's inside, only just. Hanging there and no more. Looking once again at Laura's pit cam, we can see the Bradley Ray side of the garage. So Brad went out, came back in, and the bike is getting put back up on the stands as he walks away. From the back of to the back of the garage. in McCann's garage. Doubled in size over last year. Brains up at the back of the corner with Brad. This Brains making his way, having a look at the back of the bike. Mark Woodidge. Just having a bit of a chat with the... I mean, putting the tyre warmers on is so key. I mean, you want to get them, the minute they come in, you want to get them put on. These Pirelli tyres seem to be offering an amazing amount of grip and longevity. That's another thing. That's what the riders are looking for. They're looking for something that's consistently quick, but over a longer run, rather than having serious amounts of grip and then dropping off a cliff. So Redding is back on track. He's just gone past us. Vickers is improving here all the time. 1:27.866. He's a second away. He's still in 10th place, but he's personal besting almost every sector, every lap. Just ahead of him in P9 is the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati of Glen Irwin, and Christian Idden comes up 5 places there. He puts himself into 11th for Lightning. Remember last year, race winner Christian Idden on the FS3 Kawasaki. And that win at Aston, you know what, it should have been a double win for Christian Idden at Aston, if you remember. But unfortunately, just an error in race number, I think it was race 3, if I'm not mistaken. And down he went. He said maybe just being a little bit too greedy. I love Christian's honesty. There goes Ilya Mikhalczyk as Leon Haslam goes up into 5th place. Knocks Joe Talbot down to 6th. Ilya in 18th place with a little bit of work to do. And with 1 minute of the session to go, this one's run away from us very, very quickly, actually. Need to move my water bottle from the front of the screen because it's blocking the time clock. But this is it, everybody on track giving what they've got. Still in a little bit of a struggle situation for Rory Skinner down there in 20th place now, which is not where we expected him to be. Not after the testing times that he put in here. He looked very strong in the test. But his personal best, the first 2 sectors, has Skinner, 1:24.1. What's that compared to Max Cook in that sector? That's 4/10 of a second away from Max Cook through that longest sector. And here comes Kyle Ryde as well. Kyle with a personal best first sector, personal best third sector, 168.1 miles per hour down intermediate 3 towards the Fogarty S's. 168 miles an hour on the lovely Ducati. As the Pocket Rocket comes back into the pit lane. Here comes Rory Skinner at the last corner on bike number 11, crossing the line. Does he improve in position? He sure does. 12th place improvement for Skinner up into P8. Where's his teammate Danny Kent? Danny in 17th place with work to do. Scott Redding crosses the line, a checker flag goes out. Does Redding claim it? Yes, he does. Redding gets a checker flag. He'll be 4th at best, depending if anybody else can go past or beat his time in the next couple of seconds. Lee Jackson also with the checker flag. It was quite close for those 2 guys, but it doesn't look like they're slowing down very much as they make their way round and through the Craner curves. Decent for Rory Skinner, that though. That's what he needed towards the end of that session, and he's keeping it going actually, Rory. 132.6 miles per hour on the change of direction through the Craner curves. Wow. Rory Skinner throwing absolutely everything at this. His personal best sector 1, his personal best sector number 2. So is Kyle Ryde. We'll keep an eye on that as they make their way round the back part of the lap. This could be a late change for these guys. Here comes Hickey out the last corner. What's Peter Hickman doing? 21st position, takes a checker flag, 1.8 seconds away from the best time in free practice 2. And this is all building up nicely as we head towards pre-qualifying. There goes Glenn across the line. No improvement for Glenn. Nice, big, huge, long wheelie for Josh Brooks in 11th place. But there we go, that's Dom Stacey into the last corner. Here comes Rory Skinner, though. Skinner crosses the line. Where does this put the Yamaha man? No improvement. Wow, personal best across the board. But then the last sector, 22.9, dropped a whole 6/10 of a second almost. So that's going to hurt him a bit. But he knows the pace is there, as does Kyle Ryde. Kyle kind of in the same boat there, to tell you the truth. Looking very strong towards the end, but it's the Bimota FS3, AJ and Steelstock Promotive, Max Cook, who's fastest, from Kyle Ride, from Storm Stacey, and from Scott Redding and Leon Haslam, your top 5. Joe Talbot, Ryan Vickers, Rory Skinner, Bradley Ray, Danny Kent rounding out the top 10. As we look towards the Hagar PBM garage, we can see that Scott Redding's bike's back in there, and our pit lane camera very much in the area where it needs to be. Outside the top 10, Josh Brooks, Glenn Irwin, Christian Eden, Andrew Irwin, Lee Jackson, Jason O'Halloran, Charlie Spud Nesbitt, Fraser Rogers, Eli McAlchick in 19th, and Rhys Irwin in 20th. Peter Hickman, Eugene McManus, Richard Kerr, and Luke Hedger round out the 24 bikes that we have here. But it's all about Max Cook. He tops the times and goes under the lap record. We'll grab the stick mic. We'll go and catch up, meet up with Laura in the pit lane, and try and catch a couple of Superbike riders, this time at the sharp end. Back in a minute. I'm going to try and get to Bamota. You're still live, by the way. Yeah, just left you live.
Oh, but I cut off.
Oh, right. So we're down in the pit lane. We're going to try and head down and see if we can grab a word with Max Cook, who just set a sensational lap in free practice 2 there, going underneath the lap record. BMW session makes his way out onto the circuit. But that really was something a little bit special from Max Cook. Philip Neal and Steve Plater just having a little chat there. There's Darren Fry, but he's going the wrong way. Joe Talbot's already got a garage door closed. And this is where we want to be. We're going to have a quick word. He's going to come and see us. What a good lad he is. Nigel Snook even gives him the wave out. Thank you, Nigel. Congratulations, young man. What a lap that was for free practice 2. Underneath the lap record, that's impressive.
Yeah, thank you very much. In all honesty, I can't believe I'm going so fast, but I've just got the bike to do it. It seems to just be loving this circuit. Obviously, I like this track as well. I live quite locally to here. But yeah, things are going really well. We just started that session with a used tyre and ended up doing 25 laps in total on the tyres and still doing the 27s lap times, which is good for the race. And then we just put a new set in and didn't change anything with the bike, just put new tyres in and can't believe done a 26. That's the fastest by a mile that I've ever been around here.
But you were fastest here in the pre-season test, so you must have been coming with a good setup with, you know, a little bit of hope anyway.
Yeah, like we've hardly changed anything, believe it or not. I think the bike's so good out of the box, really, and you know we're getting a good amount of support around us as well. But yeah, the boys, they know what they're doing, so everything on the bike, every corner, the bike's working for me. So yeah, it's quite nice to be on the top of the timesheet. It's first actual time I've ever topped a session of like an official BSB weekend. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, great feeling to have. I think you just gave Pirelli a bit of a shout out there. I did that during the session, saying there doesn't seem to be a huge drop off. Scott Redding was 10, 11 laps deep, and he was still doing 27.2, 27.3. So you're obviously feeling the same.
Yeah, for sure. We've gone for a harder tyre this year. It's a SC1 compound, which is one step harder than we had last year. And it seems to be lasting so well around here. You know, we're doing really fast lap times over the race distance, which is 20 laps. So, you know, I did a real decent time on a 25 lap, old tyre. So, yeah, the Pirellis are working very well around here. And even though it's a little bit cold as well, they still seem to be working really good.
Max, well done. I'll let you go and have a debrief with crew chief. I'm going to just nip inside and have a quick word with Nigel Snook, because if I can grab Nigel just for a quick second. Nigel, that was an impressive lap, impressive session, but that 126.8 from Max, he's almost a little bit, he's very humble actually, that's what he is.
Yeah, he's very confident, which is half the battle, as you know, because as much of it is between their ears as anywhere else. And I was just told that equaled the race lap record. So,
well, that's under the lap record I've got in the programme.
Oh, well, there you go. We will have to ask the commentator whether he knows.
Under the lap record, but the quickest ever lap was Scott Redding. He's done a 26.7 in qualifying, but it was so impressive to watch. And you know what? But it's not just the one motor. Your rookie and other city garage is so impressive.
Yeah, I was just discussing that. It's a testament to the bike, not taking anything away from Joe, because you've got to twist the throttle. But the bike looks totally planted from pit wall, watching him exit onto the start-finish straight. The bike looks planted. They're so confident, and they're running so deep into Redgate, so hard. So the chassis is working brilliantly. Both of the guys have got great crew chiefs, which makes a huge difference. And both of them are feeling relaxed and confident. So early days, it's only Friday afternoon, and there's some very fast, very experienced riders on very fast Ducatis, but we'll make a race of it.
Fantastic, Nigel. Thank you very much. And, sometimes I need Nigel to calm me down as well and remind me that it's only Friday afternoon, Duncan. Just give it a little bit of time. We're going to try and make our way through all the BMW pit paraphernalia, and I would like to try and get a word with Kyle Ride, and then we'll try and get a few others as we make our way back up. But fastest in that session, Max Cook, Kyle Ride second, and third place Storm Stacey, who is still in the Batham's AGN garage. As we come down to the Kyle Ride neck of the woods, where is he? Is he already gone? David Williams just about ready to go out. I went to the wrong side of the garage. So Kyle's usually quite good for a word, so we'll get him to pop outside here. A good session for you there. We're looking at that P2 good combine for you. That's exactly what you want going into pre-qualifying.
Yeah, I don't think the first practice this morning was very easy at all. After coming off such a high at Alton Park, we just used the same bike because obviously it worked so good there. But yeah, bit of a shock this morning. Managed to go slower than what I did on the road bike, so it was a bit of a kick in the balls. But no, it was always going to happen at some point. Obviously, it's my favourite track, and this bike's been working good at Alton Park, so I was very much looking forward to riding it. But this morning's was a bit of an aft session. But yeah, we figured it out this afternoon.
What were you and Shannon, the crew chief, having a bit of a chat about there? You look nice and relaxed. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's just trying to. We've been making big changes, the right changes, but we've just been doubling up. So just making sure that it is good, and then we can go back a little bit to make it a better race bike. So yeah, we're already in race mode, and I just did a 26.9 on about lap 10, so we're looking all right.
Fabulous, well done, Kyle. Good stuff. We'll go and see if we can grab Storm Stacey now as well. Sorry, Laura, I'm going to keep you busy in the pit lane. Scott Redding looking happy at the back of the garage. Bradley Ray sits here as well in his garage. Now, where is Storm? He's in this one here. So as we just come bouncing in, before he disappears, I'm going to see if I can grab him. He's going out the back of the garage. This is a little bit like, don't run away from me, Storm.
He's running.
You better not. We'll catch him. I'll catch you. You're not going to run away from me. I'm going to catch you. You know that. Right, you need to come back this way, please. We're going to talk about the Punto, and we're going to go see Laura. Laura's there, but she might not have connection. So this is for YouTube. So we need to bring out here. It's also for everybody on the circuit. Storm Stacey, what a session that was. P3. Good way to start the whole Friday, the whole weekend, carrying the momentum from Alton Park to Donington.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought maybe Storm Stacey just can't ride a superbike around Donington, because I've always struggled on a superbike around here, whether it be Kawasaki. I've tried everything around here on the Kawasaki. There is no stone I've left unturned around here on a Kawasaki. The BMW, we tried as much as we could, but last year we came together with Hickey at Coppice, absolutely totaled the bike. That was the one crash I had all year. It absolutely ruined our weekend. I didn't finish any races because we had hidden problems all weekend. Then when we come back here, we were on the back foot again. But I think now I've just proved to myself, and obviously anyone else, if anyone was wondering, that I can ride a superbike around Donington. But the Ducati just feels lovely around here. There's still a few bits I want to work on, and I do feel like if I need to go a bit more, I can, which is bloody lovely, really. But no, just to trying to enjoy riding the bike.
You've had a good week, you know. You come back from Northern Ireland, you buy a Punto S, and you finish free practice 2 right at the sharp end.
Well, that's all you need, really, is a 1995 Punto S. That honestly just improves your lap times.
And Fiat purple?
It's no blue. It's
blue. I thought it was purple.
Get it right, it's blue.
Sorry, you don't see very many purple or blue.
It's the blue babe magnet. That's what she's called.
I don't agree with that. Listen, good luck. Good to see you at the sharp end. Keep it going.
Thank you.
Oh, give us a shout out for the merch trailer and the hat, on you go.
Oh yeah, Stormlord Stacey merch, and it will be at Knockhill. So people watching, it's going to be at Knockhill. He's been pestering me for me to do a video, and I will do it. I'm going to do it. Don't forget, I'm not forgetting. Don't worry, I'm going to do it. But it's coming to Knockhill and Stormlord Stacey YouTube. We have just done a video of Northwest 200, so go and have a watch of that. It's an hour and a half long. So Lola Spielberger's just done her first movie. And it's gone really well because it's on 32,000 views in just over a day. So unbelievable. Mega happy. Thank you, everyone. Loving life at the minute.
Thanks, Storm. Thank you very much. Never change. Lola Spielberg. That's brilliant. Fabulous. So we've got the top 3. Let's see who else we can grab if they're still in the garage now. See if Brad's at the back of the garage. He is in deep conversation with crew chief, and you can see this is young Brad Woodage working away on the bike. He's the son of crew chief Brains, Mark Woodage, and Brad just look at that. They're just obviously making detailed measurements to make sure everything is okay. But the bike did go down earlier on, so I think fair play to them for getting the bike back in one piece. And these are the measurement tools just to make sure everything lines up in absolutely the perfect position. Because if you send one of these riders out and you know what, you don't have the handlebar in the correct, but they can tell you if it's a millimetre out or even less than that, they'll be able to tell you exactly what is wrong. So Brad just getting the finer details fixed up on that McCann's Raceways Yamaha. Steve Rogers at the back of the garage as well, sits and has a bit of a detailed chat. We'll leave that just now, and we won't give too much, we won't try and chat too much to them because there's a lot going on in there. As we look inside the Hager PBM garage, Frank and Jordan at the back there. Scott Redding leans forward. He's having a bit of a look at the data. We've got James Mead, who is the data man. He's got the black cap on, who keeps looking at the computer screen. Scott looking over his shoulder, very much interested as to what's going on here. And as he would be, you'd expect that. So we're going to get one of the birds to come and have a bit of a chat with us. Here comes Jordan. And I think Jordan will be happy with how that session went as well. You've got to be happy with how Scott performed there. I didn't think he was going to come in. It's like you filled him full of petrol and just said, go and have some fun. He was out forever.
I think because we missed the test here, he's got a bit of time to make up compared to the others. So we make sure we have plenty of fuel in there and just sent him out to have a bit of a ride. But I think because he's come from World Superbikes and a Grand Prix background, he tends to come good the later on in the session when the tyres are a little bit older, when the race is coming to the end of it. So yeah, he was just having a good time riding his bike. The sun was out in our session. What more could you want?
Yeah, you know what? He looks happy. He looks relaxed as well, and he looks cool.
Yeah, he's really happy. I think our team's great. He's great. Everyone's happy together, and yeah, I think we're going to be on for a good weekend this weekend. Oldham was tough. It was obviously our first race back. We'd had a serious lack of testing, as the same with all the Ducati boys. So yeah, we're on the back foot a little bit, but here we're definitely not. There's no excuses now, and yeah, we've got some trophies to bring home.
He just looked down and gave me a cheeky smile there. I see he's busy with James, but I take it everybody's happy with what's going on.
Yeah, very much so. I think today's all about getting comfy in the morning. The two sessions this morning don't mean anything in terms of what happens for the rest of the weekend, but equally it's the most pivotal time to get the bike in the window that it needs to be. So we're there or thereabouts. You just make a couple of tweaks sort of electronics-wise with James and yeah, go and get a little play again later on.
Yeah, the important one comes next, pre-qualifying.
Yeah, it does. I think it's one of those. You try not to go in with too much pressure, but it is important that you don't get stuck in that Q1 session because that's not where we need to be. So, yeah, get into Q2, have a good qualifying session tomorrow, and then yeah, let Scott do his thing in the race because he's a racer. That is for sure.
100%, Jordan. Thank you very much for your time. Good stuff. Good to hear that, and very interesting to hear that he does come good on older tyres. So. He's just been that cheeky guy at the back of the garage. Oh, he's coming for a word, the comeback kid. Or is it Ride 'em, cowboy? Storm Stacey's got the top hat. This man's got, I think, the Stetson. Scott, you were out there for a long time. You looked comfortable. The bike looks quick. You're in a good place right now.
Yeah, I feel happy with the bike. Obviously at Alton, we wasn't fully confident and comfortable with the bike, whereas we've been able to digest the data for a week. Sorry, I just saw that. Nothing. Digest the data for like a week and then understand what we wanted to do. And the bike felt good straight away, and then we've been able to work in a direction that for me was working better, so we actually got some confidence. And yeah, now I've got to get myself back up to speed because when you change the bike, you change your riding style, and I believe with these new tyres and with this new bike, the riding style is quite different to last year. So got to get the bike set up for the way you need to ride. You need to adapt your riding style. So just chipping away a bit at a time, and yeah, I'm pretty happy so far.
How with the arms? You said the arms were hurting a little bit after Open Park. I take it you've been doing some fitness in between?
Arms always hurt when you're a dad holding your child or chasing.
I said you're going to have to watch for Dad back, walking along behind the bike all the time. That's going to catch up with you.
I've had it a couple of times already, trust me, it's not good. But yeah, arms ain't too bad. Here is still demanding down Craner curves and then up through Starkeys. It's pretty forceful. But you got a little bit of a breather here in a couple of areas, so hopefully be a little bit nicer on the arms.
Cheers, Scott. Thank you very much. Good luck for pre-qualifying to Scott Redding. Leon Haslam in the other side of not the other side of the garage, but in the other garage. Leon Haslam 5th at the end of that session. They're a really good run for this team, considering they didn't do too many laps earlier on. I think that's the big thing. That's the classification for that session, but on combined times, yeah, 5th as well. So Leon Haslam looking really, really strong. Ron Haslam at the back of that garage as ever, and you can see the two there's different philosophies on Ducati exhausts. We've got Leon Haslam with just get a look at these exhausts, Laura. We've got the high exhaust in this bike. We'll show you Scott Redding's next. We'll get a word with the Pocket Rocket. Well, that's really how you want to start a weekend, isn't it? 5th fastest on combined times as you head to pre-qualifying. But was that a shake of the head there?
Yeah, up until them last 3 laps, I think I've done 2 laps all in an hour and a half, so we've done 0 laps, and yeah, we've had a few little things that we've been trying to sort out, and even them last few laps that I did that put me top 5, we're nowhere near yet. We've got a lot to do. So lap time I'm happy with, but the feeling of the bike we need to improve.
I'll let you get back to work. Thanks, Liam. So you've seen the exhaust on that bike. Look at the exhaust, the 2 high exhaust. This is a 2026 Ducati, goes down the side. That's the, I'm going to say Termagoni. Now come next door, Laura, and have a little look at Scott Redding's one. Completely different exhaust philosophies when you look at it. The exhaust on this bike are the short stubby one, which comes out the back, and it's very much a different mix. There's an exhaust either side on the PBM Ducati. So I was trying to explain that to people online without the images, and it was quite difficult to do that without the images. Once you get an image of it, makes it so much better. So the BMWs are on track. I'll get a television screen and I'll give you an update just to how that session's unfolding. Nicky Coates just about to go on track here. This will be one of the guys who's going for a championship run in 2026 on his LDC FBF Performance BMW. Ryan Rainey was saying that Nicky should have almost had a championship the last couple of years, but things just didn't go his way. So let me just quickly nip in here and have a look at the television, and we'll give you the top positions for the BMWs, because it's Bobby Very who's fastest, from Nicky Coates, Christian Smith, Kieran Smith, James Ellison and Josh Corner, with Scotty Carson up there in 7th place, Thomas Strudwick, Kenny McLeod and Andy Williams in 10th, exceeding track limits for number 34, lap time excluded. That's Kenny McLeod. That's the young man who comes from, I think he's from the Outer Hebrides, or Stornoway is where he comes from. And yeah, a lot of travelling to do. Let's see if Rory Skinner will have a quick word with us, because we were banging on about Rory quite a bit in that session. 8th fastest towards the end of that. You left it fashionably late there, Rory. Everything good, chasing things, or was that just how you guys are playing it?
Quite honestly, Duncan, not really the start of the weekend that I think we would have wanted. I wouldn't even say struggling a little bit. We tried something new in FP1, a new swing arm. Didn't really give us the feeling that we were hoping for, and yeah, we then started FP2 as FP1 with our kind of base setup, and just had to chase a few things. And then at the end, I wanted to have a new set of tyres in the bike. We started off with what we run in FP1, so yeah, wanted a new set of tyres in the bike just at the end. So before going into pre-qualifying, to give myself an idea what the bike was going to be like, and yeah, managed to pull a bit of a lap time out of the bag. Not really all that great, but.
What happened on the last lap? Because it looked like your last lap was even better, but then the Melbourne Loop kind of something came undone there. Was it traffic?
See, everybody said that to me. I thought I got it all right, so I don't really know what happened there. I need to sit down and have a look through the data with Federico, but yeah, for the meantime, I'm happy enough. It's not where we want to be, but the feeling's coming back for it being like my bike now. So yeah, we'll see what pre-qualifying brings. I think it's going to be quite a few people going out for a one-lap wonder, but hey, that's nothing new.
And during the week, for this man behind you here, we had a birthday. I think you took him out for his dinner to a lovely restaurant in Perth.
Yeah, Dad's birthday the weekend. Well, during the week there, he was 58, so no, he's another year older. I heard him say he's not sure if he's another year wiser as of yet, but yeah, gonna take him to the Texas Tornado Boot Camp with Dean Ellison coming in December, so giving him a nice little birthday present there.
We love that one. Thank you very much, Rory. Good stuff. Good luck. Mike Skinner on the right of the bike, just having a quick look and a chat with Rory Skinner there. So a lovely birthday present. Let me get Steve Plater. Steve will come in and have a quick chat with us. You got a second to come outside? There we go. So I've heard from Rory. Danny Kent's not here. You could maybe give us a bit of an overview of the team, please, Mr. Plater.
Yeah, no, pretty good actually. Danny's fine. He's got a good feeling so far. You know, he was struggling a little bit at Holm Park, so wasn't where he should be, as should I say. Couldn't really get a feel. Everything that his crew chief tried and changed, he wasn't really feeling. It was the same kind of bad feel all the way through. So straight off in the first session this morning got a good feel. Made quite a few changes, new engine as well, bedding himself in nicely. So. Spent that session trying a few different things, again getting a good feel, out on used tyres, so they both of them, Rory and Danny, threw a pair of tyres in the end just to, I think they were a little bit weak on new tyres at Holm Park, so took a new set of tyres in, both responded well and straight into 27, so we'll see what happens in the pre-qualifying later.
Yeah, it's coming up, it's going to be good.
Thanks buddy.
Let's get back down pit lane a bit. Oh, it's good to hear from Steve Plater. Christian Idden will probably be gone from his garage. Oh, doing a little run here. Can I have you for a minute? I've got my TV here as well. It's not TV, it's a phone. Laura, this is Wescam 2. Give you some BTS stuff. I think you're watching his good mate Rob McNeely there. You keeping an eye on Rob McNeely on the screen there?
Yeah, Rob McNeely, Josh Corners, a few in this class. So, yeah, they're both going well.
Okay, talk us through your weekend so far. We saw a very un-Christian hidden manoeuvre, a little slip off at the Melbourne Loop. Not something we see very often. Everything okay after that?
Yeah, literally just fell over, broke a wing off it, and that was it. So it was annoying just because, any crash is annoying. But literally, that was the first fresh tyre I'd put in. Actually, I was building up, so I wasn't even on a good lap at all. I just lack of concentration or something, and just folded the front. So no worries.
So 13th fastest on that session here before we're going to pre-qualifying. You want to be in that top 12 if you can. What are you chasing on the Yamaha at this moment in time?
Strangely, actually, when I came here in the test, I hated the bike, and we were quite far up the times. And now I quite like the bike, and we're not as far up the times as we were. So it's a bit odd. But no, the Alton Park was test and race was extremely difficult for us. And we've come here and the bike feels like a motorbike, so I'm buzzing about that. I feel really happy about that, but I feel like I'm now learning a different motorbike to what I feel like I've been riding since November last year. And actually it showed in that session then, because one of the sectors, I literally tried something on the last lap, actually went a bit slower to try and gain somewhere else, and was the fastest of the session out of anyone. So it's a learning process for me where I need to push on this bike and where I don't, because it's not always that obvious. So little learning experiences like that are vital. So if I can do that in the other 10 corners, then we'll be all right. But yeah, it's not quite as simple as that sounds. Obviously the times are always super close around Donington, or everyone has got good pace because it's a track that everyone knows extremely well. And yeah, but it's the same for everyone. Like I said, we're actually trying very hard not to change the bike, because I feel like I really need to start to understand the motorbike without confusion. Of course, if there's something drastically out, then we will change it. We've done a bit of a fork spring and little bits like that. But yeah, really, we're trying really hard. Sounds daft to try hard not to do anything, but the FOMO of not changing something because you think it could be better is difficult. So yeah, we are trying hard to just ride the bike, me to understand. I think there's more to come from me than there is from the motorbike as we have it now. Alton Park, I don't believe that was the case, but now I think I need to learn to improve, and there's no reason why it can't be up there.
Looking forward to the pre-qualifying. It's not really a bite the screen session, or is it?
Yeah, it is. I hate it actually, because it's called pre-qualifying as if it doesn't count, and it really does count for a lot. So I really appreciate BSB swapping the format the way they have done this year. I think it's fantastic what they've done. Those 2 free practices are so much better, because we can actually, as the whole grid up and down, not just me of course, but everyone here can have some. It's not stress-free, but you can actually understand the bike, and it reduces the necessity to go testing on a track day or on any other thing, which actually we can't actually do anyway. But you know what I mean? Like it reduces that need to go elsewhere. So we can do everything here on a race weekend, and it's really good because, yeah, I don't know how much most of your listeners do know, but you don't need tyre stickers for them, so you can sort of use your scrubs from last week and roll around, understand some stuff without that pressure of I need to get in the top 12. But obviously, essentially the weekend starts in the next 40 minutes is when our weekend officially gets going, because the 2 free practices almost are outside the weekend. So yeah, it's quite a stressful session. It's also a bit of a weird one because generally you'd use 1 tyre, but you could use 2, but then obviously you put yourself potentially on the back foot for qualifying. So yeah, there's a little bit of gamesmanship depending on whether you've got the pace or whether you get the lap in. But also, to be fair, Pirelli have done a fantastic job this year, I believe, with the tyre. Donington's typically extremely hard on the rear tyres, and actually today's really bad conditions. If you were a back tyre, today is a bad day to be a back tyre, because the cold wind and the abrasive circuit is a bad combination, but the new Pirelli is holding up really, really well. So yeah, that's commendable, because again, it means that it's of no benefit to anyone in the championship because everyone has the same, but certainly I'm sure all riders prefer to actually be able to understand what's going on rather than just having to stick new boots in to fix issues. So yeah, it's loads better, and we can do runs like we've never been able to do before. Heat cycles used to be a big problem, and heat cycles will always hurt a tyre, but now it's a lot less of a concern. So yeah, loads better.
Good luck for pre-qualifying.
Cheers.
Christian Idden, brilliant. Complete download, fabulous. The information we get there. And I even dragged him back, but he's watching a couple of his mates. We've got, I forgot that, Josh Connor. He was doing a podcast with Josh last night and chasing the racing. Josh Connor, and there's also his good friend Rob McNeely. There'll be a few other guys that Christian will be keeping an eye on as well. Matt Trulove's about to go out in this session. We've got JVS, Jamie Van Chiklerus, as the Dutch told me last year. Great to see JVS back on the bike, actually. He went through the fitness test and he's been signed off. So JVS, you can just see there with the MPM Routes Racing. He's had that for quite some time, that sticker on the leathers. It's great to see him back, actually. Fabulous to see him back. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Ian Wallacott, then we'll knock it on the head and we'll head back up the stairs, because Eli Michalczyk was 19th in that session, and he was much faster in the previous session. Now, this is where you don't really want to interrupt too much, Laura. I'm not really that brave, but just take Ian out for a minute. James will give me a row for interrupting. We had a really good free practice one. A little bit more of a struggle in free practice two for Eli. What was the general consensus?
I don't really know, to be honest. The truth of it is Duncan, you've caught me on the hop a bit. I don't really know.
For once, I've got you.
Yes, exactly, mate. Yeah, but no, I was talking, actually, during that session, I was talking to Neil Spalding and so forth, and I find the guy an absolutely fascinating guy, and he talks about all these things.
You mean you were listening? You were listening, weren't you? Yeah.
Hey, mate, yeah, I wasn't actually talking to him, I was just listening. He was giving me educational period and so forth, which I've learned immense. Don't ask me any questions about it, because I can't remember it, but
you must be delighted how the team's performing. When this was put together so late, and, you know, Eli to be so fast earlier on, it's testament to your little team.
Brilliant. I think, yeah, it's absolutely right. We're still a long way away from where we need to be. We've got a lot to trying to catch up on. People have been testing, so we didn't do any of that other than the BSB Alton Park test. That's the only one we've done. So we're learning the bike. We've got new staff, which we're getting on well with. Eli, as I say, he's a very extremely professional guy. You know, he's paid and given to us from BMW, so essentially, he knows the BMW way, we're learning in the BMW way. So so together everybody's happy, and sometimes there's smiles and everything. Yeah,
sometimes.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. But no, at the end of the days, I know. I would like to think this will be a long-term thing with the relationship with BMW. They're certainly a fantastic people to deal with. They are interested in what we're doing, and they certainly seem keen to assist in ways to make the BMW M1000RR, a little bit sort of, nicer for BSB. So, they're obviously for them as well, we're using different electronics, and that's something that they've obviously in their own sort of countries and their own sort of racing world championship. Sean, I know they're using their own electronics. Here, there's something different. But both them and myself don't believe it's not possible to achieve what we need to be. So, it's like anything in life. You've got to crack a few eggs to make an omelette. So, so at the moment we're here 1 minute, down the next, because we're just trying different things. The second session, I can't really say too much because I don't really know.
Because you were busy.
I was, exactly, yeah. But I mean, but the truth is, I suspect that the guys have been trying different things to try and get them a bit more comfortable on the bike. But we're getting there. It's just we are sort of learning on the job, as it were. So
just put it down to growing pains. 1 minute you're up, 1 minute you're down.
I've got 100% confidence in these guys. They certainly don't give me any concerns. I mean, I've been with James for 20, 25 years, so we know we worked together for a long, long time. The other guys has been with us as well. They've been with us a long time. So we're quite close knit. We're quite small, but we make the best of it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still. I am actually smiling. Look, Duncan, I'm smiling.
No, it's Friday and you're smiling. I'm delighted.
The best thing is we're going to Knock Hill soon. So.
I can't believe you said that. Thank you very much, Ian. Good luck for pre-qualifying. Thank you very much. Now, before we head up, I would just want to see if I can get a quick word with Steve Hicken, but he'll run away into the garage because that's kind of Steve's way. He's got a rider about to go out on track, so we'll maybe see if we can get his rider out on track. And then, can I have you for a second before Dan goes out, please? Good friend of mine, Steve Hicken. Difficult morning for the two boys. Little errors with big consequences, but they've both regrouped after this morning's offs.
Yeah, look, I don't think whether you can class them as an error or just a little bit of setting and or trying to understand Superbike at the minute, but yeah, a bloody hard morning. A lot of damage to Reese's, Eugene's not so much, but it's just going to be part of the game, I think, 2026, and we'll see them come good throughout the year.
Well, do very good luck, very best of luck. Dan Brooks about to come out this garage. We'll catch that on camera, Laura, and then we'll head back up the stairs and we shall sign off and we'll get back into the commentary box because the Pirelli National Superstock session is about to make its way out onto track. Dan Brooks standing next to his bike, fully Master Mac Honda up. Steve Hicken gives the nod. Off comes the tyre warmers. Dan Brooks walks out to the front of the garage. Dan was quick this morning. What can he do this afternoon? Here comes the bike, brand new tyres on the back of it, brand new tyre on the back of it, sorry. And they'll get that bike wheeled into the pit lane for Dan. He'll take the bike, and away he goes. Roger from Master Mac, the main sponsor, will be here this weekend. But with that, Dan Brooks joins the track. We'll head back up into the commentary point and bring you the rest of this session. So you join us once again back in the commentary box after a bit of a quick run up the stairs from pit lane and a quick stop at the TSL timekeepers to pick up some information sheets. We get the information on our TSL timing screen from Mulligato with 1P mobile data, but you know, we need to have the actual sheets as a reference. I like to collect every single sheet that goes through the day. We have got 14 minutes of the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, free practice 2 for these guys. Remember, it's a single header, if that makes sense. It's a single race event for them this weekend. They have their first double header weekend when we go north of the border to Scotland. Just speaking with Dave Neal, who is the man of the Paddock Entertainment. Thank you, Holly. Paddock Entertainment. That doesn't sound quite right, actually, does it, Alan? Can I get me? He's the man of Paddock Entertainment. He's got a stage down there, and the riders go and get interviewed, and it really, Dave's a great guy, and good to catch up with him there. He'll pop back up through the course of the weekend, and we will be doing the actual World Championship event here together, myself, Alan Hyde and Dave Neal, so we're looking forward to that when that happens. But Dave, very much part of the Paddock atmosphere. That's exactly what it is. As we were in that pit lane, I do hope you enjoyed the YouTube walk up and down pit lane. If you were managing to watch and listen to us, that's just an extra little thing that we are bringing you guys for 2026, and a few messages coming in on the YouTube stream as well. And we'll try and keep up to date with as much as we can. The British Superbikes don't actively monitor it themselves. We kind of put it on and then just let it go. Oh. Hello, Alan. That went rather echoey for a second. But we do try and look at the messages. But you know what? There are other ways you can get in touch with us. From tomorrow, Alan will be wanting you to use the lovely WhatsApp, which is a nice, easy number, 07482. There is the first thing I've been doing wrong with the number. I put the wrong number in my phone. That's what I did. So the number is 07482. I had 07842. So I apologise, Alan.
That's why that didn't work then.
Yeah, it very much didn't work. So I apologise for that. So you can WhatsApp us tomorrow on 07482 877 877. Nice and easy. Send your message to Alan and the team. You can also do it via email, studio@bsbradio.com, which is a nice way of doing it. Or you can send us some carrier pigeons or smoke signals from the other side of the circuit. But that's the best way to get in touch with us. And we look forward to hearing from you all tomorrow.
If someone sent a message via carrier pigeon, I would work out a prize that we could give.
Okay. I like that. I don't know how it would happen. Maybe Laura could get it in the pit lane.
Have I just offered something that I really can't keep?
Well, I don't know how. We don't have anything to give apart from. I've got a drumstick, and Rossi Bannon brought some lovely cakes up.
That's true. Yeah.
But there's not very many of them left because you've been here alone.
I know. That's what I'm like.
Alan should never be left unattended beside home baking. It's as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Very true.
During that little malarkey of the home baking escapade, David Allingham has come up a whole heap of positions, 34 positions in fact, for D-Bomb. Puts himself into P number 1, 129.572, 300ths of a second ahead of Matt Truelove, with Emily Latty in 3rd place, Luke Mossy in 4th place, Lewis Rollo 5th, and Ash Beach in 6th. Ash Barnes in 7th. And Simon Reed, who tipped off in free practice 1, finds himself in 8th place ahead of Dan Brooks, who we finished our live stream with down in the pit lane. And I have to say, Laura does a fabulous job with that camera, getting all into the garages. And it was really nice of the Superbike riders to be so open and welcoming. They're happy to give us some of their time. So, yeah, and I've got to say, Christian Idden was the greatest spokesman for the Superbike Championship and also for Pirelli tyres down there. I don't know if you heard him, but it was nice to hear him waxing lyrical about all things positive. And we'll see how Christian gets on for pre-qualifying. But Dan Brooks did end our live stream. He's 9th in the garage just now, ahead of Scott Swan. And Swanee spoke to me earlier on, and he says thank you very much for mentioning Rosewood Bespoke joiner. That's fabulous. And that's exactly what he is sponsored by for 2026. Declan Connell's 11th, a little bit out of place, as is Josh Owens in 12th. So work to be done for both those guys. Finn Arscott 13th, Blaze Baker 14th. Richard White, Ryan Campion, Mitchell Reese, Harrison Crosby. Then we have got Callum Bay 19th and Ben Luxton in 20th position. That's kind of how it's been, to be honest. A good hello to Keith Amor. Well, there you go. That's something I didn't expect to hear. He's like Lord Lucan in my life. He disappears and eventually pops up again. Hello, Keith. I do hope you're enjoying the commentary. Thank you very much. Very much missed, and haven't seen him for a while, but good friend of mine, Keith Amor. Back in the day when I used to race a Superstock bike like we've got out here, Keith managed to help me with a few parts for a Honda, which was very nice of him, and I've never forgotten that. And neither's he when he wants something. Good to know you're listening, buddy. Good to know you're listening. Keep in touch. Let's see what happens with Declan Connell. He is on an outlap, the young man from Dunfermline. Let's see if he can get a bit of a wriggle up and get a little bit higher up the timing screen from where he is just now, because if I have a look at this, Alan's just come rushing over. That's worrying. Whenever Alan comes into this area, that means there's something not quite right. We've still got sound on though, Alan, I can tell you that. Declan on his way around. Declan this morning, 1:30.5, and he makes his way around for this kind of installation lap before he has a bit of a push on. Free practice 2, they've had free practice 1. The most important thing in this session is to try and be quick and consistent, but not do anything silly. Because as I mentioned earlier on, the next time you go and ride the bike, it will be tomorrow for qualifying, and you don't want anything to go wrong. We mentioned that in the Super Sport, after we saw a couple of guys unfortunately sliding off. Jack Kennedy being that man. So tomorrow, Jack Kennedy goes straight into qualifying at 11:15. So there's a fair bit of pressure. But the thing is, as Steve Sargent was saying when he was up here, which was lovely to hear, you know, it's good to have somebody from Triumph come up and talk about their team, but also be nice and honest about other teams as well and other manufacturers. I like that. And he said, you know, Honda, yeah, Jack's made a mistake there, but he's the benchmark in this championship that we were watching at the time. And he's got the team behind him, and the Honda mechanics know exactly what they're doing. So, yeah, this free practice session is exactly the same. So Connell starts his first push lap, while David Allingham sets another purple first sector. David really is in a rich vein of form towards last year, towards the end of it, where he took the championship fight to Eli Michalczyk down to Brands Hatch area. But David, for about a year and a half, he tried to run his own team. He tried to be everything, and personnel is so important when you're at this level. Here comes Luke Mossey. I'll just interrupt myself. Mossey in P4 goes to P3 on Clive Paget's Fireblade. Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles. 6 decades worth of competing. I remember when Paget's were called Paget's Grand Prix. And yeah, just a fantastic outfit down there. And, you know, Luke Mossey, who Luke was just looking for something that would fit with him. And he and Clive Paget have just gelled so incredibly well together. It's like a match made in heaven. And Luke Mossey was waxing lyrical about Clive Paget, and I do like that. Anybody that says nice things about Clive is A-OK in my book. Josh Owens is a personal best first sector on the SAF Holland Honda, number 65 GR Performance bike. Josh in 12th place. He's faster than that, a lot faster than that, but he's got a little bit of work to do being stuck down in 12th. Just making his way through the back end of sector number 1. He's gone personal best through sector 2, 24.8. Matt Trulove's fastest in that area with a 24.4. So Josh Owens some 4/10 away and then 3/10 away. So that's 7/10 of a second away. If he can hold that to the line, that will put him round about 5th place with Lewis Rollo. Maybe between Lewis Rollo and Ash Beach. But he's got to try and hold that towards the end and not hemorrhage any more time in the big braking zones down towards the Melbourne Loop even, or up and in towards Goddard's. Here comes Mossey again across the line. He's following Lewis Rollo. Here comes Josh Owens out the last corner. Maybe just tripped over the back of David Williams ever so slightly on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Racing Ducati. I think he did. Josh has slithered up the inside into towards Redgate, but he was so close to the back of David coming out there, so I think that must have cost him just ever so slightly. David was on one of his hotter laps though, and he finds himself in 37th out of 39, so a couple of guys behind David. Declan Connell goes up 6 places to P5. A 1:30.152 for Deco to make him the top rapid Honda rider. Allingham, Mossy, Allingham, Truelove, Mossy, Latti, and Connell now your top 5. BMW, Honda, 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 with another BMW of Lewis Rollo in 6th and 7th for Ash Beach. There is I said earlier on, there's a nice mixture of manufacturers in this. It was very, very top heavy with Hondas maybe 2 years ago. But the work that Eli Michalczyk put in with, was Emily Latti as that thing on that move coming out of the last corner. That was all sideways and lit up. The work that they have done last year, Eli Michalczyk, it really has made a few other people think about where they're actually wanting to put their manufacturer, what bike they're wanting to be on. Somebody stopped at Redgate. They've gone behind the actual Redgate gate already, and they're now going back through the paddock. I'll try and spot them from here. No, as good as I am, my binoculars are straining. And when you start squinting your eyes in your binoculars, you know you're at the distance where you can't do anything else. Number 52, Cam Dixon that was. Stopped with the technical problem at Redgate. Didn't look like Cam Dixon, I've got to say. Did not look like Cam Dixon's bike, but I'm not going to argue with the powers that be. Technical problem at Redgate, put back through the gate into the paddock. 3 minutes of this session to go, and Blaze Baker's just put a personal best sector in. Finn Arscott as well. He improved himself in lap time but not position, 13th place. Still Josh Owens just ahead of him, with Scott Swan just ahead of Josh Owens in 11th. He is on an outlap, as is Matty Truelove. It's all gone just a little bit stale on the timing screens at this moment, just purely because I think people have possibly used more, if they were going to put a tyre or whatever they were going to do. Sam Cox sometimes gives us a little bit of insight to whether they actually want to mirror a qualifying run in this session. And maybe that's what we've seen. The lap record is Eli Michalczyk, 1:28.011. And we're doing 1:29.5s at this moment. There's an improvement for Josh Owens, up 3 places into the top 10 into 9th. And he is also looking pretty hot on this lap, personal best, as is Ash Barnes, actually. Ash Beach, sorry, put a nice purple sector in there. We'll get he across the line. He goes across the line now. Nope, just a good end to the lap for Ash Beach. No real improvement. I thought Alan had fallen over there for a second. I was a bit worried. Big bang from the studio. And what have we got? Can Owens keep that run going? Well, no, it's drifted away quite considerably in that middle part. 24.4, the fastest time. Josh Owens cruised through at a 25-second split. But Ash Barnes has improved. He goes up to P6, nestles himself in behind his teammate Declan Connell. So the two rapid Hondas very much together as Emily Latti comes out and accelerates along and goes past Kevin Milani, the Italian on a 241 Motorsports Honda. And Emily Latti puts a huge gap on Milani as they go through Redgate Corner. That really was impressive. Emily really throwing caution to the wind in this one. And already inside that top 5, sitting comfortably in 4th place. But yeah, Ash Barnes on that last lap on the number 8 Rapid Motorsport Honda, 1:30.201. Here comes Dan Brooks. Dan in just outside the top 10 actually, on the fringes. He's 11th place. Remember, it is only free practice. Qualifying is tomorrow, so what they mustn't do in this last 34 seconds is anything wrong. Anything that may upset what's going on. And Ash Beach, again, another good end to the lap for Ash Beach. A personal best in a couple of places. As we wait to get the number 55, Jones Dorland BMW, out of Goddard's and across the line. That was Jeff Van Calster. There goes Finn Arscott. And Ash Beach at 130.304, and he gets another lap out of it as well, and he's gone personal best through sector number 1. So Ash Beach really throwing it towards the end of this session on his Jones Dorland BMW. Lee Healy, Lewis Rollo across the line. Kevin Milani, Jack Bednarek, Emily Latti take the checkered flag. And Max Simmons, actually, he put a personal best lap in last time through, 24th place on number 95. And I'm just going to keep my eyes on the screen towards the end because Swanee's put a decent middle sector in. And Blaze Baker, 2 personal bests on this, the last lap. So we need to get Blaze Baker on the Whitney Racing Motorsport Honda across the line. Blue bike, luminous mudguard. We'll wait for Blaze to cross the line. He does so now. Does Blaze Baker improve? Yep, 14th place for Blaze. Good lap, that. And Ash Beach, the last man across the line for us, who we'll keep our eye on. Doesn't look like there's too much more to come from that one, as they're using all the exit curb and a bit more as they come out of that last corner. Josh Owens will be happy with that, though. Josh Owens in, 7th place with that 130.255 right at the very end. Allingham, Truelove, Mossy, Latti, Connell, your top 5, with Barnes, Owens, Rollo, Beach and Simon Reed rounding out the top 10. Behind Simon Reed, we've got Dan Brooks, Scott Swan, Finlay R. Scott, Blaze Baker, Richard White, Harrison Crosby, Ryan Campion, Mitch Reese in 18th place on the second of the Padgett's bikes, 19th for Callum Bay again, and the ever-present Ben Luxon inside the top 20 once again on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. So good session that for David Allingham, showing his speed is very much still there after what we saw from Oulton Park. Right, up next, it's where the weekend starts. If you're Christian Idem, it's where everything has gone before is forgotten about, and you step into pre-qualifying for the British Superbike Championship. Don't go anywhere.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the new range finish trails or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Sarah Tizet Group, tooling the future.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests. Big, beautiful, very fast, and you can buy one.
At this point, Terry Ryan has 29 riders in front of him, and he'll be battling his way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is, oh, and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh, dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Reimer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds, though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds, round the outside of Hayden, and there's no room for Hodgson, but Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel of, oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Sons hard on the outside. Oh, it's another contact, but miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's fault. Oh, no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, they got Hislop. Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think the Honda's going to be out of there. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it is. Well, I tell you, I tell you what, I'm monitoring. Kianari. They've given it to Kianari. Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment. Here he comes up the inside.
Oh, he's left it up. Oh, Howard Crowe for Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. Is it going to be Hill? Is it going to be Hopkins? And they cross the line. Hill! It's Hill by 6,000ths of a second. This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch.
With one another, and they go there. Haslam gets it by 4,000ths of a second.
Already, Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch! They touch! The winner takes it all here in BSB. There was a bump there from Kyle. Tommy's coming as well. It's going to be a run to the line. Pride runs where it goes. Kyle Ryan is the BSB champ for 2024. He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Rye.
The 2026 British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. This is pre-qualifying, and this is what we have talked about along the way. Christian Idden was giving us a pretty in-depth story about pre-qualifying and how it all works, and I did like that. He's always good. But effectively, the fastest 12 riders from pre-qualifying make their way through in towards the main qualifying. And, well, into the second phase of qualifying, which is the main qualifying. You can call it that. The Rocket Performance qualifying, as we look all the way down the pit lane, see a couple of bikes making their way underneath the arch. Rocket Oxygen's performance qualifying session, which will take place tomorrow. So this is what you're trying to ride your way effectively into, and it's a session where Christian Hidden said, no matter what's happened before this is kind of where your weekend starts. So with the weekend starting here for a lot of these guys, they have got some work to do, and it was great for us to be down in the pit lane with Laura on camera, and we got to find out so many interesting stories from the likes of from Leon Haslam, who has only had a handful of laps actually. He hasn't done too much. But from Leon Haslam, from Christian Hidden, from Storm Stacey, you know, the guys are brilliant. Scott Redding, Kyle Reid coming out and giving us their time. Even Rory Skinner towards the end of it, who was a little bit scratching his head. But we did get to speak with Max Cook, and how fast was Max Cook, and how relaxed did he look and sound as well. If you watched it on the YouTube stream, you'll have seen just how cool and chilled out that young man was. So fabulous to see him on the right pace as well. Nigel Snook looking happy, and if Nigel's happy, well, everybody in that garage will be happy. Ian Wallacott was by far away the funniest interview, though. I kind of put him on the spot there and felt a little bit bad about that. I have to admit that he wasn't paying much attention. He was listening to Neil Spalding. Good old Spalders. So the top 12 from this session go through. You've got 22 minutes left. Once you've done an outlap or two, you kind of whittle away the time, and before you know it, it starts to get to the moment where you're thinking, I need to go, we're running out of time. So can we please make that happen? That's exactly where we are going to be in a couple of minutes' time. Storm Stacey was incredibly cool there as well. I liked his honesty about, he was starting to think that Storm Stacey maybe can't actually ride a superbike around Donington very well. And, you know, he's tried everything on the Kawasaki and the BMW. Never really ever worked for Storm. But having said that, the Ducati, every lap he seems to do, he looks better and better. And remember, he's still learning that new manufacturer as well, where a lot of the other guys have been on Ducatis for a lot longer time or done more mileage, certainly. It's quite interesting that Kyle says that he's been quicker on his road stock bike round here than he had on the Superbike. So they've got a little bit of work to do in that garage with Kyle and his crew chief Shannon Etheridge, and they will do that. They will get that done, and they will get through the programme. Biggest thing here though, get yourself in the top 12. Don't put yourself on the back foot straight away. Richard Kerr slipped off at the Melbourne hairpin. He is okay, and he has continued. Just popped up on our screen as Leon Haslam across. Now, I hope you also saw the two different exhaust philosophies that the Ducatis have. You've got Steve Wilfmoor with the very high up underseat exhausts on the number 91 Motor Rapido Ducati, and then Scott Redding's got the two down the side, the same as what Kyle Reid and Glenn Irwin have. And also Storm Stacey's got another idea as well. He's got the underseat exhaust on his Ducati as he crosses the line. He's just gone to the fastest, the top of the times, 1:27.447. You know, this is good for Storm Stacey, but it's also good for Michael Rutter and for Ray Stringer down there. They must have a smile on their face every time their boy comes round. At some point in the session, Storm Stacey's inside the top 3, or maybe even fastest. That must be good for the morale in that little Batham's AGN Ducati, because last year there wasn't really too much to cheer about apart from an Oulton Park where he looked like he was kind of on form. But this one will be much more exciting for Storm to get his teeth into on this Ducati. Christian Hidden now goes to the top of the times with the 1:27.3. Remember, the fastest time for the combined times for the classification for the British Superbikes. Max Cook fastest with that 1:26.805, where he went underneath the lap record. He just dipped under it. And he said it was quite easy, and that's where everybody else should. I hope everybody else was listening to that, because if you do listen to that, that kind of makes you worry ever so slightly. But 27.3 for Christian Hidden, that's, what did he say? I'm still now trying to learn the bike. Trying to not change the bike. I want to learn the bike. And there, Kyle Reid goes to the top of the times, but it only goes, half a tenth faster than Christian Hidden. And Ryan Vickers as well. Reid, Vickers, Eden now the top 3. Into the pit lane comes Storm Stacey, Josh Brooks, Leon Haslam, Danny Kent, Rory Skinner. The two Cheshire Moulding Yamahas very much together in the timing screens. We've seen that quite a lot throughout the start of this year, whether it's the pre-season testing and the first round. They were always kind of together on the timing screens. Rory got maybe a little bit of a jump on Danny Kent, when we were at the Oulton Park round, but that does seem to have kind of closed itself back up. We'll keep an eye on those two. That'll be an impressive battle to watch, but also they will be helping each other to see who can spur the next person on, to see if it will help them and help improve the team. In comes Brooksy, here comes Christian Idden again across the line. Christian with a bit of a slow lap there, backs it off maybe to give the tyre a little bit of a chance, and then has a push, a 140.747. Just need to make sure that he can maintain some heat in those tyres as he comes towards Craner Curves. Watch him on the internal feed, and through he goes. And down towards the old hairpin. Kyle Reid, 127.247. That's coming under threat. Leon Haslam goes P2 with 127.266. But Kyle is looking even faster. 126.990 for Kyle. So not quite as fast as Max Cook, but he's into the 26s. 126.9 for the nitrous competition Ducati of Kyle Reid. 0.2 of a second up the road from Leon Haslam. Then Ryan Vickers, Christian Idden, Joe Talbot, Storm Stacey. Where are some of the other big names, you're asking? Well, where is Scott Redding? He's not even left the pit garage yet. Scott Redding's still in the pit garage for the PBM Ducati, the Hager PBM Ducati. And this is where Larry Carter will start telling me, Duncan, we've got 22 names on the screen. Where's the other two? And we start going down the screen and start looking for names. But I can tell you that Scott Redding is still in that pit box, hasn't made his way out onto track. Maybe trying to get just a little bit of time between where everybody else comes in, so he can get clear track, because that's what we saw Redding do earlier on. He stayed out when the track went quiet, and that's when he put in some of his best laps. Oh, in towards the gravel goes one of the was that Tag Honda? He just falls over at a very slow speed down at the Melbourne Loop. I just happened to catch that one. I think that's Fraser. A little blonde head walked in front of me there through the binoculars, and back he goes. Yeah, Fraser Rogers down there. Already picked the bike up. He basically fell over when the bike was stopped. So he will get that back. Number 89 Fowler, the Melbourne Loop rider, is okay. They will let Fraser come back with that bike and bring it back in. A little bit similar to what Christian said happened to him. Andrew Irwin comes back into the pit lane. Bradley Ray goes up 4 places, only into 10th for Brad Ray. ...16 minutes of a session to go. Fraser Rogers gets himself back up and able to come into pit lane. He just purely braked himself there. Braked himself and then ran in towards the gravel trap. He's coming in just now. There's Fraser Rogers underneath us all as he rides down the pit lane at walking pace. As he does that, Eugene McManus heads back out. So Fraser will come in. Just clearly looked like he outbraked himself. There was nothing else towards that, but you kind of go off the track onto the grass and bury yourself in the gravel, and you just fell over. Great shame for Hollywood. 26.701. Well, that is now officially the fastest lap. That's well under the lap record. Lap record was 26.8. Is that the fastest ever lap, I hear you saying around here? Yes, it is. That's the fastest ever lap. BSB best ever lap with Scott Redding in qualifying in September last year, 126.781. So Kyle has moved the goalpost, 126.701. Only man to go, sub 1 minute 27. Is there anybody else out there who wants to? Is there any need for him to do any more, you ask, as Brad Ray climbs another 6 positions and puts himself into P4. Reid, Haslam, Vickers, Ray, with Christian Idden in the top 5. Behind Christian Idden, we've got Joe Talbot, Storm Stacey, Josh Brooks, Lee Jackson, Danny Kent, Rory Skinner, and Andrew Irwin is in 12th place. Number 11 stopped with a technical problem at pit exit. That's Rory Skinner. And I can see Rory now pushing the bike back up from the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch as he heads towards his pit box. He's now got some help from the Cheshire Moulding TAS Yamaha team. A full-on run from Mike Skinner and Ben Wilson pushing the bike to get it back in towards the pit box. So that's not what he needs. He's in the danger zone, it has to be said. down there in 11th place. His teammate just ahead of him in 10th. Max Cook has now entered the equation, and Scott Redding as well. So they were the two names who we were waiting to see coming out, and they're now on track. 23rd and 24th position. That's Kyle Ryde across the line, 126.995. Seems like he can get kind of almost reel those off with fun, or at fun. But Kyle looking ever so good on that bike. That's Ryan Vickers back down pit lane, and Eli Michalczyk heads into his pit box as well. 128.245 for Elia. If we look at combined times, 128.154 was what Elia did in free practice 1. And they've tried something on the bike a little bit different, and they kind of lost 3 or 4 tenths of a second going the wrong way. But he gets himself into 16th. In reality, what is he away from Andrew Irwin? If we look there, maybe 6 tenths of a second. So he's not a huge amount of time away from being able to get into that last transfer spot. And it could happen. It'd be interesting to know what is up with Rory Skinner at this moment in time. Whether Rory is actually able to get that bike back in play. So as we watch them come out of Goddard's and head across the line, these guys, there's nothing really lighting up on our screen. There's a couple of green sectors, but it's a little bit quiet after that. The Brad Ray still circling. Brad's been out there for quite some time now. That bike did go end over end at Redgate into the gravel trap. He had a fairly large, sizable off. And when we were down at the garage, there was a fair chunk of work getting done to it as well. Now, Max Cook, on his first flying lap's gone purple through sector number 1. So this could be a bit of a statement. He's gone purple through sector number 2 for Max Cook. What does he do through sector number 3? That's just a short shoot down the back straight. Ryan Vickers quickest in that area. Max Cook goes through, personal best, basically on par with Ryan Vickers. As we look at the back of the commentary box, there comes Max on the AGN Steel Stock Bimota in towards the Melbourne Loop on the brakes. Big bit of braking and back shifting, gets through the apex, picks it up and accelerates out of the corner. This could be a bit of a statement lap from Max Cook if he can do the business as he comes in towards Goddard's. Bike number 30, picks it up onto the fat part of the tyre. Max looks so good on that Bimota. This will be a big improvement for Max Cook. He goes P2 straight away, 0.08 of a second off the back of Kyle Ryde, and he goes faster than he went earlier on. 126.784 for Max Cook, 0.08 of a second away from Kyle Ryde. It was a nitrous competition, 1-2 for a split second because Glenn Irwin went to P2. But Max Cook, that's a big lap. Ryde, Cook, Glenn Irwin, Haslam, Vickers, your top 5. So Max went under the lap record earlier on, and he's just gone way under it now, as has Kyle Ryde. But there's still only 2 guys sub 1 minute 27. Hold my water, says Glenn Irwin. Here we go. Personal best, fastest of all. Personal best. We wait for Glenn to come through the next sector. He tips that, but loses just a couple of tenths of a second as he'll be braking through the Melbourne Loop. Scott Redding heads up towards Goddard's, chased by Glenn Irwin. 2 Ducatis on track. Here comes Scott Redding to put a marker down as well. From 16th to 4th, and Glenn Irwin crosses the line but doesn't improve anywhere. 12th place improvement for Scott Redding on the number 45 Hagar PBM Ducati. And you heard Jordan Bird in the interview tell us that, you know, Scott's one of these guys who comes good towards the end of a session or the end of a race. Once the worn tyres kick in, that's where he seems to be that bit better. It's maybe not the 1 lap sprint pace that we've, or the 1 lap qualifying pace that we've seen, but Scott he's got good qualifying performance. But we're not seeing just the kind of Kyle Ryde and Max Cook, bang, there you go, lap and stop. Scott's doing a couple of builders here, maybe just to try and make sure there's enough heat in those tyres before he actually does go for it. He's probably seen some of the experienced people who have been getting caught out, shall we say, going through Craner curves today. such as Jack Kennedy and Lee Johnston, Charlie Spud Nesbitt. They're big names who have been caught out in that area. So Scott maybe just giving himself a little bit of a breather, a little buffer zone. So impressed with that lap by Max Cook, though. To do that on the KB 998 Rimini Bimota straight away, it's a bit of a statement, that. Kyle Wright's done 9 laps and he's done 1:26.701. Max Cook's done 3 laps and 1 hot lap, and it's a 1:26.784. There's Scott Redding again across the line. Keeps himself well within the window. It's Lee Jackson who's now on the bubble. Both Dow Hondas on the cusp of right now going through to the second phase of qualifying, which I think Brooksy would be delighted about. But they've also got the likes of Danny Kent, Rory Skinner, Andrew Irwin, Fraser Rogers, Charlie Nesbitt, Jason O'Halloran, Eli Michalczyk, all there desperate to try and get in, and they're not far away. And actually, O'Halloran and Michalczyk have done the exact same lap time to the nearest 1,000, 1:28.245. They've both done that around here. One on a factory Honda, another one on a, well, kind of close to being factory BMW. It looks good anyway, that's for sure. But very impressive that they've both done the exact same lap time on 2 separate manufacturers. Ricky, outlap for Jackson, outlap for Skinner, outlap for Irwin, Michalczyk and Kerr. There goes Brooksy across the line. No improvement for Brooksy, 1:27.753 as he makes his way towards Redgate. Andrew Irwin again. We haven't actually managed to catch up with Andrew this weekend. We'll hopefully catch up with him after this session. Brad Ray's still in the garage. He's in 7th place. Right now he's possibly safe as Max Cook comes back in after a 4-lap stint. He heads down pit lane as Hickey follows him in as well. Storm Stacey's back on track. Outlap complete for Storm. Away he goes. We've also got Glenn Irwin putting in personal best sectors. Green sector number 1 for Glenn, who sits in 3rd place. We've not caught up with Glenn yet, but we did catch up with his crew chief Ryan Rainey, and he did say that he was quite happy with how things were going. So ride on track, Cook's in the pit box. Glenn Irwin and Scott Redding both on track. Both Ducatis still lapping pretty well. Leon Haslam finds himself in the pit box. Vickers on track. Ray and Eden, 7th and 8th, both sit in their pit box with Joe Talbot and Storm Stacey. We just heard Storm Stacey passing. He's not setting the timing screens alight as we look at it, but he doesn't need to be too far away to make an improvement. 10th place, I think that Ray Stringer and Michael Rutter would like him to be a little bit further up, just to make him that little bit safer actually, which would be the key. But you've got to think the Dow Hondas, they need to either get in that pit box, try and put a tyre on, but as Christian Eden was saying, you don't really want to be using too many tyres in this because you may put yourself on the back foot for qualifying. So basically what you've got now is what you've possibly got. Still no sign of Rory Skinner coming back out onto the track. It's like a game of chess, so just watching it to see what they do. There's some people pushing a little bit of the track, others not. Oh, Andrew Irwin, the big jump for him, up 9 places for the MET Fonacab Ducati, puts himself into 6th, 1:27.272 for Andrew. Just what he wanted. And what that does do, it puts Brooksy on the bubble. Lee Jackson now on the outside looking in. And he's going to have to do something. Jackson, Kent, Skinner all on the outside looking in. 13th, 14th and 15th. Big hitters there. Race winners in the series. With a little bit of work to do. Out of the pit lane comes, that wasn't the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. No, it wasn't. As we see them going onto the track. Jason O'Halloran with an outlap starting. That's Storm back in with 3 minutes to go. Now, what do they do here? Do they put Storm back out? Charlie Nesbitt up 11 places into 6th. He goes just ahead of Andrew Irwin, and that does now push Brooksy outside, and Storm Stacey coming back into the pit lane. He is the person on the bubble of not making it through into Q2. If anybody else has something inside that they can extract. Ely Michalczyk has got himself lodged onto the back of Kyle Ryde. Improves by 1 position up into 18th with a 128.216. Ely will be happy with the improvement. Still not as fast as they managed this morning. Andrew continues his run across the line, but remains in 7th place. So tense times here, one would imagine, for the Batham's AGN Ducati squad. Scott Redding crossing the line. Leon Haslam crosses the line. Joe Talbot crosses the line. All trying to see if there's anything they can extract. Joe Talbot in 11th place with a 127.425. He may be looking for just a little bit more. He was a 27.6 earlier on, but that's still an improvement for Joe. Every time he gets on the bike, he does make that step forward. He will be looking at his teammate thinking 26.7. That's pretty tasty. I'd like a bit of that. But with 1:59 to go, Storm Stacey still sits in the pit lane. And if there's going to be an exit, it needs to happen now. And is that Storm coming out? I think it is. He sits on the bike, pushed away. He's got to get on the track before. Well, we're on 39. He should be okay, but he's going to have to deliver an outlap from his life here to get round. We've now got 1:32 to go, and he's straight onto his knee and his elbow as he goes through Redgate, and away he goes through Hollywood. Couldn't see what type of tyre was on the back of that from where we are in the commentary point, but it is an interesting one. Let's watch as he makes his way down through the bottom of the old hairpin. There's Scott Redding out the last corner. Redding crosses the line. 127.124 for Scott Redding, fastest lap. Last one was a 129.467. Leon Haslam loses a lap for exceeding track limits. Lap time cancelled going through the Fogarty S's. 4-place improvement for Peter Hickman, goes up into 18th place. So Hickey puts himself a little bit further up into contention. More importantly, in Hickey's eyes, he gets ahead of Ely Michalczyk in that little inter-BMW war that they have got going on. It won't be a war, but you want bragging rights, but you also want to try and make sure you are the first there. Here comes across the line Kyle Ryde. Another 127.2, 127.1, 127.2, just keeps racking the laps off there. 13 laps in. Ryan Vickers crossing the line, 128.1. Here comes Storm Stacey. He crosses with 7 seconds to go. Impressive. Let's see what he's got underneath him for this lap. He's in 12th place. It doesn't look like there's anybody who has got a lap going who is going to knock Storm Stacey out of that transition through to Q2. Brooksy, Jackson, Kent and Skinner. Well, Rory Skinner is on an outlap, but that's all he's going to get. That technical problem has hurt him considerably, and Glenn Irwin goes behind Scott Redding because Scott Redding improves as he crosses the line to take the checker flag. There goes Leon Haslam. He'll finish in 5th place. And the Pocket Rocket transfers himself into the second phase of qualifying with, I'm not going to say great ease, because lapping a Superbike round Donington's never going to be easy. But he gets himself inside that top 5, and that's exactly where he will want to be and expect to be as well. But we're watching Storm Stacey's not lighting up the screens, but there's nobody lighting up the screens behind him, which kind of makes him feel like he is going to be safe. As we watch him coming from the Melbourne Loop up in towards Goddard's. The Ducatis do sound good on the overrun as they come in there. Eli Michalczyk comes into the pit lane. He's had enough. Here comes Storm out and across the line. Let's see what he does. 127.644. So doesn't go any faster than he has done. But effectively, nobody behind him was improving. So Storm Stacey does manage to take that 12th place spot and get himself through. It's Kyle Ryde who ends the British Superbike Championship pre-qualifying session and puts himself directly into Q2 with the fastest time, along with Max Cook, Scott Redding, Glenn Irwin, Leon Haslam, Charlie Nesbitt. Andrew Irwin with a great pre-qualifying session. Ryan Vickers, Bradley Ray, Christian Iden, Joe Talbot and Storm Stacey. They all go directly through into Q number 2. Battling through from Q number 1. Now there's big names in here and only 3 can go through. Josh Brooks, Lee Jackson, Danny Kent, Rory Skinner, Fraser Rogers, Peter Hickman, Eli Michalczyk, Jason O'Halloran in 20th position, Luke Hedger, Rhys Irwin, Richard Kerr and Eugene McManus. Q1 is going to be spicy, that's for sure, but it's all about Kyle Ryde. He goes underneath the lap record by some margin, but also with him, Max Cook, only 0.08 of a second shy. We'll grab the microphone, we'll go to the pit lane, we'll get some reaction, and we'll come back upstairs where we're going to be on air for the RMG Moto4 British Cup, and we'll have young Hudson Cooper coming to join us in the box. So we're down in the pit lane, and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike is about to go out on circuit. And we'll quickly grab some of our Superbike stars after the session that we've just seen, and then we'll run back up the stairs. Now, Steve Day's doing his pit lane walk, so we need to not try and cut across the sharp end of that, but we will definitely do our best. Should we just crash it, Laura? Yeah. That wouldn't go down too well. Everybody will come running out to speak to Steve, so hopefully we can then maybe piggyback onto that. He's got Brad Ray at this moment in time as we make our way down past the Honda UK squad. Can you tell I'm walking a bit fast now, Laura? I've got a bit of urgency because Brad Ray might just turn on his heels and walk away. We'll try and get Storm after Steve, so we'll probably follow Steve up the pit lane. Actually, you can see Steve Day from the TNT broadcaster guys. They're just having a little bit of a Facebook run up and down the pit lane, which is always key. Good to catch up with the key figures, and we'll try and catch up with Brad. We'll let you go that way. We don't want to step in front of Steve. Steve, Mr. Ray, good session for you there. The most important part is to get through to Q2.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, would have been nicer to maybe be a little bit further up, but on the times we're not a million miles away. Straight through to Q2, so that's the most important thing. Had a little tumble this morning, so just trying to figure a few things out as to why I'm not as fast as I need to be.
Was there any hangover from the bike after the crash? Does it feel okay?
Not 100%. That's what the boys are working on now. The speed's there, the feeling was there this morning after the crash. It's maybe not 100%. So yeah, we're talking 0.2, 0.3, that's all we need to find. My race pace already on used tyres feels good, so yeah, hopefully suss some things out tonight and we'll be back on it tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for your time, no problem. That team will very much get that work done. As we have a look in the garage, you can see already. That's what happens when you crash a motorbike. It's never the greatest thing for the health of the bike or the rider. And they've got to try and make sure they can get that bike firing back on all 4 cylinders and working. Now, we spoke with Storm very, very quickly before. We're going to try and catch another quick word with him. I'll go and get him, Laura, if you want to stay there, see what happens. Because that was a tight session. That was very tight, just scraping through. Imagine to hold on to P12 at the end.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle of a session for us, really, because, like I said to you before, I think I could have gone out and gone a bit quicker before, but I went out in the first lap and we had a similar problem to what we had at Alton in qualifying, where the exhaust just come away from the engine, so it was losing power, so I got that one fast lap in at the start, and then come in and I thought, right, well, my tyre will be all right now to go again. But then it spun on the rim, so it was well out of balance. The boys have just put it on the balancer and it's well out of balance, so I managed to still do a 27.6 with it well out of balance, and the bike was vibrating all over the place. So yeah, but we still got through, so that's the main thing.
It's one of the quickest outlaps I've seen in a while as well. You left, I think you crossed the line with 7 seconds to go.
Yeah, no bother.
Well, no stress, love it. Thanks, Storm. So we'll let the team get to work on that. So if the tyre spins on the rim, they spend so long making sure the tyres are all in balance, because if you don't, you have a horrible vibration. Storm had that vibration, not good. Now, we do seem to be just pestering Steve Day and falling down the pit lane here. We spoke with Scott earlier on. We're not going to bother going back to the Hagar PBM garage. They're very much in the swing of things. What I do want to do is, oh, sorry, I'm in right the road here. I haven't spoke to Glenn Irwin today. Now, I don't know, Steve's going to get him. I'd like to get Glenn if I can, because we've kind of missed out on Glenn. And I would like a little bit of Glenn time if I can have a wee word with him. I'll give him a wee wave and see if he could just come for a chat, because he's been one of the busiest men in the paddock. He was away, obviously, Alton Park, over to Ireland, and now back to Donington. But it's good reading. It's good reading, okay? Look at that, back at the sharp end. That's what we like to see and we expect to see. And there's a smile there as well, Glenn.
Yeah, it's been tough, but credit to the boys. You know, it's no secret that we had a really tough test at Alton and a really tough race, and outside of the lads' control, to be honest, just everything that could go wrong, and sensors that, you know, kind of sometimes you take it for granted everything will work as new, and you know, at the end of the day, it's a motorbike, just like a bike or a car, things can just not work. So I think the last race at Alton was like, we call it FP1, you know, of the year. This morning was like FP2, everyone's else FP1 this weekend, and the afternoon's been better. Some things we changed a lot. Obviously, it's no secret struggling with my arm, and I've had more injections this year than I've had in a lifetime in my neck and all sorts, in my chest, to try to fix some nerve stuff. And I was on the lap earlier on, and I came around Coppice, and I moved my arms like in an in-lap, and I had like instant relief. And the seat's quite low on this bike, and we all have different riding styles, and whatever it was doing for me was impinging on how my arms have been. So said, lads, drop them bars, and like a lot. And it's been so much better. My arms haven't tightened up like they did this morning, so you can start to ride instead of like, oh man, my arm's gone. Like even lap 1 this morning, it was so tough. But yeah, good session there. Got a little wheel from Scott. Wasn't close enough to benefit from slipstream, but certainly wakes up the old determination. And what was pleasing was we went again on our own and done our best sector 1 and a really good sector 2, despite quite a large mistake. So we still need to improve in some areas. Still playing with power characteristics of the bike. The engine is very different than the previous ones. Obviously good because of the base, so I just need to get the throttle and the power in each gear right for me. I don't feel we have that just sweet yet, but we're coming. Yeah, I'm back to where I expect to be on a Friday. In the mix, and we haven't been in the mix at all. The only mix I've been in is a fucking sweet, excuse my language, the sweet shop, getting a mix up.
Sorry about that language there, but you know what? It's nice to see you happy again, because it has been frustrating.
I swear when I'm happy.
I do know that an awful lot. You're keeping it together here, but it's been a frustrating start as well. But you're saying, look, the seat's too low. That's because you're so far out of track time with everybody else. You're still finding things that are really kind of key to getting comfy in the bike.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously we've just been to the Northwest, and I can't explain how hard that was for us this year. And you know, arm pump at Donington after a lap, I had it by the time I got to university there, and took a huge effort. Probably because part of the reason the team signed you is they probably know they can win a Northwest, and we repaid them with that. But it was so difficult. And these are things that if you went to Spain and in an environment where you can test with that doesn't matter and there's no clock as such, you would have ironed out. But how can you go to Spain when we didn't have any motorbikes? So thanks to the team, they've worked around the clock. Nitrous competitions, nitrous coin now as well. So I know I'm going to stick a few pound in that, and we're going to get rich, aren't we? So that's all bang our money in the nitrous coin.
It's a sponsor's dream. Thanks very much, Glenn. Thank you very much. Sorry about that little slip up from Glenn there. Let's see if we can get a word with the session's fastest man. Well, he's standing in the corner just now. I'll just see if we can just grab a very quick word with Kyle Ride, and then we'll see if we could maybe disappear. We're standing talking to Shannon Etheridge just now, so his dad's there as well. We don't want to interrupt too much. Paul Curran in the mix. Laura, just have a little look and see what they're doing to this bike, because this is what happens after a session. These are the guys, these are the unsung heroes. You know, we see the end product on the track, but they're already, the clutch is coming out the bike. There's a whole lot of work going to get done to this. But it's not just cleaning, it's all maintenance as well. These bikes are high performance bits of machinery. They need to be looked after, they need to be maintained, and it's fabulous to see these guys actually at work. And good to catch up with Glenn there. Kyle is talking with Shannon, and we don't want to interrupt that, but he's just gone and absolutely obliterated the lap record. He's given us a nod, so he will come over in just a second. And we'll get a word with the man who was fastest in pre-qualifying, and you absolutely destroyed the lap record there. That's not what you're going to do, but it obviously feels good.
It did then, yeah. That little run was pretty good. Obviously the job is obviously to get through to Q2 to make your life a bit easier. But at the same time, we've been almost testing all day. We've changed more today than we have done at all the test at Alton Park and the race weekend. So it's been a bit up and down, positives, negatives, just done that all day. So then we kind of made a bike that was pretty good everywhere, not perfect, but pretty good everywhere. And I managed to do a little run where I grabbed a bit of confidence in different areas where I've been struggling, and then did a few 26s, maybe low 27s, which is probably good enough to sneak a few podiums for the weekend.
And what's the crew chief saying about it? He looks actually quite happy back there, Shannon.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out a few different corners I'm struggling at. It's always the same place.
Do you want to tell us where?
Yeah,
Yeah, just like old aping really. Just the corners that seem easy for most people, I'm really struggling. So, yeah, I can do the corner speed, I can do the sector time. It's just the feeling on the bike. I don't know if I'm going to crash or if I can. Yeah, it's not a nice feeling. So I'm just trusting that the tyre and the track's warm enough to hold me on. But yeah, it's all new to me. People don't understand, but it's a brand new bike, and I've never used Öhlins around here before. So it's a long road, and I've done it all in a day. So to break that lap record, we'll take the compliments. Yeah.
Bit of cake for tea tonight.
I don't know, just a glass of red wine, help me sleep.
Glass of red wine. Thank you very much, Kyle. We'll quickly try and see if we can grab on with Max Cook, then we'll head back up the stairs to the commentary box as the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike get themselves underway. A lot of garage doors down because it's quite nippy in the pit lane actually. It's a little bit chilly. You want to stay warm. I'm okay in my Alpine Star clothes. Alpine Star gear keeps you nice and warm. And, well, our Honda garage is still very much open, but we wanted to speak to the Bimota garage, and we come up, and that's what we're faced with. What a great shame. There you go, there's a little wander up and down the pit lane. We'll head back up to the commentary point. We'll bring you the remainder of the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike session, and next up after that, I believe, is the R&G Moto4 British Cup.
Back into the commentary box for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. Their free practice, their only free practice of today, and after we managed to do a little bit of a walk and talk in the pit lane. And if I look down the pit lane right now, I can see the one and only Mr. Neil Spalding. There you go, Spalders is in the pit lane. Looking to see if anybody's requiring a clutch, one would imagine. And it was good to catch up with the riders. Need to thank Laura for the fantastic camera work that she was giving us down there, especially when we were watching Kyle Ride's mechanics do a bit of work on the champion's bike, and he was in fine form as well. The session on track is once again topped by the man of the moment, Marley McKenzie, and he's got 0.4 of a second in his pocket now. Marley dominated Oulton Park on the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki ZX 4RR. And I have to say, looking very like he's impossibly going to dominate where we are just at this moment in time of the session. So a message came through from Race Direction there. Got to check on that one. But yeah, Marley McKenzie, 0.4 of a second up the road from Luca Hopkins, Jediah Cumbermack, Isaac Mark, Kylan Shuttlewood, Freddie Oakley, Lewis Mullen, Mason Johnson, who is new to this championship. Well, it's a new championship, but new to the kind of inline 4-cylinder bikes that we have here, or the R7 Yamahas that he is on. And then we have got we've got Ross, Creeth, Hanks, Elliott, Wilkinson, Jolliffe, Payne, and Jamie Muir down to 15th place. The interesting thing that we have got, there's a 0.4 of a second gap at the sharp end, and Marley McKenzie not taking his foot off the gas. He's keeping the pressure on and seeing if he can just try and squeeze a little bit more time between him and everybody else. This is a circuit where Marley went really well at, remember, in the days of the Kawasaki British Super Teen Championship. He was one of the front runners at the sharp end. He did get himself in a little bit of hot water once, though, at the Melbourne Loop, where, if you remember, he almost took out the entire top 5 with one small issue. And down he went. But yeah, no such badness in this session for Marley McKenzie. Purple, 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 purple. I mean, for a team manager, it's an absolute joy when you look at it. He comes out of the last corner, he tucks in behind the bubble. A 140.584 about to be beaten. 139.9. 1 second up the road from everybody else. Marley McKenzie in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. We have another little bit of a special man in this class, it would certainly appear. Henry Ross, bike number 4 in 11th place. He's in a battle with number 76, Luca Wilkinson, and also Rory Creeth. Rory Creeth from last year. We saw Rory in the Super Teen Championship on the ZX 4RR. And then Jamie Hanks Elliott. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Jamie Hanks Elliott walking the track yesterday with Cam Hall. They gave him a nice wave on the way in towards Goddard's, and they gave him a nice wave on the way into the pit lane as well, looking up to the commentary point. So that was most lovely. As once again Alan Hyde's checking all level. He just springs into action. It's quite funny. Just appears from behind the lovely branded wall that we have here. And remember when Rossi and Lorenzo built a wall, ladies and gentlemen, because they weren't getting on? That's what's happened in the commentary box in the studio. We've created a wall. Checker flag flies in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. And it is Marley McKenzie who's very much on top of this and looking in charge. Luca Hopkins in a good second place, but a second shy of Marley. Now, for Marley, he was in the Super Teen Championship last year. He was on that bike, but a lot of the guys from Super Teen have come into this championship, but Marley just seems to have a bit of a jump on everybody. As we look down the pit lane, our BMW safety car sits with the lights on the roof, lights on the brakes as well. Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney waiting to get the OK to go out and do a closing lap at the end of this session. And I do apologise for the kind of stuttering pause that I had earlier on. A few sanctions have come through from Race Direction. I also popped in, there was a lot of chat on the YouTube channel about how Lee Johnson was. I popped in to see the Sencat guys, and Chris Barnes says, yeah, he's waited to the hospital just to get a bit of a checkup, but he says, look, he's generally going to be good. So that was nice to hear that from Chris Barnes. I wish we'd had the microphone at that point, but we were kind of running back towards the commentary box, and it was Freddie Barnes actually said I was behind him, and I watched him just touch the curb going through kind of curve. So a great shame for the general, but good news from Chris Barnes there. Good to hear that. So one of the judicials that's coming through is a sanction on Luca Allen. And unfortunately, Luca Allen had a a controlled tyre infringement. So that's a bit of a shame for Luke Allen. That's not going to be good for him at all. That was one of the notifications that came through, but the checker flag has now been taken by everybody. The top 10 still led by Marley McKenzie, but not by the full second. There was a comeback towards the end from Luca Hopkins, only 0.6 of a second, but it's still a sizable gap. Marley McKenzie, 45 for Kirkcaldy Kawasaki, tops the times from number 41. Luca Hopkins on the Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling. Kylan Shuttlewood in third place on bike 83 for the Rocket Rookies Kawasaki. Ahead of number 42, Ben Jolliffe on the Dunsley Heat Racing R7. Freddie Oakley in fifth place on bike number 61 for the Oakley Racing ZX4 RR. Ahead of Isaac Mark, bike number 18, the second of the SBR. Steve Brogan, Kawasaki's powered by DKS Drilling. We've got Jediah Cumbermack, bike number 6, another one of the Rocket Rookies, just ahead of bike number 12 in 8th place, which was Lewis Mullen on the DJ Racing R7. Then we've got Luca Wilkinson on bike number 76 in 9th place for the Speedy Freight NW Racing Kawasaki ZX4 RR. And in 10th place, bike number 88, Mason Johnson on the second of the Dunsley Heat Racing Yamaha R7s. We shall now take a quick pause and grab some more liquid for the old throat, because we've been up and down those stairs quite a few times, shall we say. Up next, we'll have the first instalment of the weekend for the RNG Moto4 British Cup. Then we have a qualifying session for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Good way to end the day. Qualifying session. We'll be back with Moto4 after this.
Carol Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carolnash.com or over the phone today, and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call to push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach? Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race, in the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Right. Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks, let the light pour in. Have a blast, let the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting fooled out, yeah, you can bring a friend. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the new range finish drills or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Ceratizit Group, tooling the future.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests. Big, beautiful, very fast, and you can buy one.
At this point, Terry Rymer has 29 riders in front of him, and he'll be battling his way through the pack. A hard job he has.
And Neil Mackenzie is, oh, and as I say, so Mackenzie's making a late dash at the chicane. He's got it. Mackenzie's there. He is leading now with just, oh, dear me, over the curve goes Mackenzie. Rymer back in front. Jamie Whittam grabs second. Neil Mackenzie got it all wrong. Hayden leads. Watch Reynolds, though. Is he going to make a play for the inside? He's going round the long way, John Reynolds, round the outside of Hayden, and there's no room for Hodgson, but Reynolds has got it. Hugging the back wheel of, oh, he's touched. He hit Neil Hodgson. There was a bit of elbow bashing there again. Son's hard on the outside grip. Oh, it's another contact, but miraculously, Chris Walker stayed on. They're both in the gravel. That's at everyone's. Oh, no! The Suzuki has let go. The Suzuki has blown. Chris Walker can never bring that home. There will be an oil flag up.
Look at him there. The poor guy's in tears.
Flicking it through on the infield again. Oh, Hislop is down. That's an immense crash. He hit the back of Reynolds.
He manages to pull it down here. He is going to take the race win. I don't think the Honda's going to be out of power. Oh, yes, he is. Maybe it's, well, I tell you, Honda line. I tell you what, I'm monitoring. Kianari. They've given it to Kianari. Kianari by 4,000ths of a second.
The punishment here, he comes up the inside.
Oh, he's messed it up. No, Howard Crowe, Andrews. He's taken Andrews down big time. Tommy Hill takes another drive up the inside into the chicane. What heroic racing. They go for the line. Is it gonna be?
So the RNG Moto4 British Cup free practice number 1 is on track. This is the first time we've seen Moto4 today. The way that the organisers like to run this, if there's a way the kids are going to miss school, they like to try and put it right towards the end of the day. Plus, some of them have got exams. My kids have got exams back home. So education comes first, and then we put the kids on right towards the end of the day, along with the Rocket Off F900 R Cup qualifying. But what a set of races they gave us at Oulton Park. If you cast your mind back to Oulton Park, there was one point where, yes, we started with 20 bikes and we finished with 10. They decided to have an awful lot of throwing themselves at the scenery in certain points, which was kind of unlike them. It's not something we see them doing a lot, but it certainly caught our attention in the commentary point. It's not something that we've ever really seen where we lost 10 bikes in a race. And as we left Oulton Park, as impressive as Jack Burrows was all the way through the weekend, it was Ryan Frost who came away with the actual championship race, or the championship lead over young Jack Burrows, and then Jack Dunnaby. Dunnaby made a very uncharacteristic Dunnaby error at the Shell hairpin, if you remember. He actually tucked the front and went down, and that's not something that we were expecting at all. But he returns to Donington in his Moto4 career, taking in last year as well. This will be his third visit here, actually, because twice last year and once in racing this year. They even had a little pre-season test, which he did a couple of laps here. So Dunnaby knows this place well. He and Ethan Sparks really shone here last year, so it'll be interesting to see if Jack can pick up from where he left off. Marco Holtz is in a fine 4th place. Holt the Bolt, as Larry Carter found out, ahead of Joshua Williams, George Bowes, Harrison Day in 7th place, the son of Josh Day. And young Harrison Day doing a fabulous job there. He makes one of these bikes look big. He's just crossing the line with 19 minutes of the session to go, heading in towards turn number 1. Young Harrison will come good. Give him some time. Mason Foster in 8th place. Isaiah Devine in 9th. And then Henry McCartney on the Stamford Racing Honda in 10th place in the championship. So that's how it kind of looks for us in the championship idea. And Henry McCartney, well, I do seem to remember he was incredibly fast, and he had a little spill, if I'm not mistaken. But so did a lot of people, actually. When you look back at that Oulton Park, the amount of people that didn't finish that second race, and I think the biggest kind of scalp who really we expected to shine a little bit more at Oulton Park, and he didn't, for whatever reason that would be. Now, it's very easy to make mistakes. We all know that can happen. But Clayton Edmonds, unfortunately, he DNF'd in all 3 races. And that's very unlike Clayton Edmonds. It's not the type of thing we see happening to him at all. So already he's 66 points adrift off Ryan Frost. Clayton Edmonds, if you recall, he fell in turn number 1 in race number 1. I think he fell there again in race number 3. It just did not seem to work for young Clayton. And he was also down at Britain, so he had a weekend to forget. And he will have gone away, he will have regrouped, and that's exactly the type of thing that he does. And Clayton Edmonds is already P3. Albeit he's in the pit lane, as I have a little look out the side of the commentary box window through the binoculars. I can see Clayton Edmonds down there with the city lifting guys. You can also see the Cavara Projects team. Jack Dunnaby must be coming in, because Dad Dunnaby throws his hand in the air to signal where Jack has to stop. He points down at the feet, and right on cue in comes Jack Dunnaby. He parks up as Clayton Edmonds walks across towards the pit wall. A little bit of information going his way. I think that's maybe Mother Edmonds across there. I may be wrong. We have a rider down at the exit of Redgate. The Port West Race Safe Marshal is getting that bike off to a position of safety. I think that's the Stamford racing bike of Henry McCartney as I look at it from here. I was looking through the trees, and the trees have gained some leaves, so the kind of it's nice they've gained the leaves, but when I came here in pre-season testing, you could follow the bikes all the way down through Hollywood as they went down into the Crane of Curves because the trees didn't have leaves in them. And then they come back. But yeah, number 31, Faller at Redgate Rider. Okay, that is Henry McCartney on the Stamford Racing Honda. That's a shame for him. So what would have been a half-an-hour session has turned into a 15-minute session for young Henry. Crashes out of 7th place in his free practice times. Again, no Frosty, top of the times, as you would like to think. He will be a championship runner this year. Jack Burrows, though, keeping that momentum going in 2nd place, ahead of Jack Dunnaby. Clayton Edmonds up there into 4th. George Bowes, Marco Holt, Henry McCartney, Luke Fitchett, who did a really cracking job on his debut at Oulton Park, a newcomer in the class. Joshua Williams and Harrison Day. Now, if you remember, Joshua Williams, he had a fan club, if I'm not mistaken, Alan. And what was did he have the Gran? I think Gran Chrissy seems to ring a. I may be wrong with that one. I'll maybe need to go back and look through some messages that I have on my phone someplace. But Joshua was on for a podium as well, but it just drifted away towards the end, which was a great shame. And unfortunately, the podium didn't go his way. Young Tyler Humphreys on the Fibertech MLav Honda. Well, he's in 11th place on our timing screens, and that newcomer as well. Tyler Humphreys from the Dundee area in Scotland. Tyler, 15th in the championship, picked up points, which is the most important thing. That's exactly what you want to do. And also, I'll give a shout out to little Charlie Cunningham as well. I believe his uncle Steve might actually be here this weekend. But Charlie Cunningham, very much picking up points. When other people's heads all fell off at Oulton Park, he picked up some really good points. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to try and capitalise when maybe your championship rivals don't have the best of days. And Charlie finds himself in 11th place in the championship. 13 points. And what do points make? Exactly. Alan Hyde knows. Prizes. Mason Foster has just gone out onto the circuit on bike number 88. And number 16 exceeding track limits. Lap time cancelled twice for Jack Burrows. So Jack Burrows using a little bit too much of the curb through the Fogarty S's. He's only 0.04 of a second behind the fastest time for Ryan Frost. Frosty with his Fibertech Honda. And there's a lot of them out there. But he will be the team leader in that Fibertech Honda by MLav Racing. And if you have got social media, you'll have seen the social media post that has just recently gone out and it's gone live. I think I shared it. I think a lot of people have. Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha. And an agreement, some team news going out there. New beginnings for TS with Grid Racing Group. So very much Philip Neal teaming up with Michael Laverty and his business partner David, and all sorts of things along the way there, which sounds really good. Grid racing, the grid racing group, and I believe that's what Michael's going to maybe start taking it away from MLAV and calling it grid racing, which I think is fabulous. But it starts at the top. It starts with the Superbike team, and it will then work its way down. That's fabulous news. So you'll see that on social media. Make sure you see that and give it a like, give it a share as well. Yeah, but there's lots of positive things happening in the MLAV camp. But on track just now, we've got lots of positive things with Michael Laverty and his team as well. As Ryan Frost has to be a championship favourite this year. He must have. He's got a 1-point championship lead coming in here, but the way he goes about his business, Frosty knows that he can put a full championship run together. He's done it before. He knows that he can do that. And Jack Burrows is, I'm not saying living and just loving it, because he is so fast this year, Jack Burrows, but he's also getting to a point where he's starting to grow just a little bit too much. John Burrows and the guys are needing to just maybe stop feeding him so much veg. But the Burrows Engineering RK Racing young man, young rider, new to being at the sharp end. He was top 5, top 10 last year, but this year we're seeing him as a bona fide championship runner. And keeping that together for the full year is the hardest part, but they will be giving a good shot down there, and I wish them the very best of luck, because it is one of my favourite colour schemes that we see on track, that Burrows Engineering, and they do such a good job. They really do. Look what they've done with young Jack. And I even mentioned that Mickey D had been riding one of those bikes. When Larry Carter asked John Burrows, he said he doesn't know if it was that bike or not, because he's got a couple of them. But for not ruining a story made up by a commentator, he says, let's just say yes. And you've really got to respect that. I like the way he said that. Good old John Burrows. What have we got? 11 minutes of the session to go, and a lot of green on the timing screen, which is good to see. That one rider who won't be taking any further part in it, Henry McCartney, unless they get his bike back into the pit lane and they can empty the gravel at the belly pan and maybe send him on his way. But the Stanford Racing team does look really, really impressive. I've got to say, just the colour scheme they've got of that bike is fabulous. And the little production Grand Prix bikes are, yeah, they're a good thing to look at. They're lovely when you get up close and personal to them. And a man that knows an awful lot about these, I'll be seeing tonight, actually, the great Neil Spalding. Spalders, catch up with him after hours tonight. And no doubt, a little bit like what Ian Wallacott was saying there. He said, I was chatting to Spalders. I said, you mean you were listening? He says, exactly. He was listening. He was filling me full of knowledge. So I'll catch up with Spalders later on tonight, and we'll have a good old chat about all things Moto 4. And he really does paint a very impressive picture. Walking about with the Sigma clothes on today. That's not a plug for him, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know. He came on radio with us, remember, at the start of the year up here. And within 30 seconds of being live on radio, he managed to plug his own book. That's a skill. And he got away with it. He very much did. Jack Dunnaby's come up 2 places and put himself into P3, 140.609 for number 63, the Cavara Projects man. Jack Dunnaby getting himself back to where you would expect him to be. Although Frosty has now a 0.7 of a second lead, time-wise, over Burrows and Dunnaby. That's a big gap in one of these very small capacity series. And fair play to Ryan Frost. Purple last time round, a 139.861, 139.616. Make that 0.9 of a second. Frosty's on a mission with 9 minutes to go. But the others will catch up. And it looked like he was doing that on his own. Didn't look like it was too much of a tow out there for Frosty, which is even more impressive. Mason Foster, personal best across the board. We wait to get him, and Clayton Edmonds across the line. Here comes Clayton now. Any improvement for young Clayton Edmonds? No. What about Mason Foster? Yes. And Harrison Day, P2. Wow. Harrison Day, Frost, Day, Burrows. Young Harrison on bike number 15 puts himself right in the mix of things. It is now Frost, Day, Burrows, Dunnaby, Foster, Edmonds, Holt, Bowes and McCartney. So a pretty strong run of all things going on there. Now Luke Fitchett gets himself into the mix as well, goes ahead of Henry McCartney. McCartney unable to defend any of these positions being lost, but it is only free practice. There's not too much to worry about. Tomorrow we will see the R&G Moto4 British Cup free practice 2 at 9:15 in the morning. So 5:45 tonight, and then back out at 9:15 tomorrow morning for free practice 2. They then have qualifying at 11:50, and then they have a race. Let me get this right. They should have 2 races out there. Where's one of the races? Just a Saturday race they have at 10 to 5. And on Sunday they'll have a morning warm-up, and then they have a race at 2 o'clock. So a busy old weekend. They always have double headers. They started with a triple header, and they finish with a triple header at Donington. Alton Park gets a triple header, as does Donington. The next time we see them on track will be the Snetterton 300, the 3rd to 5th of July. They don't go north of the border this year, which is a great shame. Always like the little bikes around Knockhill, but they don't go north of the border this time, the Moto4 Talent Cup. Snetterton, Brands Hatch, Silverstone, Thruxton, Aston, Donington, and that will be their year done. But as I say, they finish with a triple header, so there will be a lot of people who can go in there with a chance of picking up a championship. Out of the last corner, crossing the line, Marco Holt, still with that city lifting colour scheme on the bike, but a pure white helmet, which is also nice and easy to distinguish. His teammate Clayton Edmonds, the city lifting bike with a luminous yellow helmet on Clayton's head. Clayton 6th place, Marco Holt in 8th. Looking a little bit further down, just outside the top 10. Thorley Trevorrow in 14th place. Just ahead of number 11, Jensen Bishop on the Wilson Racing Honda. He's got Axel Lomas, our young Spanish rider. Axel Rimisel Lomas in 16th place. Then Charlie Cunningham, Lily Rhodes in 18th place. Then Archie Hopper in 19th, ahead of Lucy Curtis and Max Rhodes, 20th and 21st. Lucy Curtis riding for the Fibertech Honda by MLav Racing. And with only 6 minutes of the session to go, that's a big gap Frosty's managed to get now. He's gone even faster. It's 1 second, 1.017. And everybody else must be looking at that, scratching their head, thinking, how has Ryan managed to do that? Well, he's a veteran campaigner, and this is Mason Foster goes up 1 other place into 4th. Thorley Trevorrow goes up 4 places into 10th. And Archie Hopper goes up 1 place ahead of Lily Rhodes, and Max Rhodes gets off the bottom of the pile ahead of Lucy Curtis. So in that 1 lap, it all changed around there. As you had Divine up into 10th place, a 4-place improvement for the young man on the number 90 Fibertech Honda, the Bermudan rider. And that's really what's happening here. We're just seeing them getting into the swing of things. The more laps to do, the faster the kids will get. Some of them will have been at school this morning setting exams, so let them get that out of the system, kind of de-stress them, get them wound up into a set of leathers, and let them go around Donington Park's Grand Prix circuit on a lovely Moto4 bike. R&G Moto4 British Cup. These bikes, as I keep saying, they really are lovely little production Grand Prix bikes. They're never going to be on the road. They've never been on the road. You can't buy them with indicators on like a lot of the other bikes in this championship. You buy a race bike, but several steps below where you would find the actual Grand Prix Moto 3 Honda. The much more, shall we say, user-friendly, cost-effective way of having the young riders on these bikes. And these teams really do run them with expert precision, no matter who you are, whether you're Cavara Projects, you're Gary Wilson, you're Rich Mortimer and Mortimer Racing, or the Fibertech team. These bikes are so well prepared. Here comes young Harrison Day across the line. He's down to 3rd place because Dunneby's gone ahead of him. No improvement that lap, but there was for Marco Holt up to 4th and Mason Foster up to 5th. But what Jack Dunneby has managed to do, even though Ryan Frost put a 139.509 in the last lap, which was another fastest lap, the 140.3 140.0, sorry, from Jack Dunnaby has half that gap. Number 90, a faller at Melbourne Hairpin, Ryder OK. That's Izzy Devine, unfortunately, who's gone down there. Now, when I was down at the launch pad yesterday, one of the team members for the MLAV team was running about, just making sure that he had done all the tickets correct. They must have some guests coming this weekend. So it's always very entertaining when you're down there on the first day of an event. Now, here we go. Harrison Day, purple through sector number 1, personal best through sector number 2. He's dropped 4/10 to Frosty through that middle sector. That would move him into second place if he can hold that towards the line. Let's wait on him coming through the rest of the sectors. He's gone through sector 3, lost another 0.3 of a second. Frosty's just moved the goalpost, so he's gone around there all by himself and done a 1:39.264. This really is something special. And Ryan Frost is just showing that he can lap the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit on his own at pace that nobody else can really get near. But that's one thing for free practice. Come the race, everybody naturally gets dragged along by the faster man in front, and the slipstream also helps. Definitely around here. You can pick up long slipstreams from the Old Hairpin all the way up towards McLean's, all the way through Starkey's Bridge and Schwantz Curve, and then you pick another slipstream all the way down the back straight towards the Fogarty-Esses, and likewise along the front straight where we are parked down towards Redgate. So there's a lot of chance for these smaller bikes to get slipstreams. Tyler Humphreys with the 4th-place improvement on bike number 19 up into 10th. 141.991 for the youngster. Ahead of Devine, Trevorrow and Williams. And this is where Henry McCartney's kicking himself because he's got no option, no help to come back here. He's falling down to 14th place, and Joshua Williams goes ahead of Tyler Humphreys, so there's a bit of payback there. Josh on bike number 78, and the Dunsley Heat Racing Honda. They were all decked out in white, if you remember, in the sport bike class and junior sport bike class. The Dunsley Heat team. Let's see if they've got any colour scheme when next time as he goes past. Oh, Ryan Frost, 139.004. 1 second in it now. That's Frosty on his own is getting down to lap record pace that Ethan Sparks set in the race last year in May when they were in a big dust up, all pulling slipstream air. But Frosty's doing this all on his own. This will very much please the guys down there in the Fibertech MLAV Honda squad. David Eltherington and Michael Laverty, the two joint owners of Grid Racing, and the guys behind this this remarkable team setup that spans many classes throughout the British Superbike Championship paddock. They'll be very impressed with their young charge. Can Frosty go sub 39 on his own? I wonder if he can get into the 38s. He's not got too much more to find, but imagine what he could do with a toe. That's the worrying thing for everybody else. If he can do this right now, give Frosty a toe, who knows where he'll go. Mason Foster slips into second place now, goes ahead of Jack Dunnaby and Josh Day. Good showing from the man on the number 88 bike, run by Mortimer Racing, Rich Mortimer. As a checker flag now pops out as we wait to see what Frosty can do on this last lap. It looks like it's drifted away and he's not trying too much, but Frost always surprises towards the end of a session and he always keeps the best till last. But in this one, 0.7 of a second gap in his pocket looks very, very pleasing. As the safety car rumbles down pit lane, once again, that will just be Chris Glendenning. I don't think Pat Blakeney will be in there. Because when I was grabbing my sheets from the timing room, Pat Blakeney was making himself a well-deserved cup of tea because he's been a very busy man today. We keep our guys lubricated, but they're also very busy. So Pat's probably not in the car this time, because with Chris Glendenning's driving, you wouldn't want to be going around Donington Park holding a cup of tea. No siree. Frosty's taken that checker flag and he knocked it right off for his last lap to do a 143.789. So Ryan Frost, Mason Foster, Jack Dunnaby, Josh Day and Marco Holt will be your top 5. We'll wait for Day and Holt to cross the line. Day takes a checker flag. Where's Marco Holt? Here he comes out of the last corner. pause for effect, and he takes a checker flag crossing the line. Behind Marco Holt. Jack Burrow's in 6th place, actually. Jack will be looking at the time screens thinking, how am I 1.5 seconds away from Ryan Frost when I was all over him at Oulton Park? Bit of work to do there. Clayton Edmonds 7th place, George Bowes 8th, Luke Fitchett and Tyler Humphreys 9th and 10th. So that brings the end to the RMG Motor 4 British Cup free practice number 1 here at Donington. We have one more session to go. Uno mas session to go, and that will be the rocket off BMW F900R Cup. That was me dropping my seat, Alan. I'm very sorry. And we shall be on our way. And we'll then run down the 500 pit lane for the top 3 in qualifying, which is always good fun. I wonder if we could stop them up here. Probably not. Back in a minute or so.
It's hell by 6,000ths of a second. This awful moment when suffering brake failure at 150 miles an hour coming down Pilgrim's Drop, whereas this man just rides into a hail of celebratory confetti in front of a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch. With one another, heading off there. Haslam gets it by 4,000ths of a second. Already, Scotland is celebrating becoming the 2019 Bennett's British Superbike champion.
What are we watching here? They touch! They touch! Watch this! The winner takes it all here in BSB! There was a bump there from Kyle! Tommy's coming as well! It's going to be a run to the line! Pride runs where it goes! Kyle Wright is the BSB champ for 2024! He had to wait a long time to get his hands on the BSB trophy in 2024, but it's back-to-back British Superbike titles for Kyle Wright!
Carol Nash, one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers. Whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. What are you waiting for? Get a quote at carolnash.com or over the phone today, and be automatically entered into a prize draw for a chance to win a Yamaha R7 worth over £9,500. Don't miss out. Get a quote today.
Speed. We're born with it within us. It's in the way we move, the way we think, the way we learn. But who will answer its call? To push harder, go faster, to chase something just out of reach. Because speed isn't just motion, it's control at the edge of chaos. It starts before the track, before the race. In the hands of those that build, that fix, that tune. It starts with the tools, and at ITS we don't just supply them, we stand behind those that use them. The driven, the relentless, the ones that don't stand still. So this was inevitable. ITS and the British Superbike Championship, partners for the 2026-27 season.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Right. Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, I to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks that the light pour in. Have a blast, got the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting food out, yeah, you can bring your friends. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
You may have seen the McCams logo at your local motorcycle dealer or workshop. You may have seen one of our vans on the roads of the UK. You may even have seen McCams at a British Superbike round. But who are McCams and what do we do? McCams is one of the UK's largest accident management companies, helping motorcyclists every year to get back on the road after a non-fault accident. So what is a non-fault accident? Well, as the phrase suggests, it's an accident that wasn't your fault. You may have been hit at a roundabout or a junction. You may have been hit from the rear at a set of traffic lights, or your bike may even have been damaged whilst parked in a car park. If you've called us instead of your insurance company, or your local garage has given you our details, if McCams can help you with your claim, we aim to get you back on a motorcycle within 24 hours. You may need your bike to commute to and from work. It may be your only form of transport. It's not all about the bike though. What about you? You may have been injured in the accident. But don't worry, call McCams and we can help. Now you know a bit more about McCams. So if you have a non-fault accident, call McCams or visit your local motorbike shop.
With power and precision, developing innovative tools. Whether in the new range finish trails or wear parts, with know-how and team spirit, we champion technology that sets people in motion. In the making of efficient engines, mighty turbines, or even the smallest components for high-tech bikes. For top performances from start to finish, from the raw material to the full-fledged, innovative tool. Ceratizit Group, tooling the future.
Superbikes are just what the name suggests.
Here we're then back for our first qualifying session of the weekend. It's the rocket off BMW F900R Cup, and the bike's already on track, making their way around. Nicky Coates was pretty fast in the first session, as we saw him leaving the pit lane right at the end of our pit lane walk. But it was Bobby Very who was the quickest of all on combined classification. And that's something that's a battle is going to run all the way. Josh Corner as well, very much up there. The man from Chasing the Racing. Christian and Kieran Smith, James Ellison, Scotty Carson, Jack Tynan, Kenny McLeod and Strudders run out the top 10 earlier on. Just let me move this a little bit to the left and then a bit to the right. It's fine. Got a natural sunblock up here now. The sun streaming through the commentary box windows. Not that I'm ever going to complain about that, but it does get very warm in this commentary point. And Alan Hyde already started to worry about the back of his Yamaha mixing desk. If it's a Yamaha one, it looks kind of Yamaha. No, it's not. It's a substandard one. It's fine. It's not Yamaha, but we'll let him off with that. But it's getting a bit warm in the sun there, Al. Hope you got a fan.
I wish I'd never installed that desk for you.
Yeah, if it's not a Yamaha desk, Alan,
you're not happy.
Not really interested. You know, it's like, you know, why bother? No, I did have Alan up at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago for a couple of days, day and a half actually. It was lovely. We installed a new desk for the commentary for the Superbikes, which arrive up there on the 19th to the 21st of June. It's all programmed, it's all planned, it's ready for BSB Radio to roll into town.
Ready for me.
It's ready for you, it's ready for me. But I can't wait, but I don't touch it. I don't get to touch it. No. Strict orders from Gillian
Not
Shed.
allowed.
If Heidi puts it in, don't you touch it. Didn't sound right at all. Anyway, let's move on. Nicky Coates fastest. We need to get a new nickname for Nicky for this year. He's been Popper in the past. Glenn Irwin was calling him Wee Babes, but we've not had the official 2026 nickname for Nicky Coates. I'm pretty sure that will come at some point. But he's fast. He announced his plans on social media very recently. I think it was this morning. Back with LDC Performance and FPF. We'll look forward to Nicky Coates. He's a fast man every week in, week out. LDC BMW by Firmly Pits Racing. So there is the full name for that. It's exactly what we're looking for as well. And Nicky and Bobby Very will be people that we need to keep our eyes on. Remember, there was some testing at Oulton Park. Bobby Very was there, but nobody else was, really. From not being cheeky, there were other BMWs, but none of the other big hitters were there. Josh Corner arrived at Knockhill just a couple of days ago to do a track day and thoroughly liked the place. And I tell you, he lapped the circuit very quickly. We've had a local event up there, which one of the local racers, who's quite quick, has a BMW. They were doing 56 flat. I think Josh Corner got down to 53s. So 3 seconds up the road was Josh, the man who is behind the Chasing the Racing podcast. I saw he and Christian had with Lee Johnson on the trailer last night. So I'll look forward to seeing that one coming out in the not too distant future. But Nicky Coates fastest from Christian Smith and Kieran Smith. Remember, this is a qualifying session. So this is a very important part of the day where we want to try and make sure they maximise their starting position for the heats. And the way qualifying works is pretty unique for the BMW F900R Cup. If you're fastest overall, you go to pole position for heat number 1. If you're second fastest, you go to pole position for heat number 2. If you're third fastest, you go in the middle of the front row for heat number 1. And if you're fourth fastest, you're across to heat number 2 in the middle of the front row. So it's very good. You kind of take the numbers and push them off to the side. It's what it did give us last year. We were at a point where we needed to get the two leaders actually racing each other, and I think it was it Nicky Coates that said, or was it Barry Burrell? Now remind me. I need to actually race him. Racing against him is just keeping the points the same. I need to get to race with him. So much so that they were actually starting to look at tactics for qualifying, if they could maybe manoeuvre themselves into a certain position. But never try and make a plan. Whenever you're motor racing, bike racing, whatever you're doing, never try and make a plan, because it just doesn't work out the way you always want it to. Whatever you want to have happen in your head never goes right. But all Nicky Coates can do is be as fast as he possibly can. Remember the incident he had at Assen last year, where the bike was a good, going to say 20 feet in the air at one point. Nicky did come back out and race, but he wasn't 100% right. Sore, he was injured in places. So that was something that kind of did cost him, but he gave it absolutely everything. Speaking of giving it everything, Scotty Carson on the Cryosol sponsored bike, red on one side, blue on the other. As I see him going in towards Goddard's, he is, if I'm not mistaken, blue, but as I watch him going in towards the Melbourne hairpin, he's red. The bike coloured by two different colours on either side of it. It does look really, really good. Scott Carson, Cryosol Racing. I was calling it Creosol, but that's a little bit like King Creosol, it's spelt differently, Duncan, so you just need a professional like Larry Carter to keep you right sometimes. Couple of place improvement for number 63, which is Andrew Williams. And Team 63, the name on that bike. And he just scraped himself up into sixth place, ahead of Scotty Carson and Jack Tynan. Kenny McLeod also with an improvement. The man from Stornoway. Is that Josh Corner coming down the pits? I think it may well be. As we look long down the binoculars. Josh Corner, bike number 97. Really has taken to the BMWs very well, Josh Corner. Got to say that. He walks across towards the pit wall. Desperate to try and find out how he is getting on so far. He'll be told he's in fourth place, which would be the middle of the heat number 2 first row. But Corner will be wanting to try and maximise that. He's got to try and get a front row start in either of these heats. But you want to make sure you've got the race pace underneath you as well. Right now, Nicky Coates and Bobby Verry are separated by 700 of a second. 1:36.707 for Nicky Coates. 1:36.707 for Coates. 1:36.786 for Bobby Verry. So there's not a lot of space or time between them, but then there's 0.7 of a second back to Christian Smith, and then 0.6 of a second back to Josh Corner. Josh Corner finds himself 1.3 seconds away from the fastest time that Nicky Coates has done, and that's enough to keep you awake at night if you're a racer. You won't be liking seeing those numbers. Kieran Smith in a fine 5th place with Andrew Williams, Scott Carson, Jack Tynan, Kenny McLeod and Thomas Strudwick, as we mentioned. Strudder's back once again. And good to see him back here. Doing a bit of living in Spain and in the UK. I seem to remember him going for an HGV licence when he was in the middle of racing Sportbike at one point. He also had university exams going on. All sorts of things. Thomas keeps himself very, very busy. Splits his life between, was it Girona he was living in Spain? I think it was. And a little bit of the UK at the same time. Man who very much went to the small bike way to try and do a bit of racing across there, but has come back into the BMWs. He's in 10th place. He's just ahead of James Ellison. The one and only James Ellison, the man who ran Larry Carter over in the pit lane. The only time that's ever been done. It's a good claim to fame to have that, actually. It's not something you hear very often, is it?
Not really.
But Scoop does like to bring that up, and he does like to remind James Ellison of that. Davy Grayson, 12th, and Harley Preble. Well, the Prepster's up there. You know, line up the buses, get the ramps ready. Here comes Evel Knievel. That was kind of how it went in free practice 1. He went out the pit lane and got to the Craner curves and threw himself into the weeds. He didn't even get to do a lap. That's a very un-Harley Preble type of manoeuvre, not something you see him doing a lot. Thankfully, he's A-OK. The bike's fixed and he's back out for qualifying. He's in a very respectable 13th place after having done next to no laps at all today, apart from when qualifying kicked off. He's just ahead of Rob McNeely in 14th place. Rob McNeely will be happy with that 14th place. Good friend of Christian Iden. Then Liam Vella in 15th. Behind Liam Vella, we have got Luke Devonport, but having a look just above him to see what Preble's actually up to. Preble changed teams as well, if I'm not mistaken. Harley Preble, LDH Contracts, Munio Cyber Security. He was with Peter Eaton and the two-stroke racing team, but that seems to have come adrift. They've separated and gone their own separate ways, which does happen quite a lot. It does happen in these championships. Another improvement for Kenny McLeod, up 2 places. Kenny McLeod goes into P7. Badged as Lincoln for True Heroes Racing. It was very much... When he gave us the length of Stornoway black pudding in the commentary box, it's one of the strangest gifts I've ever been given, but my goodness, it was good once it was cooked in the PBM hospitality. I've never seen Johnny Mowatworth have so much black pudding or having so much black pudding on his plate. I'm making myself a little bit hungry just saying that, because it is getting late in the day now. We're now at 6 o'clock. Bearing in mind we went on air at 9 o'clock, and it's been a pretty much faultless run all the way through the day. The wind has dropped as well. That's another thing. The flags were a little bit more blowing in the breeze. They seem to have calmed down a lot, and the wind was blowing across the main straight. As you go towards Redgate, it was blowing from right to left. But it does look a little bit more user-friendly for these riders now. Bearing in mind the BMWs they're not the lightest bikes, let's say that way. The minimum weight of the bike is 193 kilos. So they won't get affected by the wind just as much as some of the little Moto 4 bikes would. With 10 minutes of this session still to go. 43 bike field. So what that usually means is we're allowed to start 40 bikes. So ultimately, 3 of these bikes won't get to do the main event, but we've got to get them all through the 2 heats and the last chance qualifier until we get there. There has been a time where sometimes the LCQ race has to get removed from the timetable just because there are not enough entries or need for it, but we'll see exactly what happens over the course of the weekend. But we wish everybody the very best of luck. 43 bikes, a great series, great to have, and to see so many of them taking up so much space. And they get to take a trip north of the border this year. They're not racing at the World Superbike event, much to the disappointment of Alan Hyde. No BMWs at the World Superbikes this year. No siree, Bob. But they do come to Knockhill for their first time. Hyde had his headset off. He was dancing in the corner there.
Sorry, you caught me grooving.
I have no idea what you were grooving to.
The problem is you said the phrase "back once again."
Yeah, with the Renegade Master.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. D for Damager, power to the people.
There you go.
Yeah, I could do the rest of it, but Stuart might be listening downstairs, so better not start rapping on
Sorry,
PSB
I was doing
YouTube.
it too.
I'm glad you were. But yeah, the BMWs come north of the border. Their next event after this will be Knockhill, and we can't wait to have them up there. That will be a great circuit for them. Hence the reason some of the guys have already been going to Knockhill Racing Circuit and trying to just squeeze a little track day in here or a track day in there. A little bit of track time is always a rider's friend. Hence the reason Josh Corner was up there on, I think it was it Wednesday or Tuesday? Well, it all rolls into one really now. So delighted to turn around and see Alan Hyde dancing in the commentary box. Certain things you'd never see in life.
I'm used to you having these screens. I'm used to being a bit more private.
Now I know what you get up to back there. Right, a lot of outlaps for Thomas Strudwick, Jack Tynan, Scotty Carson, Kenny McLeod, Andrew Williams, Kieran Smith, Josh Connor and Christian Smith. So they're all on an outlap to try and see if they can better their time. Nicky Coates still the man who is the Pied Piper. He leads at the front of this qualifying session. And Coates, well, this could be his year. Could it be his year? Only time will tell. LDC BMW by Firmly Pitch Racing. Only 700ths of a second up the road from Bobby Very and the Preston man on the Bobby Very Racing BMW. He was Stanford Racing for a little while, but that unfortunately come undone, and he moved on from that. And he used to have the Mitchell brothers helping him as well. I'd like to know if that's still a thing. Larry Carter very much up to speed with that side of things. Probably an accomplished rider. He came to a local track there at Knockhill, and he's actually on a TZ250, and boy could he make that thing go, by the way. Very impressive. And does a lot of that kind of racing and comes out and crosses the line. Believe that's him. Alex Vela crosses the line. Luke Davenport, Jim Lee crossing the line as well. Just to click off another lap. Lee Davenport, the Chertsey rider on the Team Suzy BMW, spelled S-O-O-Z-I. Like that one. There's some very clever names in here. And it's always good to try and give their sponsors as big a shout out as we can. And we try and stay with as many sponsors as we can. We don't favour just the BMWs, but with so many of them, it is good to try and get as many as we possibly can. With only 6 minutes of the session to go, the big question is, does Bobby Very have anything for Nicky Coates? Does he need to have anything for Nicky Coates? Does he want to stay where he is? He could be pole position for Heat 2. Would he rather race Nicky Coates and hope somebody gets ahead of him? Well, it's possible. Scotty Carson on a pretty hot lap. Personal best across the board. We just need to get the Cryosol rider out of the last corner, see what he's got. That's Josh Connor out of the last corner. Wait for the red and blue bike to come into our view. Where he is, here he comes now, Scott Carson. Thomas Strudwick goes up 5 places to 6. What does Scotty Carson do? Oh, he doesn't move at all. Doesn't move at all. Does he do a personal best? No, he doesn't. So it all drifted away. 26.5 in the last sector. Unfortunately for him, that didn't work too well at all. But it's Strudwick who's the big improver on that last lap. Thomas Strudwick on 25 gets himself up a whole heap of places on the GB Racing, BI Racing BMW. The man from Littlehampton, stroke used to be Girona in Spain. Not a bad place to split yourself and work from, actually. He's still dancing behind me, by the way. It's terrible. Keep catching him in the corner of my eye. There's a place for people like you, Alan Hyde. There really is. And it's called the discotheque. Andrew Williams as well. Inside that top 10 for Andrew on 63. Just ahead of Kenny McLeod. And he would have been in 6th place, but Struthers with that inspired 138.197. Has just managed to slide him between them. Josh Connor, 137.950, but still 1.2 seconds away from the fastest time. Nicky Coates, who sits in the pit lane. That's another thing, you know. You've got to use these tyres in the heat, so you don't want to put too many laps on these tyres. Coates, he's put 6 on his. Bobby Very's put 7 on his. Some guys up to 12 laps. Davy Grace, and there's a personal best. Strudwick improves again. Strudwick, 11 laps in, 137.818. So making inroads, Thomas Strudwick. Puts himself in the middle of the first row for heat number 2. If he finishes in 4th place. And still Strudwick on another quick lap. Also, Kenny McLeod, personal best first sector. Kieran Smith, personal best first and second sector. But when we look at the time, 25.9 for Nicky Coates through that area. Nobody else is anywhere near that. They're all in mid-26s. And here comes Kieran Smith. We're getting personal best, first sector, second sector, third sector. We wait for Kieran, one of the Smith twins, on 24. The GP Titan Tech by Bathams. I can't see the Melbourne Loop now because I moved that board. That's a bit of an issue. But Kieran Smith we wait to see him coming out of that last corner too. The Betham's boys making their way in together into Goddard's. We usually find the Smith twins do like to navigate the circuit together. Here they come, out of the last corner, get right tucked in behind. Kieran, the second bike to cross the line. Yep, and he does improve. He goes up into 4th place, up 2 places, ahead of Josh Corner and Thomas Strudwick, getting a bit of a drag round from his brother there. A good lap. Christian Smith and Kieran Smith both working very much together in harmony. 75 Christian Smith on the SCH Motoprep by Betham's, and Kieran Smith on 24 GP Titan Tech by Betham's, but both running under the Michael Rutter banner. We saw Michael Rutter threaten to do a few of these races, but I think he's just got too much on his plate now, to be honest. I think his hands are a little bit too full in order for him to possibly come out from the Superbike garage. When you're dealing with Storm Stacey, you're going to be busy. You're going to be very, very busy. 2 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes to go. Josh Corner up to 5th place, goes ahead of Thomas Strudwick, puts himself within a fighting chance, within a second of the top time now, 9/10ths, 1:37.689. So Corner showing that there's life in the chase in the racing BMW, but just they're having to put more laps on their tyres. Still, Coetzee and Vary sit in that pit lane, happy to not put any more laps on their tyres, knowing that it will help them in the next heat tomorrow, or tomorrow's heat I should say. And one thing that will be bothering them now is that sun. Is that sun quite low, Al, or is it quite still high in the sky?
It's still pretty high actually.
Yeah, but you will get it in your eyes as you come over that Melbourne
You
Loop.
certainly will, yeah.
Down towards the Melbourne Loop and in towards that last second to last hairpin. Once again, the Smith twins cross the line. James Ellison improves up into 9th place from 10th. Puts Scotty Carson back down to 10th. And an outlap for James Dutton, the man from Bury St Edmunds on the CTR Motorsport BMW. Finds himself in 16th place, does James. As I'm looking to see if anybody wants to do anything else. So Thomas Strudwick does. He goes ahead of Josh Corner again. So he manages to put another move on Josh. Goes back up into 5th place. Pushes Josh Corner down to 6th. Those guys both in the same 10th of a second. But Corner replying back with a personal best first sector, as is Kieran Smith and Christian Smith. But Nicky Coates just so strong through that middle part of the lap. And Bobby Very. Got to say that from the Craner curves all the way through the old hairpin, Starkey, Schwantz curve, into McLean's, out of McLean's and up towards the top of Coppice. That's where Nicky Coates and Bobby Very are really strong. 25.9 is Nicky Coates through that area of the track. And everybody else, I said earlier, in the mid-26s. 26.2 for Josh Corner, actually. Corner's doing something on this lap, and he's now personal best through the 3rd sector. He's down towards the Melbourne Loop for the race, chasing the racing BMW. We see him going in on the brakes, managed to make a manoeuvre. There's a yellow flag just popped out because somebody's on the ground at the side of the track walking away. They leave the bike there, and they hightail it to a position of safety. But had that, did that, I think he would have compromised Josh Corner's lap, and that's been the best lap he's had to this point. Yep, checker flag now flies. Corner comes out the last corner, and he knows that that's hurt him. Crosses the line at 1:38.5. He couldn't better that lap, and there's a bike lying at the side of the track. Oh dear. Oh, that will hurt him a little bit. That was looking like his best lap of the session as the safety car rumbles down pit lane. The checker flag flies, and the riders start to come through and take that flag. Kieran Smith did put another personal best lap in, 1:37.460, and he has got another live lap in him. As they stream through to take the checker flag. Now, Kieran Smith has just done a 26 flat through that middle sector. That's what he needed to do. He needs to do that to get in the Nicky Coates and Bobby Very striking range. And his personal best through the next sector. Let's catch up with the Betham's rider as he comes through the back of the Fogarty S's. The yellow flags have been pulled in. He is the second of the Betham's bikes with the white helmet. Third bike in towards the Melbourne Loop. Bike number 24. The GP Titan Tech by Betham's F900R. He is on a bit of a push here. This could see Kieran elevate himself up into the top 3. Personal best across the board and in striking distance of Bobby Very and Nicky Coates. Out of the last corner, really biting the screen. What can Kieran Smith on 24 do? Does he go ahead of his brother? Yes, he does. And he gets within a 1/10 of a second of Coates and Very. That's a good lap. That's a very strong lap towards the end from Kieran Smith on 24. He'll be happy with that. A 1:36.895. Only a 1/10 of a second away. His brother then 4/10 of a second to the good behind him. So, brings the final session of the day to an end. Nicky Coates on pole from Bobby Very and Kieran Smith, with Christian Smith in 4th, Thomas Strudwick, Josh Corner, Andrew Williams, Kenny McLeod, James Ellison and Scotty Carson. We shall be back in a couple of minutes. I was going to say tomorrow I need to run down and find the pit lane to go and get the top 3. We'll be back with the top 3 in just a couple of minutes. So down at the far end of the pit lane, we catch up with the top 3 in that session. Nicky Coates with a pole position. Congratulations. I'm going to say pupper because it just falls off the tongue now. But so cool, so calm. Coatesy 5-star. I like it. Yeah, good stuff. That's the nickname, 5-star. But sitting in the pit lane, saving tyre. A bit of confidence here as well.
Yeah, well, they were holding me back. I wanted to go back out to try another thing, but no, we could have potentially went quicker, but we've seen Bobby sitting in pits and confident enough we'll probably hold on the pole position. Yeah, we've got that pace. Obviously, as a racer, you always want a wee bit more. We're not a million miles away from what Kyle Ray was doing here at the World Superbike, so. But there's always room for improvement, so we'll try something for the race tomorrow and see if the weather stays dry. But yeah, no, enjoyed that, and hopefully we can keep it going for the rest of the season.
you see this being your championship rival, basically? Is this where it's going to be this year? You're not racing him in heat number 1.
Yeah, before I came here this weekend, or this season, end of the season, I probably thought, yeah, that would be the fastest rider, so against me. Second fastest overall, maybe.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. Thank you very much, Nicky Coates. Bobby Very, we'll get a quick word. Congratulations, good second place for you. This is going to roll all year, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully. Well, not for long. I might have Coates, I think.
I like it. It's round 1. Round 1 in qualifying, and we already want to have a fight in the pit lane.
You don't want to hear it.
How was qualifying for you, though? A bit, I like how you're sitting, both of you sat in the pit lane with a bit of confidence there.
Yeah, well, it weren't confidence. I think it was just, well, for me, I didn't really want to try and go any faster. I didn't feel like, even if I ended up 4th, I thought I'd settle with that time and I'd ride on with it, just take it for the race.
Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, of course I'm, mate. Glad to be back.
Great to have you back. Pole position for heat number 2. On the last lap, did you apologise to your brother? I think, do you want to come over and have a joint interview? Because the poor boy, I mean, not only is he a good brother, he towed you around to that lap time twice. Twice he towed you around, but congratulations for you, Kieran. That's a great lap time he delivered.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I saw 15 seconds on the gantry and I thought, I'm done, I'm rolling out of this. And I saw Christian and I thought, he's not rolling out, let's go one last lap, all in. And unfortunately, I beat him to it, but no, it was a good lap.
All in, it was proper all in, but you towed him around twice. I mean, what a nice brother you are.
I know, I wish I rolled out that lap now. But no, I saw I was up on the board and I thought Kieran would be behind me because he ran deep into the Melbourne Loop. So I thought I'd go back past and I saw we had a bit of a gap, so I thought I'd have one last go at it. But he was obviously too close on the way around.
So well done, boys. Great to see you. Congratulations, Kieran, on the top 3 at the end of the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup qualifying. It's Nicky Coates on pole position overall. He's also pole position for heat number 1. Pole position for heat number 2 will be Bobby Very. And it's only going to get better from here on in. What a lovely brother he has got. Kieran Smith will be delighted with that top 3 and took a lot of time back as well and gets that back into the area where he wants to be. With that, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll have Alan Hyde in the studio, myself, Duncan Vincent on commentary with some lovely selected guests, and we'll also have Larry Scoop Carter join us. Until then, guys, have a good night, stay safe, see you tomorrow.